And we are now streaming. Let's check how we're connecting with the studio. And, okay, we are in excellent connection, it claims. So let's see if that surfaces. Okay, so we've got visuals. And let's reset our various pages to see if we appear. And, all right. Okay, so we're going to click this button to see if there's a little bit. Okay, one upvote already. Everybody else join in on that. Aristides will provide everyone the instructions soon enough. I want to bring everyone's attention to the poem I wrote for my late and sainted father. This is his birthday today, and much time was spent in a fugé, a contemplation and meditation upon his life, so that poem could be written. This illustration was actually produced years ago, and Judith Ager, a lady who was involved with myself for quite some time, for those who remember, appeared on this transmission a number of times, or rather this program, this series of transmissions. Critical Omissions. She appeared on the Critical Omissions program a number of times in the past, and she always felt that this illustration was offensive. She always felt that there was something too sexual about it, which I'm beginning to wonder about how people project that on myself and anything I do. And it seems to be like everyone seems to insist that everything I do is sexualized, and I can't help it if I fucking turn you on or whatever. But maybe just the way I look. I suppose everything Marilyn Monroe did was considered to be sexual. Not that I'm comparing myself to Marilyn Monroe, but something in the dynamic is happening for people to say things like this. I mean, she honestly felt that this illustration was not how a father and son should look. It looked like, to her, she insisted it looked like a gay couple. Well, whatever. It's amazing what people read into things or project onto things. I don't know what to say. But I did want to share it with everyone because of its history with Judith Ager. And her response to it, and my poem to my father is available in the text beneath it. T. Tank Berry has joined us. Okay, and we are, of course, receiving some incoming messages, which I will also check. And, okay, here we are. A wonderful message from the dear Erin Tice, who has already helped with 100 United States dollars. So credit to Erin Tice. We are raising funds of $500,000 United States dollars. We are in code black because of what happened with my birthday. Basically, I overspent for my birthday, which should be understandable, and I hope everybody forgives me for that. But one of the, just to give people an idea what my life has been like, and of course answer some reasonable questions. I do get honest and reasonable questions from people, and people will ask about, of course, my son and his ability to help, and I will, of course, put that into some context. I've done so in the past before. Now, it's strangely enough, bizarrely enough, at moments like this, when I would answer questions like that, I remember that idiot Peter Moon would interrupt and say, "That's none of their business!" Or that's like, you shouldn't even respond to questions like that, or something incredibly stupid that never made any sense to me, since he was the individual who would then later on share the most intimate of details that people asked him to maintain in confidence, no less. And it's part of this just psychopathic, contrarian nature of his to just fuck everything up in the most deconstructive and unproductive way imaginable. When I obviously am asking people for money, I feel obligated to give them the situation that I'm in and why certain people that are in my life cannot help. And I think that should be obvious. Obviously, my son is a kept wife. He is the wife in the relationship with his partner, who is the man who serves as the husband role and basically the father figure in a very real sense to the Blood Boys, where I work on the estates for food. Now, it's not just a question of, say, for instance, my salary in blood, but also Edward, who Judith Ager used to have a very cute name for. For those of you who don't know, Edward's original name was Bethany. When I purchased her off the streets as a child from a pimp who was prostituting her as an underage prostitute, at that time, her name was Bethany. And so Judith used to call her Edbeth because of the sex change. And she just felt that she could never really accept the sex change as being total or really really effective. And in a sense, she's right. There's still many feminine qualities to Edward. And yeah, I always thought her name for him was cute. There's a history behind the name Edward being chosen after Bethany was her birth name. And this was due to the fact that she was in a long private correspondence morally supporting the private who had released all of the documents when he was basically compelled by Julian Assange to release the documents on the Gulf War that caused a great scandal for the military. So people might remember his name was originally Edward and Manning, and Edward Bradley Manning, or Bradley Edward Manning. I really can't remember. So when he changed his name, when he became a female, he took the name of Bethany, or Elizabeth, that was basically inspired by, of course, my son, whose full name as a girl was Bethany Elizabeth, I believe, and because it was so long ago that, and I always had a private name for her, of course, when I had my own relationship with her. But Bradley Manning took her first and middle name, and she took his first and middle name. And that was because of the long correspondence between the twain of them throughout the time that he was in prison. And then ultimately had his sexual affirmation surgery. By the way, we can go into the story of that some other time again, how badly he was beaten and persecuted in prison. But in the interim, okay, let's get into the business of the day by first saying that Edward cannot help because Edward is a kept woman, a kept wife, despite the fact that he is a boy who is a partner to a same-sex partner. The money is very much out of his control, and it's not that I would ever want to ask him for money for all the little things that I bought. It's just, you shouldn't be asking people for little things like that when he manages to use his husband's money with his husband's permission, and they both arrange with full knowledge of what's going on for my escorts. And of course, so since I'm sated in terms of my bloodlust and my sex lust, I really don't want to go out of my way to ask them for anything else. The amount of money that they spend on me and the amount of money equivalent to the blood intake that I get at the estates is more than enough. It balances out my services in exchange for tutoring the children. And such being said, then when it comes to just trying to, during my birthday, finally get some things that I've needed for a long time and have not spent money on, such as a can opener, ever since my parents' death, which is forever and a day ago by now, I have been opening cans with a screwdriver and a hammer. And I've gotten tired of it, so I purchased a can opener. And then I also got tired of not having an electric toothbrush, a battery-operated toothbrush, rather. So I purchased that as well for my birthday. And these things add up, and before you know it, $500,000 has been expended because prices in San Francisco are astronomical. So for that reason, hopefully we'll get a $100 back from V, and you know, it's always a hit or miss with her. Usually it's a miss, but if she does that, we'll take a big chunk out of the money we need to raise. I'll also ask for $100 from my gang brother Beaver, and again, that's a hit or miss, and in equal measure, I suppose, in his case. Either way, that could go towards taking a big chunk, and we'll be down to trying to raise, at this point, maybe about 200 or so. So everybody in the interim, we don't want to ask any money from Aristides. Aristides has already purchased a new computer. He's purchased a new keyboard. He's purchased, so much. He's spending $30 a month on my backup phone. We don't want to press him any further. So it's up to you, my listeners, to help. And this, again, is why we're so resentful of Peter Moon, because he went on to blame myself for my poverty, saying that, oh, that's because I'm possessed by the anti-god Ubosathla, the demiurge of the Aida mythos. And with that, we turn back towards Aristides, who will bring everyone else onto the call after he gives everyone the instructions for what to do about the upvotes. And we will, of course, again, put up the link to the Draft to Digital and ask people to send their questions and complaints to Draft to Digital as to why they delisted or actually unpublished my book. Something which really should not be possible once one has an ISBN number. But then again, this is Peter Moon, who has stolen my life story. Everyone knows Peter Moon was on the show for the past how many years? And he now says that he created my life story and that he owns it and he has copyrighted it. And he now claims that the real Douglas Dietrich is Leo Lion Zagami, and he is intending on writing a book about my life that he calls fiction, and says that he created it all, he made it all up, and this is the individual that we're dealing with. Now, you might wonder about all those years, certainly when I was on Revolution Radio, that I spoke of this kind of behavior, and on the part of the privileged, older generation of white males. And Peter Moon is not just that, he also indulges in the fantasy that he's actually black. So he considers himself a Moor and considers himself a persecuted minority. So he indulged in these crazed fantasies while going on vacations, spending money like a madman on various witch doctors that he thinks will extend his lifespan, and then steals my life. Not my life's work, but my life. This is what we're dealing with. And so in the meantime, I'm still treading water to make rent, a condition he blames upon myself, as the rapist always blames the victim, and says, oh, she was dressed that way, she wanted it, was asking for it by her behavior, etc. He says, oh, all this is because Douglas Dietrich is possessed by Ubosathla, the demiurge of the Aida mythos, because he was running diagnostics on the Vox Arca. This is the madness that we're dealing with. The rationalization of the thief, the rapist, the enemy. And of course, I have to turn to you just to make it through the end of the month so I can pay rent on November 1st. Okay, then. With that, we turn it over to Peter. Was talking about Peter Moon, so he was on my mind. We turn it over to a much more, shall we say, benevolent bald-headed gentleman. Aristides, and he'll take it from here to give everyone some instructions and then catch us up on also other people that he'll bring onto the call.
Okay, so as soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up upvote on the program. It's very important for the purposes of the algorithm and the ability of the program to be found or searched or suggested. And we need those very much because there are people putting downvotes against it that you can't see. YouTube doesn't show them, but they do affect the algorithm. So please do that. Make sure you're subscribed. There's a subscribe button nearby. Make sure that the notification bell is turned on. And if you're so inclined and feeling adventurous, you can make, or if you already have, sub channels to your main account without an additional login or password. Which are usually used to publish different types of content, to segregate different types of content, but they can each upvote independently, which is a neat thing. So you could make other sub channels and upvote with them too. You just have to go into the menu to switch account, and that's where you can switch between them or make new ones. It's pretty easy. It's easier than it sounds. I've already put on 3 upvotes, so you can do multiple if you want as well. So let's see. Was there anything else now? We're not.
If not, we can remember it later. It's...
Yeah, we're not really trying to. We're not doing the comment wars anymore because like to comment after the show and stuff, because you can't post the link to the book that's not listed anymore.
We'll post that and ask people to thumbs up on that, as well as, it'll be a link there just so people can potentially send their complaints or their questions to D2D if such an option exists. Yeah, so we'll put that up there.
Look for that and then upvote that after. But those are after the program uploads. Yes. Always check the comments and support us there too. How about that?
Yes.
After the program, yeah. If you come back, if you listening to this afterwards, they should be there already. And there's some upvotes there, and possibly, ask some afterwards. Where's this book? I wanted to order it.
Yes, thank you. Excellent idea. So I'm sending kisses to Heather Holman, and Brendan's bring Brendan on the call first, and everybody else. We'll just bring them all on. Just
all right.
Yeah, thank
start
you.
on that. And as far as this the thumbnail for tonight, I mean, I got everything what you're saying, but I mean, if you've got friends that are some weirdo weebs like some of us, then this is not bothersome. If you see some of the stuff that's out there,
thank you.
This is very, 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 very reserved, and I actually, when it popped up, I'm like, oh, what a nice image.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And thank you. Always good to get positive feedback. And just some people in the past in my life or throughout my life have been hypercritical for different reasons. And it just seems to be an ongoing thing. But yes, thank you for that. And if anybody else is, feel free to leave your own opinions. And I'm going to give kisses to Heather right now, where our numbers are going and make certain to bring all those different people. Heather Holman sent 100 United States dollars. Brooke Hagberg sent 100 United States dollars. So we're already down to raising 200 United States dollars, thanks to all of these wonderful people. So Goddess bless Heather Holman, Brooke Hagberg. Heather Holman also says, Peter Moon is a terrorist. Vinnie Barbaric is a criminal. You've got it right on both counts. Oh, T-Tank Barry said that. Vinnie Barbaric is a criminal. Then Heather Holman said something about the Barbaric equaling something, and then retracted the message. But both of your points are well taken. She says, let Douglas know how much we care and appreciate his mission of mercy by donating now. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that profoundly. And okay, let me make certain she gets that, and then I'll give hugs to everybody else. Brendan Zoget has joined us. Oh my God! Yes. Oh my God! Don't assume the worst. Don't assume the worst. You know that it takes us a while before we.
Wait, I think you got it backwards. I was trying to take the night off. I think everyone's going pretty hard in the paint on Peter, though. So it's like, you don't need my services.
You can never be hard enough on somebody like that. It's like, it's just too much. When he was like, first off, I mean, I didn't pay you, Douglas, but this book will pay for you. This book, all the profits go to you with this book. Yeah, then of course, I knew it. Then, right on the day of publishing, turns around and says, the book can't be published! Douglas is possessed! Yeah, it's like, it's horrible. It's just, it's so predictably horrible. It's like everything you would expect from somebody awful like that. And so there you go. People understand, they know the situation, and all the evidence is against him. If it ever comes into a court of law, but the problem is I can't afford an attorney to sue him. So it comes to the point of his suing myself. And we'll see if that eventually happens. And if it does, then he doesn't have a leg to stand on, and which is why he'll never sue me. So it's just weird. But that's what he's banking on. He's banking on that, and he's banking on not suing me, my not suing him, and his publishing a book. It becomes now a race to publish our book first. But
he's still selling your old book if you buy the combo pack from whatever his website was.
Yeah.
Then you get the book. You get Douglas's book.
Actually, that's not true, because you can send him the money for the combo pack, but you won't get any of the books because he's not mailing anything anymore. Right. He's not mailing anything.
He's busy doing toe dips.
Yes,
all his energy's going to toe dips.
What makes it so ironic is the one thing I know that will go into history is the last set of books he ever sent out was the cursed overnight pack to Marina Sarin. That's it. So
that got sent immediately.
Yes, that was sent.
And I have some context in contacts in Europe, and they've made it clear that sending overnight to Europe is in the thousands of dollars. I mean, we're talking $50 to $1,000.
Oh no, it was thousands. It was thousands because it's $50
It's based off weight. Yeah, so it's based off weight. Exactly.
Because his books were heavy. This was a whole case of all of his books. And
except yours.
Yeah, except mine. And
convenient. Yeah, very convenient.
Yeah. Well,
and then he kept telling her, read Spandau Mystery. Read my version of the history.
His version of Spandau Mystery, in which he claims that Rudolf Hess was in Spandau prison when George Knight's relation, I can't remember, uncle, father, whoever it was, we'd have to ask George Knight. Was guarding and said they killed this individual in Spandau prison because he was not Rudolf Hess, and they wanted to hide that fact. So, and I've always said that as well. Peter Moon, of course, just has his own, little fantasy that he sets up as history. And the beauty of it is, you know what, people? I have always loved Romania, and I can finally go into the real history of Romania as opposed to the crap Peter Moon was pushing. Oh, my fucking God. I fought in the Balkans. I did a little pilgrimage into Romania myself. I have been into Romania, never as, shall we say, wasn't very far, wasn't very deep. There was only a specific few sites I wanted to see, and then I got out of Romania. It was kind of like a side trip during my mercenary duties, during my time off that I spent in the Balkans. But I can tell people...
how I know you were there?
Yeah.
Because you saw the painting of Count Dracula in his original armor, which is not... That's not a public painting. You have to go to the museum in Romania to see it.
Thank you. That's true. Thank you. Yes.
So that depiction that they took for the ending of Helsing, for Alucard, which is based off your illustration, that's actually based off of an artifact that's in Romania, and you can't see it online.
That's true.
There you go.
That is absolutely true. That's how, our man knows. Yes, I can finally tell people about the actual history of that nation without stupid golden pyramids underground or lumps of rock, they say, or sphinx, or all the other crap. And every beggar is a...
I'm over here burning books or throwing away library books.
Oh, shit.
Which is the equivalent of burning them, because... Yes. I have this book says When Hitler Stole the Pink Rabbit by Judith Kerr.
Oh my God. Yes, burn it.
Oh, it's going in the trash.
Yes, thank you.
Along with the heroes of the Holocaust.
Yes.
Which, mind you, I'm not throwing this away. This is the librarian. This isn't me.
Yes. He's under orders. He's only following
under orders. Yes. Thank you for that qualification.
Yes, he's only following orders. He's only following orders.
Yeah, so it's a shame, but it's hard to get people to read these days. It's nothing we can do about that. And I don't have room. I can't create another. What's that thing that you have? The crypt. I can't create a crypt.
Yes.
I don't have a house to create a crypt in right now, so. Otherwise, I'd be hoarding books.
Oh, yes, and I get it. Of course, you wouldn't be hoarding the books that you just read the titles of.
Harriet Tubman, the conductor of the Underground Railroad. Damn, this librarian's ruthless, man.
What the fuck are they saving?
We're throwing away Anne Frank.
Anne Frank? What are they saving for the library? What the fuck? You're gonna get everyone thinking the librarian's some kind of neo-Nazi or Klansman or something. What the fuck?
Well, she is Nordic Aryan looking.
Okay.
Blonde-haired, blue eyes lady.
Oh,
but
cool.
But obviously they're not actually. This is just basically like stuff that has been on the shelves and no one's touched.
Okay.
So,
interesting.
To be fair to her.
Oh my God. Well, Aaron Tice has joined us. I'm so sorry I didn't look for you earlier, Aaron. You always make certain to interject yourself when you're lurking. Otherwise, I don't always check the call. But welcome aboard, Aaron. We know you have a very short amount of time before you retreat into slumber tonight. But we're glad to have what time you have with us. Thank you for the 100 United States dollars. We want to thank Heather Holman and Brooke Hagberg as well. Wonderful ladies. And this brings the challenge down quite a bit. And I'll probably get help from some others, but I definitely will continue to fundraise until November 1st. But Aaron Tice, welcome aboard.
Oh, here's a quick aside, though. You'll like this one. I am George Lucas. It's going straight in the trash.
Oh, thank God. Yes.
It's an autobiography of George.
Oh, it's like, if only we could, like, truly give these... Some of these books deserve more than just trash. They deserve to be excoriated.
This one is the only one worth keeping. It's called Hachiko Waits. It's like that dog that... When his owner died, he waited by the train station for the rest of its life.
Oh, Jesus.
So this one might be worth saving.
It might be. Brooke, send it to Brooke.
Though.
Yeah, of course it's depressing as fucking hell, but Brooke would love it. Yeah. Yeah, dogs will do that. They'll just wait by the grave until they starve to death. Poor creatures.
That's what happened to this one,
Yeah, holy shit. Oh, I hate
so the books have expired. The books have expired.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we're past the era of books. Yeah.
It reminds me of child seats. I don't. You gentlemen don't have children, so when you buy children's seats for the car, the way they get you to buy new ones every year or two is they have expiration dates.
Wow.
Yeah,
holy shit.
And now it's molded plastic. I mean, it's solid.
Right.
They don't change. They don't get soft in a year or two, but they actually lobbied to get expiration dates on children's seats, and they're $200, $300, $400. So they literally get people to throw them out every year or two because they're not like in code and they have expired.
That's
so these books
outrageous.
Oh yeah, it's just everything with children is a money grab, especially when there's safety involved.
For sure.
And so like these books sadly have expired. You can't read them anymore. The print is faded.
Right.
Oh my God. I imagine a technology in the future where they might actually print books like that, where the ink disappears and fades after a number of years. That would be incredible.
Yeah. They do it now. It's called electronic. They just unpublished your own.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
It's and that's why like I don't like electronic any longer. It's nice when you're traveling, if you go on vacation and you want to bring, I remember I used to bring like a briefcase full of books, and that's heavy.
Yes.
It's hard to do. And if you have it on a tablet, that's convenient. But once you realize,
once again, you've got the historical first of the first book ever reverse published.
Yeah, exactly. In the making. Yeah. So it is nice to carry them all in your phone, but it's nicer still when it's still on your shelf.
Yes. No, I appreciate that profoundly. And again, I want people to understand that one of the things that Peter Moon said in his breakthrough letter was, and I know there will be many more twists and turns between Douglas, Dietrich, and myself. So he had already posited himself as an enemy who was going to be engaging the rest of his life against me. This was, all of you have read that letter. You've all seen that letter, and I've read it aloud to all of our listeners who are regular listeners. And it really just goes to show that he wasn't somebody simply walking away. He was somebody who was dedicated to destroy me. And
I have an idea.
Yes.
Maybe regarding books. I don't know if I told you. I think I told you. I was able to find and download the PDF of Roswell Deception.
Oh, thank God. Yes.
I think I told you at one point. Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, let's not even begin to try to reverse engineer it right now. But if you have the font, like, how about people could they contact you? You're like, hey, I'd like to buy the book, and they give you a donation, send you money, and then you send it to them. We're selling your book.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, we're going to work on that, and we'll work on that privately. But I'm glad you mentioned it out loud so that Peter can go into gyrations. Hopefully, he's spasming right now with paroxysms.
I mean, it's your book right here.
As far as I'm concerned, yes. There was nothing.
I do have a physical copy here. Wait, let me check.
Yes.
Look, you're on the cover.
Yeah. Yes.
In fact, with Peter Moon, so that implies you're the first author. So I
Thank
think
you.
You can sell the PDF.
Yeah.
Did you decurse that copy, Aristides?
Because
they were all like wholesale cursed. Like he was freaking, like he's the Martha Stewart of like
I got a while
home
ago.
curses.
That's on Amazon. He didn't send it to me specifically, so it's only as cursed as all of them, I guess.
So I want to welcome Heather Holman aboard.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got it from a third party.
That's right. Third party. It's still everyone be cautious about any copies you have of books from Peter Moon. This isn't like something we're saying just to malign him. As I said, over the years, I truly began to realize through his own admissions, he's cursing everything. This is what this individual was doing, and he was quite proud of what he was doing. And it became very disturbing to everyone around him who had any modicum of sanity. Again, I do want to welcome Heather Holman. Hopefully, she says, can you hear me out? Oh, most certainly. Aaron might have a limited amount of time with us, but we certainly want you to explain how your physical condition is right now after the car crash.
No. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me. I didn't mean hear me out. I said, can you hear me?
Yes.
Now I can.
Yes, honey. Thank you so much for that $100 contribution, especially after your car accident. How are you?
I'm not really that great, but, I'm healing fast.
What happened?
I don't want to even talk about what happened if I can avoid it. I hit somebody in my car, and, my leg I thought my leg was broken.
Okay. Well, like you said, you may not want to speak of it, but I am curious.
Sorry, it was a blurb. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. How does one break one's leg in a car when you're hitting it was another car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We won't
I don't know how it happened. It's just I can't walk right now, but I'm going to the doctor tomorrow to get a referral.
You have been to the doctor already, have you not?
I went to the emergency room.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
Don't pull a Peter. Don't pull a Peter Moon. It's like, I don't need to go to the doctor. I'll just drive home.
Heather, have you considered acupuncture? They can de-ghost.
I don't know.
He's being sarcastic.
My friend does do acupuncture. I have a friend that does that.
No, I'm just kidding. I think the doctor is a great source.
Yes.
If your leg is injured, you probably need an X-ray and
some tramadol.
Yes.
Yeah, that as well. Yes.
As well. You can't beat those painkillers, and hopefully you can get some good ones. Now,
tramadol never helped for myself. I mean, it's more of a muscle relaxant, I believe, but it never really helped. I really need the oxy to sedate.
Yeah, that doesn't mix with me. The tramadol works.
Okay.
So at least they don't think I'm a med seeker when I go to the hospital.
Right. That's the problem. They just consider everybody a seeker, but you're obviously injured, so maybe they won't treat you like an addict, but they treat you horribly when you go and ask for pain pills when you're hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard of people breaking their legs to go to get stupid pain pills.
Yeah, I always found that hard to imagine, but I came to believe it after a while. Judith Agard actually explained that to me because she was working with the AA and knew a lot about addiction. I'm doing a screen share right now just to share this with Aaron Tice, who was rather out of the loop on this particular thing. It was rather recent. I think I reflected upon what Marina Sarin said publicly the last time she was on my program, and what she said was that she had been through a month of hell and tribulations. She didn't really go into detail with that, but basically she had been suffering ever since that cursed pack of books was sent to her by Peter Moon. And so she sent me a message, 9:36 a.m. California time, yesterday. Hello, Douglas. I was asking myself if you could please help me with a sweaty head emoji. So we did try to call her before the program, but she was non-responsive. We have placed her on the call so she can jump on if she wishes. but I do want everyone to understand, unless she gives me further details, based on what she said the last time she was with us, essentially she's been suffering ever since that pack of books arrived from Peter Moon. And again, not surprising. And
this is like a technique that was, what's the word, precedented? Because the same trip that Mihail did to me, where he sent me quote unquote gifts in the mail, and it turned out they were just what would be like Trojan horses of just of black magic.
Yes,
black magic Trojan horse. So there you go.
Well, it's like
when you accept something in the mail, you've opened the door, so to speak. So it's even worse. Yes. It's not fair. It's an unfair thing, but it's very much.
It was natural to be like, oh, someone's being nice, right?
Exactly. And that's why it's such a dirty play. It's such a dirty play.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pure evil.
Yes, and it reminds me of some other incidents that are very similar to that. Brendan, perhaps you could share with Aaron, you attempted to help Brooke Gibson out. You can describe to him exactly what went down.
Yes. I spoke to Brooke, and she was going through her own tribulations, And every time I was telling her, you got to put wards up. You got to put wards up. Because she basically... how would I put this? Like, straight up said, "Oh, are you sure Peter is cursing us?" And I said, definitively he was, because, we're living the aftermath of it. And also he admitted it. He just straight up admitted it.
Yeah, it was the
especially in Brooke's case.
Yeah, in Brooke's case, it was the episode which, as I said, we know the general space of time space in which that Peter Moon on my program went into this incredible outburst, this tirade, in which he became very verbally violent and abusive and said Brooke Gibson has to die, and said she is of the anti-gods. He went on this incredible, just raving mad. He did, as Amy Como said, she had never heard anything so unhinged in all her life. And it was at that time he began sharing with myself that he was placing curses on Brooke Gibson. And it was at that moment, it was basically that very day that he had that tirade, that very night or the next day that she met Meth Head Larry, the individual known as Meth Head Larry. She not only that, she crashed her car, and that was how she met him. She rented a car. She decided to rent the most sporty, expensive car in the lot. As soon as she
crashed out a series of cars, so she rented the car because her car got wrecked. So it was this cascade. It was like this cascade of misfortune.
That's true.
A series of unfortunate events.
Well, and also cascades of misfortune are easy to happen when you're in survival mode.
Yeah.
Because you're not calm and thinking in that in that flow state. You're in survival mode, so it's easier to fall into quick decisions and things. So it's also an unfair play, which is just, it seems to be the way this excommunicado gentleman plays.
Yes, that's quite so. And the first thing that happened.
Well, that's their modus operandi, because I've been struggling like openly and on record, and then they're just hurling curses at me because they can't touch Doug.
I remember when I was
and
horrified.
They were all linked to Pete.
Yeah.
Other than Miguel was kind of just part of the Edomites, the Sethians. But
I remember it was years ago. But I listened to your story, and when you lost your wallet and everything cascaded down, that was horrendous.
Yes.
That was just one thing after another after another. That had to be 3 years ago now.
Yeah, roughly 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, so
but it's only gotten better through my own work and my own discipline. Otherwise, I would be basically dead by now.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Well,
through divine grace, essentially.
Well, there's so much that happened, and you were dealing with it constantly. It's been pretty chronic with very few let-ups. It's but I want to compliment you on handling it so well, and so people really should be taking your advice. And that was the point I wanted to make, was that throughout the conversation, when Brendan, whenever he tried to talk to Brooke about the wards to set up and give her the practical advice of what to do to protect herself, then Daniel, the man known as Meth Head Larry, would, without any conscious malevolence on his own part necessarily, or I don't believe he has conscious malevolence, he's just an agent of chaos, he would just interrupt. And so she would wind up in this kind of chatty argument with him, and so nothing could be absorbed. She could absorb nothing that Brendan was saying to her, and wound up instead defending him from this individual's attacks, which were very bizarre. First he was saying, what was it? Oh, he's the elitist, and then asked you for money. Yeah. Give her money. Send her money, because he thought you were Brandon Young. He conflated you with Brandon Young.
The arguments that Brooke would the arguments that Brooke would break. I don't know how that could happen, because the voices are so different and the personalities so different. But the arguments that Brooke would break into, if they were filmed, could be part of a sitcom. They were highly entertaining, and I'm not saying that looking down upon her, but the arguments she breaks into with him are just something to behold. My goodness.
Yeah, you're talking about the other chap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I had to just sit there and like basically get a free Jerry Springer episode. And
I mean, it's like, so you fucked this guy and I fucked that guy and you but I didn't, but you did, and I'm like, oh my God,
it was bad. Yeah,
this is highly entertaining if you can just zoom out, but when you realize like she's trying to get advice, it's not so entertaining.
No, it was offensive. Yeah. He was like, that's the elitist cocksucker. And then Brooke's like, I never said he was a cocksucker.
No, but then Brooke confronted him about getting raped in jail. Then Brooke confronted him about his jail rapes.
Yeah, exactly.
Jail is no joke. Jail is no joke.
That's what she countered him with. She said, well, you never, like you must have sucked a bunch of dicks in prison when you were there. And he didn't deny it. He never denied it once. He just said, oh, well, it was the one time he didn't argue back with her, so we know something happened.
Poor guy. Yeah. No wonder he's so traumatized and damaged.
Because according to her, she was like, you're a pretty boy. There's no way you survive prison without sucking dick.
If you, I think it's called, there's a show, it's called the Soft White Underbelly. It might have been that, or it might have been another.
Man, just the very title! The very title!
There's these real raw interviews, and some of them are with people that came out of prison and kind of started to get on the right path, but the horrendous stories of men in prison and what happens to them are absolutely unreal. Like I actually couldn't finish watching the one. The guy casually described heinous acts perpetrated upon himself in prison, and I was dumbfounded. It doesn't surprise me because it is prison, but it was just horrendous. So if you can avoid prison, you probably should avoid prison.
Definitely. It sounds like it sounds like it's something everyone should just automatically know, like common folk wisdom would tell you that. But oh my God. But just to balance that out, when obviously growing up where I did in the Tenderloin and then going to the San Francisco public schools, say for instance, like I said, my gang brother Beaver's alma mater for his high school was Galileo High School, which is the school that produced O.J. Simpson, and surrounding that school would be signs saying no Galileo High School students beyond this point. They were all known or stereotyped as just violent and just irredeemable. No one even would allow them in their businesses. So just to have that sign up around the premises of the school gives you an idea of what school was like. And I myself, of course, when I was going to school, when Beaver was going to school, we were witness to different things. It was only in what used to be called junior high school, which ended with my generation. They cut out junior high school and they replaced it with middle school. So we lost a grade's worth of education. And we wound up graduating a year earlier than most people from the school system, the public school system, because they changed from junior high to middle school. But during junior high school, I was witness to people pulling out firearms and beginning to fire in the yard. This was before we had the concept of school shooting. These were more part of gang wars. And so one guy pulled out a firearm, started shooting, missed basically everybody, didn't hit his target, the person he was trying to assassinate, essentially, and tried to escape on the public bus system and was caught a few blocks away by the police. But this sort of thing was common. So it was the fact that none of this made the news, I think, speaks volumes. But, with that, how much longer are we gifted with your company, Aaron, before you...
I'll stay maybe another 20, 30 minutes, and then I have to wind down. But yeah, I didn't realize... Well, I know how expensive things are, and, I know your struggle, and the inflation is crazy, and just trying to buy supplements is difficult. And, making ends meet is not easy. And I heard part of your talk earlier about not wanting to ask Edward for more, and that's proper. It's the right. You don't ask for little things, so I get it. And I started listening to you a while ago, and it was back when
they're already paying you a prince's salary in blood.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell Aaron Tice
that doesn't help with rent.
But tell Aaron Tice how much a pint of young boy's blood costs.
Yeah, I found an article, sent it to Doug. It's $8,000 per pint of blood used for parabiosis.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That was a few years ago, so we're talking like 10,000 a pint.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
which is why it's secured for the elites only at this moment.
Well, what you're dealing with, we just had an incident with a neighbor who found his daughter doing a lot of terrible things. So to get untainted blood is the key. So that's really the price point. These middle and high school students are carrying a lot of different pathogens.
That's a big factor because it's not like it used to be.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing like it. It's nothing like it used to be.
This is why the Silicon Valley elite has to adopt them. They have to adopt them and raise them. Yeah.
I understand it completely because if you go for randos, you're ingesting items that could take you 10 years to cure.
Yeah. Oh, if that.
If you are ever able to. But yeah, I remember when I actually ordered. I have the DVDs you used to sell that now you give free on your YouTube channel. So, part of the fundraising, in my opinion, is Douglas just started giving everything away. So I think people feel like everything should be free.
I don't think he ever got the money for those to begin with.
That's true.
Goodness.
Yeah, it's one of those. Oh, it just goes on and on.
Endless.
Yeah.
I was scammed on that too. I was scammed by the Moon Man, and now I was scammed on the DVDs as well.
Yes, it was sad. And Crystal River, one time Crystal River said to Peter Moon, she said, I want an autograph copy of Roswell and the Rising Sun. And he sent her his own autograph. and I got that from a lot of people told me that they said, I asked for an autograph book and all I got was Peter Moon's autograph.
Yeah, because he openly said the only way he would get you to sign them is if you flew to his house.
That's right.
He openly said that.
That's correct. Which
he was like, I'm not. And I asked him on air, I think, and he said, I'm not sending them to San Francisco.
Yeah, that's
Doug has to come to me.
Well, strategically, logistically, it's nearly impossible. I thought about it. I would love to have an autograph book from Douglas, but how do you print a book, send it to Long Island to Dum Dum, and then send it to, the West Coast, and then send it to whoever's going to get it? At this point, you've incurred as many shipping fees as was for Marina Saren's gift package. Yeah. So it's just not logistically processable. But I think everyone should donate just because everything's kind of given freely these days, and people's lives have to matter, and we have to support our community, and Douglas is part of our community.
Thank you. I appreciate that profously, and I'm proud to be such.
Potentially, we could send out like a signed cover page or like a jacket or something.
Actually, this is what could easily have been done, and I suggested it to Peter, which is they have what are basically book signature stickers that you just take a sticker that I sign, and I send him a whole bunch of these signed stickers that he then plasters into each one of the books. But he refused to do that. Yeah, but he refused.
Of course he. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no.
In his bedroom and shit.
Yeah, no. He said, no, you have to come here. Absolutely, that was the whole thing, and and it was that was part of the final flip.
He was gonna he was gonna put a little plum wine in your bedroom and then sneak in if you were asleep, and then whisper sweet nothings in your ear.
Oh, it was so horrible. It was so horrible. When Aaron and I spoke about this privately, about the fate that women suffer with Eastern European women are human trafficked, and they suffer this fate, and how Paula Masson, maybe she got off easy in a sense, but no, her fate was just as bad as those women who were human trafficked. Years she spent.
She did get her freedom because she has perseverance.
Yes.
And I mean, wearing a sausage on your thigh isn't, I guess, the worst. I'm just kidding.
No, it's true. That's what happened.
It's horrible.
Yes.
It's all horrible.
Yes.
But there's just a lot going on.
Living in Romania isn't a ballpark either. But
no, it's not.
I don't know if I would do all that.
But when we talked, when I talked to Paula, the hardest thing for her was the food. She was so used to clean, close to the earth food, like fresh butter, fresh honey, fresh eggs, and she's going to a grocery store and getting everything that's like not fresh whatsoever. She was really appalled by it. And
Pete's choice of restaurants were wild. Every time he was talking about them, it was always Chinese food for some reason, like Chinese takeout. Those are the only Chinese people he'd ever deal with. It's kind of funny.
It was weird. That plus some...
Isn't that strange?
Some weird Asian Indian restaurants as well. He had like these... It was... Well,
that was like the Montauk trip. He had some kind of connection to it or something.
Yes.
Well, I mean, all the Jewish people eat at Chinese restaurants on the holidays, so maybe he's Khazarian, as Nemo would say.
Right. No, actually...
it seems like the points are... mounting for that theory.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's interesting. Well, I mean, he did say that to me, and I'll never forget it. His hatred of the Jews will be his undoing. So who knows? But I mean, who doesn't love a good General Joe's chicken? Sesame chicken, extra crispy, extra chicken. No MSG, preferably.
I did have some moppa tofu recently. It was good.
There you go.
Vegetarian, of course.
Yes, and his daughter, she, Sky Barbaric, who says, now, back me up here, Aristides, she's got her TikTok channel all about the cats, then a TikTok channel for herself, in which she only shows the cats anyway, and basically, she calls them the Barbarics, so all the cats are named as if they're family members, as if she's given all the cats her last name, but she was feeding them matzo. Now, that was bizarre. So, Aristides, back me up there. Was this not the case? It does show something.
Like matzo ball soup or like matzo balls?
Take it from here, Aristides.
No, just the dry matzo. And
crackers?
It was Instagram, not TikTok, but other than that, more or less correct.
Okay. Yeah. Well, tell him that dry cracker shit, whatever it is, like some kind of like.
Matzo crackers.
Yeah. Is that what it was?
Strange. That's very strange.
Yeah, it was like, and she was making a big deal of it, like they're all bar mitzvahed and shit.
Well, I hope Vinny's trip to the West Coast is productive.
I don't think that's happened. That has not happened. That's not going to happen.
So
the West Coast? Oh, you mean the West Bank?
No, he was supposed to visit his daughter does she also live in Los Angeles, Douglas?
Yeah, she lives in Los Angeles near a crack home that was burned down by squatters. So she is not in a good space.
Definitely LA. Sounds like LA.
Yeah, and
he's going to visit the Chochoa. He wants some chocolate bars, baby.
Yeah.
But I do have a question, Douglas, and I apologize for not remembering the story. But we just passed Columbus Day.
Yes.
And everybody knows the basic stories out there, but you had recently elucidated on the fact that Columbus was claiming the Americas for the Jews, and I forget the details of it. If you don't want to go into it now, that's fine. Just let me know when you can, and I would love to hear that story again.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'll just give a general outline of it right now so that people really appreciate the horror of what we're talking about. And this is something that I try to prevent myself from doing, is just, unlike what Peter Moon says, and again, it's part of his insanity. Peter Moon was the one who was, for the longest period of time, always talking about Jewish people in this very demeaning sense. He would speak of them with a kind of disdain, and
until you relegated them to Long Island, and
it
was over.
That's right. Yeah. Then when I suggested, we really should have population redistribution, which has happened multiple times in history, where large bodies of population are relocated. And I was suggesting the Jewish diasporic population in America be centered on Long Island, probably a lot of influence over New Jersey, and definitely retaining New York City as a satellite state. But that would still give them an enormous control over world finance. I'm just trying to really break up that Hollywood monopoly over media in particular. But at that point, he lost it on that subject. It was very bizarre. Yes. He felt, for whatever reason,
you can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, that was bizarre. Really bizarre.
Was that when he was saying no, you can't.
You can't.
He literally said that.
Yeah. And it's like, well,
it wouldn't work. He was implying.
What I don't understand is, isn't it already 90% Jewish? What the fuck?
Well, but it's not, though. It just appears to be, because the percentage is so high in New York. The percentage, the religion is less than 2% of the world population.
Yes.
And it's astronomically small compared to what people think it is. However, the majority of that 2% or less than 2% is populated in New York and Long Island. But it's not just Long Island. It's upstate. It's in the mountains. There's different towns and things, and communities. So it's one of those things that people's mind's eye sees something that's different because it feels so much larger than it actually is.
Yes. Well, that again is the overweening influence in the media of and again, without. So understand this. These are observations, and they're legitimate observations. These are not if anyone considers this to be on the road to some kind of Judeophobia, you are oversensitive. In the case of my being the son of Douglas Dietrich, that oversensitivity might be understandable. But again, try to comprehend.
Son of who?
Yeah, that's funny.
No, you said. Sorry, excuse me, Doug. I don't mean to be rude. You said Douglas Dietrich.
So did I say son of Douglas Dietrich? I meant to say Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah. My apologies. That's because I just got a email back, and it was bizarrely upsetting to me from V. I had sent her the manuscript. It says
it's not his real name. But also,
she said she was responding to them. Please don't send me anything about Hitler, and along with some other comments that I'll just leave out. None of them are particularly offensive. It's just this passive aggressive. She knows my situation. She knows my situation with that. So when she says that, that's so bizarre. It's not like she doesn't know it. Like, my biological father.
Well, wasn't she in denial? I think she was in denial. Yeah.
No, she wasn't the one who was in denial. I don't know who in particular might have been in denial. It wasn't Judith Ager and V actually discussed it at some point when they met each other, the time they were plotting my murder for the insurance money, because the insurance was made out to Judith Ager at the time. And then they both later copped to it that they had been plotting my murder at the time and just gave up on it because they didn't feel it was worth the risk. It's just, but these are the kind of people I grew up with, working all my life with criminals. So, my envelope of tolerance is really high. But yeah, getting that back from her was kind of that's why I said son of Douglas Dietrich. I meant Adolf Hitler. But, okay, that being said, since it's the same thing, and oftentimes the enemy attacks by saying Douglas Dietrich's not Douglas Dietrich, and what they really mean to say is he's Douglas Hitler, always the half-truth in what they say is why they say it. But just so people understand,
they still use Triple D to look up the FOIA.
That's right. That's right. They still use Douglas Dietrich to look up quote unquote all the Freedom of Information Act stuff. But beyond that, the gematria, they do the numerology. Yeah. They use the Douglas Duane Dietrich to do their weird numerology,
which came out to 88.
So. Yeah. Which came out to 88.
Which is a great number.
Yeah,
it's a great number.
Yeah,
the agents just basically,
but the gematria, I find it so subjective. I mean, you can, you can form the numbers to mean whatever you want.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's so just to go back to Columbus so that people understand a little bit about that. While Aaron is with us, I can get started a little bit on the story. I'll try and maintain, shall I say, a summarization of the story, but in a sense, it's like it's so hard. Just everybody understand this. The Jewish people are responsible for more deaths historically than is actually calculable. It started with, of course, biblically, when you had the order, the divine order from a genocidal God who said, basically, kill everyone in Canaan and take the land for yourself. And if the Christians have what is their holy war, known as a crusade, and the Muslims have their holy war, known as a jihad, the original name for the holy war of the Jews was Holocaust. And that term was originally used for what they perpetrated on their enemies. So when Canaan was taken and they took Canaan, they were ordered to kill every man, certainly above a certain age. The rest, of course, who were quite young, were sold into slavery, separated from their mothers, and the wives who were too old or unseemly were killed. The daughters were either married into certain families or sold off in slavery, because they also had laws against breeding or miscegenating with other races. So the idea that they were simply taken and integrated into the Jewish community is not that common. It happened, but it was not supposed to happen. So the majority were simply sold off into slavery. So that was a horrible fate for Canaan, and that is biblical, and it's also historical. But that went on throughout history. It went on again with the Americas. So at the time of Cristobal Balbo Corlambuenos, who was born Salvador Fernando Zarco. He basically was a converso who was saying that he had converted to Catholicism, but he was known more realistically as a Marrano, or a dirty pig, as the Spaniards would call them when they were crypto-Jews. In other words, if they were false about their conversion and were actually still practicing their Judaism in secret, then they were no longer known as conversos, they were known as Marranos, or dirty pigs. But that's what Columbus was, a dirty pig. And so he did not answer to the government of Spain or Queen Isabella, or at least to himself he did not. He actually was answering to his sponsors, who were various Jewish businessmen. And, you know, over the years, it was our dear man George Knight who actually took down the names of those businessmen. I could look them up and can literally find their names tonight, but for the moment, just roll with that. And he was writing his reports to them first before he wrote to the Crown of Spain. And so they were his actual sponsors. With the Crown of Spain, basically Queen Isabella simply wanted to get rid of him because he had actually seduced her. She had slept with him. That's when he revealed to her that he was Jewish, and that if he exposed the fact that she had slept with a Jewish person, her own position would be in danger. So she just wanted to get rid of him. So she agreed to basically authorize his trip. But the trip was not really funded to any great extent by the Crown. It was funded by all of these Jewish merchants who were hoping he would find a new land for them to colonize. And so when he landed in America, his entire intent was to colonize America by exterminating all of the indigenous people in America. And this is what he began a process of that lasted for several hundred years. But during his lifetime already, the damage was so great that he depopulated entire islands. So he single-handedly began a campaign of genocide that was carried on by the Colombian cartel. Basically, all of his brothers and his brothers in arms, his literal relations, and many other Jewish people who came to join him. And it took basically a Spanish Franciscan priest to expose his crimes, to the point where he was ultimately arrested. And it's just a horrific story, because the end result was that at that time, because of all the diseases they were introducing, they had to bring black slaves to replace all of the Indians who were dying. And the end result was they depopulated both sides of the Atlantic. They depopulated Africa from shipping all of these black slaves to replace all of the indigenous people that had died because of their abuses. And the end result was this tremendous reforestation process. Now, this reforestation process was something that was actually recorded in the original annals of explorers who were going deep into the North American hinterland. It was not really heavily forested. It was full of Native American cities, like the Cahokia Mounds are the remains of those great Native American cities. And anybody can look up the Cahokia Mounds, the original civilization, and they can find out what it was like. But beyond that, there were many Native American fortresses and cities built of wood. So they would deforest entire areas to build their cities of wood. They were very similar to Western forts or fortresses that would have stocks, garrisons, that would later emerge as frontier-type fortresses in the early American expansion into the wilderness. And their designs were very much based on the original Native American designs, actually. And all of those fortresses, because they were made of wood, they literally rotted and were taken back by nature when the populations died off and no longer maintained them. And because they were no longer committed to agriculture or developing all of the land for their food, all North America reforested. And because all of the agrarian tribes captured by the warrior tribes in Africa were sold to the Spanish slavers and the other Europeans who followed them, then nobody was cultivating the land in Africa, and it reforested. Now, these became giant carbon sinks, and it created the Little Ice Age. So this was called, on secret documents that I worked with at the Department of Defense, this was called Necromantic Winter. This means that Columbus started a genocidal process that ultimately killed, from the North Pole of the Alaskan indigenous Inuit peoples, or the Eskimo as they are also called. I think that's considered an offensive term at this point, all the way down to the Falkland Islands area in Patagonia. All of these indigenous people who died equaled 127 million people. Then you had 20 million black Africans die en route to the Americas, sinking in ships or just dying of diseases, malnutrition, etc., before they even reached America. Then all the many others who died, and it's equal to another similar number. And you have that on both sides of the Atlantic, and all the reforestation caused by no people left to cultivate their former lands. Then the carbon sink, then the drop in temperature, then the Little Ice Age. This is an act of genocide that is unmatched in human history, and it was all Jewish. It was all Jewish because the whole intent was to turn America into a new Zion for the Jews, which is what it has become. Columbus succeeded in his intent, and North America has indeed become a new Zion for the Jewish peoples who have thrived here, who have made it their empire financially, in terms of the media, and control the culture to a great extent. So when you have a situation like this, and compared to, say, for instance, other totalitarian governments, No one matches this atrocity. But it doesn't stop there. When you take into account the Jewish intelligentsia that was behind Marxism, the fact that it was mostly exiled intellectual Jews that were behind the Russian Revolution, the fact that the majority of Russian peasants were illiterate and therefore could not be commissars because they could not read or write or fill out reports or documents and could not handle logistics in an official sense. The end result was that the people who were the middle class of the Russian Empire before the Russian Revolution, aside from the aristocracy, the people who were the doctors, the attorneys, the dentists, the accountants, these were all Jews from the Jewish Pale of Settlement. This was the dark continent of the Jewish Empire, was Russia. And that Pale of Settlement is where you had the great massacres of Jews because everyone knew they were the privileged caste, the educated caste, and everybody struck out against them when they could. But the other reason was because they were tyrants. They became the commissars of the Greater Soviet Union. And as a result, they depopulated the Ukraine. They transferred all from the breadbasket of the Ukraine into Russia itself. And these commissars wound up slaughtering 15 million Ukrainians by hunger in what was called the Holodomor. I mean, certainly that far supersedes the number of 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust. Over twice as many Ukrainians were killed by Jews. When this kind of genocide upon genocide is added up, when you see the spread of communism to China, helped by a Jewish cabal, many Jews were promoting Mao Zedong. When 100 million Chinese starved to death during collectivization, they were following the pattern of collectivization recommended by the Jewish commissars of Russia. I mean, all of this just goes on to genocide after genocide. The Jews are responsible for the death of more people in history than you can imagine, and they're this incredible minority of a few 10 or 20 million people. And we cannot allow the destiny of the world to continue to be impacted by a dysfunctional, neurotic minority of megalomaniacs. This is where we're at due to tolerating Jews throughout our history, due to respecting them, tolerating them. We cannot follow this destructive pattern anymore. When it comes to ultimately what happened with the Jewish people in the Bolshevik era, the uniting of so many people under communism, this brutal regime that condemned in China alone literally well over 200 million people to death when you count the Great Famine, when you count the Civil War. This is genocide on an unprecedented scale, helped directly by Jewish people who are still represented in the Communist Chinese government today. There is a Jewish panel in the all-male Communist Chinese government. If you take a look at Chinese communist government, there's not a single woman in government. It's all men. It's a patriarchy based on the Jewish model. And they have a Jewish panel that serves with them. And these are the people who are mass murderous, mindless, can think only of expansion because their economy isn't working anymore, and never really did work. I could go into the details of that, but that takes us into economics. But beyond that, you have the whole situation of, say, for instance, the ideology of Ayn Rand, who left Russia and instead of a godless communism, created a godless capitalism, which another Jewish individual named Anton Szandor LaVey took as his inspiration for the first Church of Satan. He said it's Ayn Rand with magic. It's simply Randian ritual. And so you went straight from godless communism to godless capitalism, which gave us the corporocracy, which rules America today, where Ayn Rand said corporations are people too. And yeah, that was all part of the movement to give corporations individual identity and individual rights as if they were an immortal person. And not only do they have rights...
And that was her? That was her fault?
She was one of the people behind that movement. There were others, but she was definitely one of the people who was behind the ideology.
Like her protege, what was his name? Brandon... what was his name? Brandon...
yeah, Brandon Young, I'm tempted to say.
Nathaniel Brandon, excuse me.
Nathaniel Brandon, yes. Yeah. But she wrote...
Her protege, or whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
And also, her book, Atlas Shrugged, is free online now because they can't even sell it.
That's true.
From what I understand of Atlas Shrugged, it was never meant to be a public book. It was published only to be an insider's book, and then it gained traction. They never meant for it to be for the masses.
Yeah. Well, it was a joke that I sent to Doug. It was like the Ayn Rand Society was like, get your copy for free, because they can't even give it away. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and I never understood the Chinese slaughter, but I study in the arts, with people that have pretty decent lineages, and China's been raked over the coals for so many years, and the masters of China that lived through the revolutions fled to Hong Kong, and when Hong Kong became unsafe, they fled to America and then Taiwan. And Taiwan is the last stronghold of whatever lineage masters are left. It's really tragic. It really is.
It is, and it's tragic beyond what you know, because I was the last generation of Taiwanese who were raised to consider themselves Chinese. In other words, we're Chinese, but we're here on this island, but we're going to retake the mainland, and we must never forget our heritage. Modern Chinese, or rather postmodern Chinese, the younger generations, are raised to think of themselves more and more as Polynesians or Southeast Asians, and so they speak the classical Chinese, they speak the traditional Chinese, they maintain the language, but they're alienating themselves from their history. So there is, in a very real sense, no China. China is now like ancient Rome, an ideal. You can only consider China an ideal as opposed to something extant. So it's very sad. But when it comes to Ayn Rand, just to give people an example of, you're talking about a Russian Jewess who came to establish godless capitalism as the American ideal. She wrote entire books that corporations are the persecuted minority, to which my gang brother Beaver said, why don't they just divest themselves of all their assets and sell all their stocks and shares, and then they won't be a persecuted minority anymore? But of course that would belay the lie that they're promoting. But beyond all that, Ayn Rand's ultimate essence was the fact that she wanted, if you ever see, say for instance, with Atlas Shrugged, there's an individual, of course, who is promoted as the main character. Just an individual who is supposed to be this great man, the savior. And I'll have to look him up because, of course, the name escapes me at the moment.
I remember this. You talked about this.
Yeah, of Atlas Shrugged, yes. And so it's John Galt. And so a lot of times when you see the protests of the Tea Party and various other, that was in the early days. Nowadays, the alt-right, they'll have like these signs, where is John Galt? Where is my John Galt? And many people think that Trump fulfills the role. But when she wrote about John Galt was representative of this individual who she wrote privately that she admired as the ultimate man. And that was this dude named William Hickman. And William Hickman was this individual who abducted a young underage girl and tortured her to death over a period of weeks, maybe even into months. They don't know. All they know is that she was missing for months. They don't know how long she survived, but he kept sending bits and pieces of her body back to the parents demanding money. And they know that she lived through the bits and pieces that were sent back to them because the bits and pieces were fresh and not necrotic. So in other words, he kept her alive and kept cutting off new pieces of her body, pulling out her teeth without anesthetic, as he would claim and as forensics would prove. And all this to torture her until she finally died within weeks or months worth of time. Ayn Rand said that man should be president. Ayn Rand said that was her ideal of what a man must be, that all men should be like that, because he took what he wanted and did what he wanted to with it. Oh, Heather, you have your hand up for a question, honey?
Yes, I do. I have a question about people that do that for ransom. If they get paid the money, do they still end up killing the person usually?
How do I respond to that? Oh, first go mute again. Sorry, we don't get the echo. Thank you, honey. Oh my God, that echo's maddening. Yeah, it depends. It really just depends. You can't really tell. Each case is different. All I can say is that if you really want the person to pay money, you can understand why you're terrorizing them into doing it. But obviously, when they don't have the money to pay, then what does it become? It becomes an act of pure terrorism, which is what was going on with William Hickman. But for Ayn Rand, this is what appealed to her, that there was, in other words, he knew the parents could not afford to pay any money. And what's also interesting is that because they were a poorer family, nobody put out any money for them. So nobody put out any money to end that little girl's suffering on principle. That is what Ayn Rand felt is what made this society her society. She said, I've won. It's my society. They are a godless capitalist society, and they're not going to put out money to save some worthless little cunt's life. And she used those terms for no other good reason than that she's some stupid little cunt who can squeeze out another stupid little bunch of useless people. So Ayn Rand is a Jewish person who created this godless capitalism, and then you sink into godless Satanism, where somebody like Anton Szandor LaVey says, there is no Satan. He's an atheist. He's using the ritual because he says you can become God or Satan through willpower, through the use of magic. This was taken to heart by someone like Peter Moon. This is why Peter Moon was fascinated by Anton LaVey and was certainly always concerned as to whether Anton LaVey converted on his deathbed. Because we don't know. There's conflicting stories that Anton Szandor LaVey was approached by Christians. I know he was interviewed by Christians because I have a book that was produced by the Christians who interviewed him. And they said, Anton LaVey hasn't held an interview in 10 years or maybe longer. And they said, interestingly, he offered to conduct an interview with us. And he did conduct an interview with these Christians who then wrote a book about their interview with Anton Szandor LaVey. And so towards the end of his life, he might have been changing or maybe feeling desperate, who knows. And then at his deathbed, it was rumored he converted. But we don't know. There's conflicting stories. But Peter Moon was always concerned about that because Peter Moon never wanted that to be true. And Peter Moon was, of course, very much upholding to Anton Szandor LaVey's attitude that there is no God but yourself. But Aaron, you might have encountered some of this sometime.
Yeah, so Peter frantically sent me a story. It's on Rumble. I can send it to you. And it's about a family that combated through Christian prayer Anton LaVey. Mm-hmm. But Ayn Rand's ideology reminds me of Crowley's mythos, which is, do what thou wilt is the whole of the law.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very much circular in nature. There's so many things that come to mind with this. I just kind of lose my track because there's just so many.
You might bring up while we're gifted with your presence, the fact that you personally met Preston Nichols and he did not like Peter Moon.
Yeah, I was just typing about this. So, Preston, and I have to pull the interview off my camera, but he didn't care for Peter Moon, and Preston was just an unruly character. I mean, it was just dysfunction. He lived in a mold-ridden house with no heat or air conditioning. There was no running water. He never showered. He would eat everything it was a microwave meal. one time when I arrived, he was eating a microwave meal that was, I think, eggs and sausage and biscuit. And instead of like putting the Aunt Jemima on the plate, he would eat the meal and then take a gulp of the Aunt Jemima bottle with the top removed. It was just high dysfunction. Now, the thing's buried in his land. I mean, you know, Preston was connected to this other world, and he went to an estate sale. I think I told you this privately, Douglas, but he went to an estate sale in Massachusetts and bought a bunch of boxes of files, and it happened to be Wilhelm Reich's notes. You know, and in his room with the sound, with all of the amplifiers, it was an amazing room. But that's where he would, you know, help people fix their DNA by watching men ejaculate, supposedly. But he had Nikola Tesla's amplifiers that Nikola Tesla actually owned and put together. So it's like this perverse combination of chaos and antiquity. It's very hard to digest entirely, to say the least. But yeah, that's what comes to mind.
Yeah,
I have a picture. I have pictures of and I think we all remember. And Brendan can elucidate, as he has. He has a supreme knowledge and understanding of, you know, the original technology, which is no longer around. I mean, we all used to have to buy an amplifier and a DVD or a CD player and hook everything into everything else. And that's no longer the case because they've, you know, perverted our music. But you've covered so much area in the last 15 minutes. It's like, it's difficult to keep up. It's dizzying, your intellect.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And this is what Peter Moon says is Douglas Dietrich's hatred of the Jews will be his undoing. This is not hatred. This is exposing the fact that we're faced with a challenge. Yes.
I don't think you hate anyone. You take everyone as they come.
Yes.
You're not expressing any of this with malice. It's just historical documentation, which is the beauty of it.
Thank you.
It's just unfortunate that no one is. But in grade school, it's funny. I remember specific paragraphs in some of the history books and social studies books, and you know, they remind the children. It's almost like laughable because they remind the children that the victor writes the story, and then you read the story, and they don't really help you connect the dots that the story was written by the victor.
That's right. That's right. No,
yeah.
very.
So it's right there. It's just not, you know. But yeah. So Peter frantically sent me this Rumble interview of a family that says they, through Christian prayer, killed Anton LaVey. And it's connected to another book. I'll have to send you the book. It's about intercessory prayer, and it's about exorcism. And it was, you know, a difficult book. But yeah, Peter was very into that, and he was very obsessed with that for a moment in time. He became, you know, as you saw, he was frantically obsessed with different things over time.
Yes.
And he would send them to me, and it was interesting. I mean, I enjoyed them all. One of the people I had read already was there's this crazy. He wrote Beyond the Light or something like that, and he was in this Satanist world, and he lost a friend in his garage in a ritual where they were summoning Chirozin. Now I understand why Peter sent me his videos, but I had already read the man's books, and he was just if you watch his videos, I can send them to you. He was absolutely insane. But he lost a friend in the garage to an abyss that formed in his garage. And Chirozin or Corozin, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, is the entity that guards the abyss.
Yes.
And the abyss is what you try to cross to gain access to knowledge or power or die before you die, so to speak, in the occult world. And I think at some point in time, that's what Peter did. And this is mentioned by Israel Regardie.
Yes.
And everyone. And actually, Crowley lost his mind, apparently, crossing the abyss with Corozin. So perhaps Corozin or Chirozin is one of these unmentionable names, but it's always been someone on my radar. It's just all circular and very, very interesting. And, at the point of the evening that we are at, my tired brain does not connect the dots well, so I apologize.
No worries.
The Microsoft, sand timer flipping over and over.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No need to worry about that. That's understood. And just so people understand again, Karl Marx was definitely Jewish and gave the world this ideology of godless communism, which was carried out, of course, by many people who were Jewish, as the Kamazarocracy with machine guns was formed throughout Eurasia, and it gave us this horrific legacy of mass murder, what would be called democide, or the murder of people by their own government. When we take a look, of course, at that Marxism, at that godless capitalism this side of the Atlantic, and then finally a godless Satanism, an ideology that was to inspire Michael Aquino and ultimately infest the entire military-industrial complex, then we are truly left with seeing the damage that has been done with an incredibly small minority. And it's a minority that continually presents itself as the victim, and that they are above the law as victims. And for those of you who doubt that, just take a look at the example of someone whose wife suspiciously dies, and that's Roman Polanski's wife. He just happens to be gone the day the Manson family raids his home, kills his pregnant wife, and then he rapes a young lady, basically a date rape. And here we are, Masonry Beyond the Light. Okay, by William Schnoebelen. Yes, tell us about this.
And so he's absolutely erratic and insane.
Yeah.
But Peter used to talk to me about him, and I had already read about him, and he talked about meeting up with this 11th degree fellow, and he stayed in his apartment, and Peter was obsessed with the fact that he got railed. And, he started out in minor Satanism. I think the item that caught his eye was someone materialized a coin, and this is very common in the Satanist agenda. Mm-hmm. When you can materialize an object, you kind of gain someone's attention, and then God forbid you get invited to an orgy where there's naked people and you can do things you weren't otherwise able to do. And William Schnoebelen talks about all this, but he supposedly converted, who knows, but his books were very detailed. And he did make the comparison to the similarities of the Satanic Order to the Catholic Order. And I don't think it means they're the same thing. I think it means they have the same, hierarchy, so to speak.
Yes, of course.
And he drew the maps and the diagrams and all that. But he was an interesting character that kind of got lost by time. But Peter was obsessed with him. And then that one interview with the family that supposedly said they were the impetus of the demise of Anton LaVey, were trying to just save a young girl who was in LaVey's clutches. Mm-hmm. So yes. I can understand, and I will search this Rumble and send it to you.
Yes, and here's the actual name for. I'll put this into the private message of Aaron Tice first, and then onto the call in the text box. So this is the actual name for the Karl Marx. This is Karl Marx's birth name. And rabbi is not just a position or a title, it's also a name. He was born named Rabbi Moshe Mordecai Levy, and that is the real name for Karl Marx.
Wow.
So people understand how Jewish this guy truly was. And of course, he's got a statue of him in England. The English were hoping that he would destabilize the continent and the Russians. And of course, unfortunately, they were successful beyond their wildest aspirations. And but no one has ever, how would I say it, defamed or, desecrated his grave or his body. And you wonder about the respect given to somebody responsible for so many hundreds of millions of deaths. And between him and Christopher Columbus before him, responsible for even more.
His grave is in Highgate. It's in a very high-end part of London and near where he used to live.
Thank you.
Yeah. So he had essentially royal decree when he was there. Or wait, what would it be called when you're invited? You had
Well, he was definitely sponsored.
Yeah. He was in the highest, one of the most expensive parts of London, even back then.
Well, when you
essentially
look
near Westminster,
when you look into all the old stars, I mean, they were all Eastern European Bloc Jewish, like the Three Stooges. Yes. Everybody was of Eastern European Bloc Jewry.
Please continue. Finish that thought process. Yes, I did.
There was he's still active, but I can't really listen to him anymore. Christopher Everard is a British investigator that kind of marches to his own tune, to his own demise. He was also, robbed many times, and his handlers took all his money. But he exposed to me, because I was following him at the time, that the original circumcision is to be done with the priest's teeth, and the tip is bitten off and the blood is sucked. And to me, that was the last straw that I needed to, turn away from what the Western world worships as the Messiah's chosen people.
Thank you. I always thought it was some Judeophobic myth, like an urban legend.
So did I, but it's not.
It's not. No, I was in denial. I didn't believe it until I found out about the case of all these young Jewish boys, infants, contracting all kinds of sexually transmitted diseases, including lethal AIDS, at a time when AIDS was a death sentence, from these rabbis who were sucking the blood of their circumcised penises.
Yes. It's horrendous, and it's, for most people, it's not digestible in this particular conversation, but maybe if you just have an open mind and do your own research, it's as deplorable as the female circumcision in Africa that happens, or the female, genital mutilation, rather, so these things do exist.
No, worse yet, the fact that they've marked all Americans in general by a Jewish-dominated medical-industrial complex, which is why most Americans become circumcised without their consent. It's just taken that, you want to be circumcised, and their parents, will tolerate their children being circumcised, whereas this doesn't happen in Europe with its strong church background.
Right. I did not circumcise my son, but
thank God.
To balance it out, and thank God my wife, wanted to bring it up to me, and I was, happy to discuss it, and
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. And why would you have to change the body that God created?
Thank you.
On a positive note, before I depart, because I do have to sleep.
Understood.
It's funny. Today I was diving
in regards to that, it could be done under consent later after the age of 18.
Exactly.
As other people have done. It doesn't have to be done before that.
Yes,
if you want to convert or whatever.
The mental issues that are created, the pain pleasure reversals, it's horrendous. But today I was diving into the Hawaiian secret tradition of Ho'oponopono.
Yes.
And it's very sacred to me. I don't know much about it, but I was fascinated by Dr. Hugh Len, and his story was fascinating. He got hired as I don't know if it was the CEO or the psychiatrist that was extremely violent, that couldn't hold employees because the people were so extremely deranged. And he was supposed to sit with each person in this psychiatric ward. And this is all documented. You can all look it up and find it on YouTube, which is what I love about Douglas's information. And he did not sit with a single patient. He meditated over their files with Ho'oponopono meditation, accepting responsibility of how he was the reason these people were having issues. And the entire issue he presented to the world was, most therapists sit down with someone with issues, like, why does he have issues? In reality, they should be accepting why they're the reason for the issue. Anyway, he never met with a single patient, but that psychiatric ward was shut down because everybody was dismissed and nobody was needed in that place, because his grace and his forgiveness and love, basically saying, I'm sorry, please forgive me, over and over in the Hawaiian language, cured every single patient in that psychiatric ward. Now, the problem with Dr. Hugh Len is he was an absolute angel on this earth, but he was handled by a madman. And I detest Joe Vitale, who is the man that handles his information, but the information has to get out there. So there's always like the yin and the yang, and Brendan's talked about this. You need the insanity of a handler who is seeking money and fame to get the word out from someone who is not.
Yes.
So the Ho'oponopono to me is very special.
Yes.
But it's also representative of what I would always bring Peter back to when he would message me. So in the midst of his insane diatribe into insanity,
yes,
you know, he was outlining all of the things that Team Dietrich was criticizing him for, and I was outlining how they were not. But I said, I brought him right back to it because I'm not shy. I'm just diplomatic.
yes.
And I said, this is the Christ principle. You need to practice Ho'oponopono and just not worry about it.
Yeah.
And so in each moment, I think I accidentally triggered him because I kept bringing him back to the Christ principle. Because what is the cross of Jesus Christ if not Ho'oponopono? If you're not accepting everyone's issues as your own, then, you know, you're not accepting the Christ principle. So on a positive note,
yes,
I will leave that there for everybody to research if they choose.
Thank you.
Obviously, everyone's choice is their choice, and I can't control anybody's actions. But Douglas, I sincerely appreciate your answer.
Thank you.
It's more profound than I could have expected in that amount of time. Brendan, your input is always greatly valued, and Aristides, you know, and everybody that donated tonight. I think it was it Heather and
yes,
who else?
Brooke Hagberg and yourself.
Oh, Brooke. Yeah, that's phenomenal. So everybody, please remember that Douglas gives everything for free. He's just trying to pay the rent. Please donate as soon as you can. If there's an extra $10, $5, $50, $100, $200, you know, it matters because it's his life. It's not anything other than his life. He's got to live.
Thank you.
And on that note, I appreciate you all.
And we appreciate you in turn. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Absolutely. Good night. And stay
yes.
safe.
Yes.
Stay safe.
Good
Sure.
night.
Yes.
Good night.
Thanks.
Thank
Yes.
you. All right. That was Aaron Tice. Prayers for himself and his family. And with this, I do want to... Brendan Zogit, help me out here. He was going into, of course, the early Hollywood days, and he was bringing up this Eastern European Jewry. Help educate our listeners that actually the original cinematic hub of the cultural world was Germany. And how this was overtaken by the Jewish people during 2 world wars.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, thank you. And it's profound. It's very important to emphasize that. And I hope people will...
People, it's easily accessible. Like you have Metropolis and these other, blockbusters at the time. They were huge.
Yes.
Even some of the very famous actresses of the period were all German, such as Marlene Dietrich, and many that we don't have access to because, as you've revealed, which is a fact in film history, is that the the nitrate films will decay over time. So a lot of these films were lost to time because they weren't digitized, or there wasn't technology to digitize them. So, but the people of the period knew that, and they referenced, a lot of the early Hollywood films referenced all the German films from the 30s.
Thank you. In fact, Babelsberg was the household name for the early 20th century German film industry. That's the term they would have used instead of Hollywood. So that was it's all the early.
And they had a lot of profound. I mean, they were like profound meaning to the films. They were very philosophical, very Heideggerian and stuff. Like when they were very into this kind of not philosophy, or it is philosophy, but it's like this this way of thinking. They had a very expository way of thinking where it showed the human nature. It showed a lot of things that like even Hollywood doesn't get into. These like deeper aspects of human psychology.
Hollywood doesn't get into shit anymore, other than shit.
No, I mean America is like the most anti-psychological place on earth. I mean, it's a fact.
Yes.
Yeah. So there you go.
Well, Peter Moon was part of that anti-psychology trend with Scientology.
Yeah, there you go.
I
mean, they don't even teach like Jung and Freud anymore. I mean, it's like they don't even cover the basics. Like it's nonsensical.
Thank you. It's appalling. It's appalling, and yet now people need therapy more than ever.
Yeah. Or even if you just like that thing, if you just had the knowledge from even studying, you'd have a leg up. You wouldn't need as much therapy, like in that sense. You know, you would at least be able to, contextualize what's going on with your mind and stuff. But there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been deleted. Like I think, and it's not just me being sensational. Like I think Sigmund Freud, he came to visit the Psychological Congress in the United States a few times, and he said, "I'll never go back to that country. They're all anti-psychological." He's openly ranted about that. He said America is one of the least psychological places on earth, and he never wanted to come back. So.
That's amazing, and it's like it stands to reason. Just so people understand about Hollywood again, I do want to emphasize the fact that the early German and German-speaking filmmakers and actors and actresses, they heavily contributed to early Hollywood. All of that history has been erased. So it's something that is deplorable. But I definitely want people to understand that we have a question from Heather Holman, and she's asking about the, who's that crazy Saint Germain guy? Is that who you're asking about, honey?
Yes.
Okay, so let me do a bit. You'll have to go mute. Thank you, I'll try to respond. Okay, honey. Thank you. I love you. I love you. So let me do my best to do justice to that topic. Honestly, this is it's a bit more challenging, but I'm going to. Let's think of it this way. What's the first thing that comes to my mind about him? In 1743, in London, there was this man who was seen for the first time in that location, who was around 45 years of age. He was expensively dressed. And over the following half-decade, he would become one of the most talked-about people amongst London's high society. And for one thing, there was the fact that he was a virtuoso, a violinist, a composer, and he could speak every single European language with the fluency of a native speaker, and he had an encyclopedic knowledge of world history and had certain unusual talents like the ability to remove flaws from diamonds and even turn base metals into gold. And as interesting as all of those things were, there was something even more intriguing or alarming about the individual. Nobody had any idea who he fucking was. People who run in aristocratic circles have family histories that date back centuries. But it's no exaggeration to say that this individual turned up in London in 1743, and he had none of that. People investigated him. They tried to probe him, interrogate him, interview him. All they understood was he was definitely a nobleman because of the way he carried himself and because of his education. But he was also spectacularly so well educated that it was almost as if he had been a priest rather than a nobleman, because it was usually priests. He was also a concert soloist, however, so that eliminated the priesthood. He was also extremely rich, but nobody knew where that money came from. None of it made any sense. But that was 300 years ago, and that was the first time they tried to conduct a formal investigation into the Comte Saint-Germain. It's basically, he was the first human being to attain immortality through alchemy, at least in the Western world. Of course, the Taoists did it first, but in the West, he was the first person to, attain it in the Western cultural spectrum. So that it would be what immediately comes to my mind. But if I try to recall further about the fact that nobody knew where the Comte of Saint-Germain, amongst other names, there was this connection that he had supposedly to Genghis Khan, which eliminates the total independence of the European part, but that gives us the Taoist connection. He was supposed to have been one of the men who was an ambassador to Genghis Khan to relieve the Muslim siege of Europe. In other words, he might have brought about the death of Islam at the time. Islam at the time was the leader in world civilization because their industrial revolution didn't have to go through coal. At the time of the Caliphate of Baghdad, their industry was based directly on oil. So imagine an industrial revolution completely unlike England's, which started with coal and then had to work its way through steam up to petroleum. But in the time of the Caliphate, they went straight for the oil, and their technology developed to a level that would be somewhat equal with ours today, to the point where they had machines that were so independent they considered them to be jinn that had taken to inhabiting the machines, and it was murder to unplug the machine. All of that was destroyed by the Mongols. Now, the Mongols were egged on by Christians in Europe because the Christians needed a second front because the Muslims were winning, and at that time Europe was doomed. Now, one of the men who apparently accomplished this diplomatic coup d'etat was the Comte de Saint-Germain, who then mingled with the Taoists and brought home to Europe the alchemical secret of immortality. So, in terms of his actual birth date, obviously that's incalculable. We don't know which country or town or city he was born in, the man's real name. Even though he was so famous, he was completely obscure. This is why many people assumed him to be a vampire. As a matter of fact, if you look him up, probably that's the first thing you'll see. But from my understanding, he was an alchemist as opposed to a vampire. Mostly known for his prodigious talent as a musician and a composer, amongst the very best violinists in Europe at the time, capable of bringing audience members to tears with the beauty of his music, credited with composing several songs for a popular London opera At some point, he made the transition from celebrated musician to a high society dandy, becoming one of the most anticipated dinner guests in all of London, even though nobody knew who the hell he was. That's something that, of course, is, well, it's almost unbelievable, except for the fact that it's all historically true. The first written accounts from the writer and the politician Horace Walpole, son of the former Prime Minister Robert Walpole, shows how much of an enigma the Comte de Saint-Germain really was. Sings, plays the violin wonderfully, composes, is mad, not very sensible. Called an Italian, a Spaniard, a Pole, somebody that married a great fortune in Mexico, ran away with her jewels to Constantinople, a priest, a fiddler, a vast nobleman. The Prince of Wales had an unsatiated curiosity about him, but in vain. There was another historical record. I think it was the Count of Saint-Germain was recorded as, I think it was around 2 years after the first arriving on British soil, he was finally arrested on suspicion of being a spy. 1745. It was the year of the Jacobite Rebellion, an attempt by Charles Edward Stuart, better known as Bonnie Prince Charlie, to seize the British throne for his father, James Francis Edward Stuart. The details of the arrest are, well, they're scarce. The Jacobite rebels had the support of France, bearing in mind that the Comte of Saint-Germain spoke fluent French. He was instantly suspect. He seemed to be the perfect spy material, so he was arrested and taken in for questioning and interrogation. And the threat of, well, 18th century British justice to hang him still couldn't convince him to tell the authorities anything about himself. He freely admitted that the Comte de Saint-Germain was neither a real aristocratic title nor his actual name. So as far as cover stories go, it wasn't very great. They should have had him swinging by the nearest gallows in a heartbeat, but he had two things on his side during his time in England. He'd made a few friends in very high places, and he was in possession of a natural charm and charisma that would make George Clooney look like a Scottish football hooligan. So, despite the fact that he flatly refused to cooperate in any capacity, the Count was eventually freed without charge. And on his release, he went straight back to the kind of high society life he'd been enjoying before he dined with all the great families and attended all the best parties. By all accounts, a dazzling dinner guest, able to talk with great authority on any subject, especially world history. In fact, he had an uncanny ability of describing important historical events in such detail that it was almost as though he had witnessed them himself. In fact, he said he had been wounded at the Battle of Hastings. Talk about the archetypal international man of mystery. At any rate, what else do I remember? In 1748, he relocated to France. And despite his deep and murky roots, the French aristocracy welcomed him into their midst with open arms. In fact, if anything, they were even more obsessed with the Count than the Brits had been during his time in Paris. He rubbed shoulders with some of the most famous people of the age. This is how we know he existed. The Italian adventurer Casanova, setting up one of the world's first national lotteries, and frequently found himself seated at dinner tables along with the Count. Casanova is famous for having been the greatest lover in history, and yet even he was impressed by the Comte de Saint-Germain's, coxmanship. Saint-Germain gave himself out for a marvel and always aimed. How is it that Casanova described it? I think his quote went something like, if I can only remember, it started as, Saint-Germain gave himself out for a marvel and always aimed at exciting amazement, which he often succeeded in doing. He was a scholar, linguist, musician, and chemist, good-looking, and a perfect ladies' man. So, if Casanova himself says that, Well, that's like Lionel Messi of the soccer world saying somebody's a great soccer player. It's just something like from a celebrity themselves giving a higher compliment to someone whom nobody knows anything about. There was Voltaire, the celebrated writer and philosopher. He gave us perhaps the most famous description of the Comte de Saint-Germain. The Wonder Man, a man who doesn't die and who knows everything. Pretty serious praise from one of history's great intellectuals. And I think probably the most controversial part of the Count's story was when the man said he doesn't die, when Voltaire said he's a man who doesn't die. That wasn't a metaphor. That was literal. You see, when he had been arrested, they did hang him. They did beat him literally to death. But he kept coming back. That's why he ultimately left for Paris after showing everyone in England that he couldn't be put down. In fact, when he was asked, he would simply state openly that he was over 300 years old. And all the evidence in the world proves he was telling the truth. He wasn't an ordinary man or simply an alchemist, but he's where you get another connection in the popular mindset to the vampire as nobility. He's one of the reasons that popular conception developed. But in his case, it was alchemical. He was basically a European Taoist. And because he lived for so long, he was able to attain all of these random skills, the piano playing, the languages. A linguist is called a polyglot. But he spoke every single European language with exceptional fluency. So something had actually sharpened his mind. Something similar to the nanotechnology imprinted in myself. It's the early form of the technology, if you will. And I think it was also his freakish knowledge of European history. Those who heard him talk about events of long ago, as if he'd lived through them because he had. He had an artificially extended life. And his family had actually died hundreds of years earlier. And that's why nobody could figure out who they were or where they came from. We know he was Caucasian, as opposed to an Asian. It was all those tsunami-sized waves he was making in European society. It was only a matter of time before the king himself, Louis XV, the king of France, was waiting for some answers, would be the best way to describe it. His official chief mistress, apparently, there was a thing she had with the count. They both gained his trust, or rather he convinced them there was some kind of secret technique that would revolutionize the French textile industry, and the king clearly believed him because he set the count up in his own purpose-built factory. Now, considering his knowledge of world affairs, the languages he spoke, tailor-made for the world of diplomacy, he began a bit of an industrial revolution. King Louis sent him to Amsterdam. There was a war between the British and the French, the 7 Years' War. He would spend just 2 months in the Dutch Republic, enough time for him to demonstrate this porcelain that he was able to imprint through furnace work, color specialization, and it's like he was running out of things to do. he had this meteoric rise to the very top of French society. Success of that kind of scale always breeds resentment. So while he was away on diplomatic business in the Dutch Republic, that resentment produced some real consequences. And for the first time, several powerful people in the French court were concerned about the level of influence the Count seemed to have gained over the king. One of them was the French foreign minister. It became clear that the Count's peace mission wasn't going to be a success, and they began sowing the seeds of doubt in the king's mind that this strange foreigner could not be trusted, that he might be working against France's interests, and basically King Louis XV issued a warrant for the Count's arrest, but the Count used all that legendary charm of his to convince the Dutch authorities he was being set up, and they seemed to believe him, because rather than extradite him back to France, they allowed him to set sail for England in secret. But this time, the Count spent the following 20 years or so traveling Europe, the length and breadth of Europe, kind of like a wanderer. Our friend Aaron Tice says, I took a deep dive into the Comte de Saint-Germain years ago. I'm glad you're going into this. Yes. Yeah, nowadays people equate him with Mount Shasta, of all places, here in California. At any rate...
yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, tell us about that. Tell us about that.
He's basically become this, like the plot, the foil of a plot. Like, he's become the foil of all these channelers.
Yeah.
So entities will just approach them and give them all this random new agey type info.
Yeah.
And every single time they say, I'm Saint Germain. So there's like hundreds of channeling, like logs of people channeling Saint Germain. And, it's obviously not this being that you're talking about. It's just, that's just what they claim. They'll just tell whatever jinn or whatever entity's channeling these people, giving them these people info, they'll just say, I'm Saint Germain.
Thank you. And it's so frustrating. And it's really just like, it's awful. It's awful.
Yeah.
It's
cheesy. It's cheesy.
It's so cheesy. But do you feel that it's simply people taking an easy out to grab some credit from this individual or these entities, or that these entities are actually using that just as an easy out rather than say that there's some low-level entity?
Yeah, because basically whatever jinn is saying that to people is like it's stuck in the 1700s.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like, its point of reference for pop culture is still stuck in the 1700s. Yeah.
Thank you. But there's so many that are doing that. It couldn't be the same jinn through all the channelers, could it? I mean, or maybe it is.
Yeah, most likely. Or just a lower entity.
Yeah.
Because even the jinn, like, they take things a little more serious.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it could just be, like, whatever spirits from the other side, I mean, you can't trust them.
Yes.
Like, any disembodied spirit, like, they'll lie to you. It doesn't matter, Who
yes. Yeah. Thank you.
They don't owe you the truth. Like, people think, it must be, if it can travel astrally, it must know truth. It's like, no, it doesn't have to tell you that truth.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Heather Holman left. That's okay. Oh my God. Well,
can come back.
Yeah, feel free to come back, Heather. It's just that whenever you talk, make certain that we do something about that echo, because she's got like maybe the cell phone right next to the computer or something. Or something like that.
Yeah, there's something going on there.
Yeah. Anyhow, Star Fox sent me, let me see her email again. So hopefully she got what I had. She said, I did email. So let me tell her, did you not get my emails? Did you? Okay. Did you not recover my emails? In the meantime, come back on to talk, Aristides and Brendan. Cover me while I respond to this young lady. Did we call? Did we call her?
Call who? Star Fox?
Yeah. Aristides?
I don't know, Harry. She should be on.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, let's see now. Star Fox, here we are. Okay, let me give her this. And in the meantime, so how's work? Are you still at work, Brendan?
Yeah, I'm just taking a break now. But I'll have to go into one of these shops here in a second.
Oh, then it's after work. Your work is not yet over, or what?
Yeah, no, I'm still working.
Oh,
but,
Jesus.
I'm just on a break. I'm on a break.
Oh, my God. So it doesn't end till 11:30 or something, right?
Yeah, very late, very late. And then also, I might go into a shop that I'll lose connection. So
okay, understood. Yeah.
It's like it always does that when I go into the shop, no matter who I'm on the phone with.
What kind of shop is this?
It's just a grocery store, but they have like, I don't know, like an FBI office in the basement. I don't fucking know. It's really weird. Like you just like walk into the middle of the store and like the phone stopped working. It's like a jammer. Like it's really weird.
Oh, and so let me tell her, jump onto our call. So here we are, and hopefully she receives that. And with that, let's see now. What about Aristides? So how about any other observations to make about things going on with current geopolitics, Aristides? Okay, here we go. Jump onto our call.
Yeah, there's not much going. I mean, other than the horrible state we're in. I mean, there's like the same status quo.
Oh God, it makes you wish for the days of the 1700s and the Comte de Saint-Germain. I mean, oh my God.
Right. When that was the big scandal, it's like,
yeah,
doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, thank you. Compared to what we're dealing with today, they had it easy. Oh my God. So Heather's back with us. Yes. So dear Heather, how are we? Say hello.
Okay, hello.
Oh, wonderful. There's no echo. How did you do that?
Yeah, I turned off the fan in the bathroom.
Thank you. That technically shouldn't have caused that echo, but I'm glad it worked. That's incredible. And also we got, so like...
Happy birthday. Did you have a good birthday?
Oh, thank you so much. I thought... Don't forget Aristides. His birthday was the day after mine.
Today?
The 21st. It was the 21st.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my dead father's birthday today. But thank you for. I'll take your happy birthday for him, and let's give it to my dead father.
Happy birthday, George.
Yes. See, you know his name. You know everything about me. You're this wonderful human being. You do.
Yes.
And what about the marriage with Vinny? Well, I'm looking for. When's the marriage with Vinny again? You answered it.
You wrote it down on your calendar. Come on.
Oh, that's right. I did.
Next week or something.
Yeah. I like the way she says that. She's the girl who's going to be married, and she says you wrote it down on your calendar next week or something. I love this. Okay.
It's so comfortable. It's very awkward, uncomfortable. Or I mean, it's awkward, comfortable kind of feeling.
Yeah. That's funny. I can't find it. Yeah. Why did I...
November 8th. It's supposed to be November 8th. November 9th, we're having the dinner, and you're invited.
That's right. Oh, my God. That's right. November 8th is the Heath... Hey, I wrote it as the Heath-Vinny wedding. The Heath-Vinny wedding is November 8th, Friday, November 8th, and November 9th, Veterans Day weekend, the wedding feast. Oh, that's right. And I am invited. Oh, my God. We'll see if I can find some way to get down there. That would be delightful. And
we'll see.
Yes, we'll see. And so that having been said, okay, let's Ian West, of course.
No, I had a question.
Yeah.
Regarding the Saint Germain. Do you think that all of the famous people in history knew each other?
Well, famous people in history tend to know of each other. They know of each other.
But back then, before there were phones and stuff, do you think that they corresponded?
It's amazing how well-traveled and how well-connected the original webs of human communications were. You would be astonished. It's amazing how people managed to communicate with each other by courier in the ancient days, and then later on by the kind of letter correspondence systems that developed. It's by that time we did have mail systems. It's very impressive. So because the wealthy and the educated tended to know each other's families, marry each other, that's why they all had these extended family lineal connections, which is why somebody who was from several hundred years before and their family had been destroyed and they were no longer part of that growing system. That's why he stood out like a sore thumb. But when it comes to the fact that they all knew each other, that's what made him stand out even more. So yes, they all, in a very real sense, knew of each other or even directly communicated with each other. Certainly when people were interested in the same subjects, they tended to communicate with each other and find each other because there were so few people working on some of these projects at that time. It's they are just how would I say it? It becomes inevitable that within certain cultures, then you have kind of a network going. Obviously, people in Europe didn't know effectively anything about people in Asia and vice versa, and nobody knew anything much at all about Africa. But the New World, people tended to know more about because they were raping and plundering it, thanks to that Jewish asshole named Columbus, or should I say Zionist asshole, since it was a form of Zionism. That way it doesn't sound too blanket-wise Judeo-phobic. But, yeah, that being said, yeah, to answer your question, famous people tend to know each other.
And wasn't there about 300 years missing in time around the time that he was around?
Oh, are you referring to like, kind of like a...
I think around the 1400s. Yeah, there's like a 300-year period where there's no record of anything.
Okay, so here's where I will be forced into a different topic entirely, but I will respond to that. In the meantime, while I get my head together on that, let's ask Brendan Zoget.
Sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. It's a legitimate question. And I do want to respond to that. But give me a second to get my head together on that, because I have to remember the man who's most responsible for that concept. But it's... Aaron Tice says, with the Comte du Saint-Germain, he says it's almost as if he were perfectly possessed by Lucifer. I'll take that as a compliment. Yes. By the way, shout out to the dear Dennis Marshall. Dennis Marshall is a person who's a wonderful human being who saw right through Peter Moon and Vinnie Barbaric, and Vinnie Barbaric blocked him as a result. But they knew each other for years, decades. And then Dennis Marshall is a Ramtha channeler. He channels Ramtha and got kind of a degree in that. So he addresses me in the emails as Lucifer now. And so that's appreciated. Speaking to the entity directly that owns me as opposed to myself, I don't take offense at that. At any rate, dear Brendan Zoget, tell us, is this the same store where you were accosted by the gypsy when you went outside? Let's see if he is able to even hear us. If he's not, I'll bring Aristides on.
It is not the same store.
Oh, okay.
It's a different store.
It's a different store. Okay, thank you for that.
But they all blend together. I mean, it's all the same junk here in America.
What are you buying? Tell us what you're buying.
Just a snack. Just some snack before I go back to work.
Oh, God. Yeah.
So I got
multi-grain
potato chips and quinoa crisps. So,
mm-hmm. What did they say? At any rate, oh, God.
Quinoa crisps.
Quinoa? What the fuck is that?
It's crispy quinoa.
Oh, God.
It's a grain.
Okay. Green stuff that's been made crispy.
I mean, I could go into it, but I would be an elitist for talking about it.
Yeah, that's right. But the girls love you for that. I mean, gives them something to talk about.
Nothing wrong with the man with standards. There's nothing wrong with it. That shouldn't be a red flag.
Oh, my God.
Only for Brooke.
We know her level is there, where it's at. It's just it's not fair. I'm standing in front of the gefilte fish, by the way, just in case you wanted matzah. You can call out. It's funny how like every store has just like this. What do we call it? Like a obligatory Jewish section. It's really weird. And I'm not saying but it's like they don't eat that unless it's a holiday, so it's just strange, very strange. Not that it's bad, it's just an observation.
Yes, thank you. And aside from all of that, we have a message from Ian West, and of course he says, "I'm home." And again, you just wonder, like, okay, is he expecting dinner? Where does this come from? It's
like he's what's that guy's name from I Love Lucy?
Honey, I'm home. Yeah, I can't remember. Ricky Ricardo.
Ricky Ricardo, yeah.
Yes, and yeah.
So that's Ian every time we're on air, or even talking privately.
Yes, and of course, Star Fox responds. She says, "Oh, I didn't catch it yet because I said, did you recover my emails? Jump onto our call." She says, "Oh, I didn't check yet. Been in bed all day catching up on chores." Like, how does one catch up on chores by being in bed all day?
Well, she's getting paid.
And self-care at the moment, my darling. When she says self-care at the moment, I imagine her frigging herself with a dildo. I'm sorry. Hope she doesn't take offense. Yes, and then says, "I'll try to be on later. Kisses. Thank you, honey. Yeah, make that money first." And yes, the Purple Flame Cult was brought up by Aaron.
Who's that?
I don't know. Tell him about Peter Moon had the Purple Egg cult. Peter Moon said, "Look, you can see my purple egg." Is whenever he was doing his stupid Tai Chi and combat boots.
Yeah, that's awful. It's
just
combat boots is a compliment. He was hiking boots.
Yes, hiking boots. That's right.
The nerdiest footwear you can buy.
Oh, he's such a piece.
Totally nerd fest.
Yes. Yes. So,
which I'm not against it, but I'm not doing videos like that.
Yeah. Making yourself look like an idiot. Yes, I know. He's disgusting. Okay. So I think Aaron Tice says these groups hijack the higher entities. Okay. So he says the Purple Flame Cult, these groups hijack.
They were part of that thing, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So tell us about that. What do you know about that?
Pretty much with what he said.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That was where. That's why I didn't recognize the name. But those are the purple people. They'll claim they're channeling that thing.
Yes.
That being.
Got it.
That's all it is.
Okay. And so give me a moment here while I get my head together. Both of you continue talking. I may even bring...
Well, I'll have to go mute for a second. So
understood.
Carry on then.
Understood. Well, I'll try my best. Okay. So what our young lady, Heather Holman, is talking about, I'll try and cover this topic before we even consider bringing on Ian West. But Ian West is now saying, "Call me. I'm home. Call me." And there you go with that.
It's like he's he's a robot.
It is.
He says it every.
Yes. He's an Autobot.
Wait.
Yeah.
Heather's saying, "Can you add me again?" Yeah.
She's on the call.
Well, that's true. Oh, this is old me.
That's cute. Okay. So Heather Holman asked a question about missing time, about 300 years worth of missing time. So what I recall about this is chronometric alteration is a Russian psyop that denies the Dark Ages. So you've got this new chronology, quote unquote, that denies the Dark Ages. And this is a product of a Russian psychological warfare operation by the Russian mathematician Anatoly Fomenko, who was born in 1945. Even though the published works on the subject are actually a collaboration between Fomenko and several other mathematicians. Now, Fomenko's claims are all a load of bullshit. They are meant to destroy, in particular, the Western sense of morale. Central to Fomenko's new chronology is his claim of the existence of this vast Slav-Turk empire, which he calls the Russian Horde. This is very Tartarian, and it was something that Laura Lee Solomon fell for, which is why I had to learn about it. But he claims that this Russian Horde, this Tartarian, Slavo-Turkish empire, this phantom...
It's very proto.
Thank you.
Like, the precursor to the Tartarian thing, because it's saying that whole sector of time was deleted, and that's why they, those buildings are there and all that.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It seems to be like directly linked to that, when actually the original story is the H.P. Blavatsky more sensible version of the
Thank you.
But they took that and ran with it and fucked it up. So.
Thank you. And just let them know there is a real Tartaria in history that we'll cover later.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So that area is real, but I'm saying also the fact that those buildings weren't built by the civilizations they said they were built by, that is also true, but they make it apparently pro-Russian now or whatever. They're going by this.
Well, anything is pro-Russian that devastates the Western sense of identity.
So that's the point, right? Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what they that's what they do, and that's the horror of it. So let's basically try to explain why this is all crap, because all too many people have fallen for it. Basically, as I said, central to flamenco's new chronology is this proto-Tartarian concept of a phantom empire, which he says played the dominant role in Eurasian history before the 17th century. And all the various peoples identified in ancient and medieval history, from the Scythians, the Huns, the Goths, and the Bulgars, through the Poliane, Dulbi, Drevliane, the Pechenegs, to in more recent times the Cossacks, the Ukrainians, and the Belarusians, the White Russians, are nothing but elements of this single Russian horde. So for the new chronologists of the University of Moscow, peoples such as the Ukrainians, the Belarusians or the White Russians, the Mongols, and the others who assert their national independence from Russia are suffering from a historical delusion. The problem is all the Americans buy into this shit and then become Russian dupes, trying to promote a greater Russian empire. So the Russian mathematician, in service to the Kremlin and the concept of a reunited Greater Soviet Union, Anatoly Fomenko devised this system he calls the New Chronology, that he says firmly establishes the fictive nature of the medieval epoch, meaning the Middle Ages. The University of Moscow professor published a book called Antiquity in the Middle Ages, subtitled Greek and Bible History, in which he argues that the written record of human history should be condensed from thousands of years into hundreds of years. So for Fomenko, history unfolded not over millennia, but centuries. Now, the English edition of this book was published in September of 2003. I know that because I was sent a copy by Laura Lee Solomon, because she bought this hook, line, and sinker. This guy he spread his butt cheeks, he opened up his anus, he dropped a turd, and she swallowed it whole. Basically, again, the title in English was History. That was fucking creative. Subtitled Fiction or Science, with the question mark. This is like a title Vinnie Barbaric would come up with. And it had this lurid cover featuring the crucified Christ, but it's not necessary for anyone out there to ever buy this book to learn about Fomenko's theories. Before the book's translation, he published a 29,000-word summary of his findings online. And this opus, written with a man named G.V. Nozovsky, is grandly titled New Chronology and New Concept of the English History, subtitled British Empire as a direct successor of the Byzantine Roman Empire. Nevertheless, well, how would I say this? You get everything in the title. The title says it all. basically, for those of you who don't know, the Western Roman Empire was a later creation of the Pope. Originally, Constantine had Christianized the Roman Empire, but all that was left of the Roman Empire was in the East. In the West, you had the Visigoths and the conquest of the Gothic tribes, the Germanic tribes, and thus the Roman Empire ceased to exist in the West. It was recreated as Catholicism under the Pope. In the East, of course, you had the Byzantine Rome that became affiliated with Greek Orthodoxy, and then with the fall of Byzantium, then the Russians claimed they were the Third Rome. And therefore, when they say that the British Empire is a direct successor of the Byzantine Roman Empire, they're claiming that the British Empire is a subject of Russia. And it commits, through this 29,000-word summary of his findings online, again, the guy who wrote it with him is G.V. Nosovsky, spelled Nosovski, or K-I-J. Now, J is a Y in the Slavic language. J is pronounced as a Y in the Slavic language, so it would be more like Nosovsky. Yeah, like I said. But when I spelled it out loud, I kind of had a moment of doubt there. These are actual University of Moscow professors, which is what makes this all the more disturbing, because that means in Russia, all of academia is now a giant psyop. In other words, no one is practicing real historical research in Russia. All of history is now perverted towards the ends of psychological operations. So nobody knows what the truth is in Russia. They live in a different universe where the Dark Ages never happened. That's pretty alarming. That is, you're talking to people who are not on your timeline. In Russia, nobody knows your Middle Ages. They don't know that they existed because the new Russian history omits you, when your identity in the West was formed, the Middle Ages, from history itself. If that doesn't frighten you with its implications, I don't know what does. This is why history is so important. That's why I'm a renegade historian, because I expose to you the frightening implications of your military claiming it won World War II. Now, all of this, when you're able to access this, if it's still up there online, because I remember I had to research most of it in my trying to reprogram Laura Lee Solomon from the Russophiliac age direction she took, and I could not reprogram her. She became a Russophiliac, a Russophile, for all intents and purposes, a Russian asset. It commits as great an assault on the English language as it does on English history. They don't even know how to speak the English language of the culture they're trying to deconstruct. But nevertheless, it is an important and illuminating look at this new wave of alternative history, a history that appeals to Russians because it is designed to restore to post-Soviet Russia some of the power and greatness of its past. Now, Fomenko begins by telling his readers, I'm sorry, did somebody say something? By all means, interject. Always gives me a break to drink something and reclaim my voice. Okay, that's our man.
No, this is profound.
Yeah. Thank you.
And there's also, some people may be conflating it with there's also a theory of, and tell me if this is part of it, but one of the popes actually reset the calendar outside of Gregory. They also removed a couple hundred years what the manga One Piece references as the Void Century. So there is an aspect of a time change, but that's more of a calendrical change where it's just it's seen as a different chronology, but they don't actually void out the century. It's just like a shift.
This is what the Japanese are hinting at. Do you remember in Hellsing, the three great sides in Hellsing? What are the three great enemies in Hellsing? The three great factions. The three great factions are the Church of England. That's actually the Helsing organization is the Church of England. It's not M15. It's not an intelligence organization. It's a religious organization. The other is the last battalion of the Nazis, and the Millennium Group, and the other is the Millennium. Yeah, and the other is the Church, the Roman Catholic Church, which launches a crusade against England, and of course, all of those soldiers are wearing their peaked caps, which people would mistake for Klansmen, and that's something I'll have to explain a little bit later.
They're called like the 13th factor. Or
Judas,
right?
Judas Iscariot 13.
Judas, Iscariot 13.
Yes, that's right, because that's counting Iscariot as the 13th apostle, because without him there would have been no Christ, so when it comes to that, it's an important point to make. By the way, so if you ever take a look at the Helsing, shall we say, anime, the Catholic army of the Crusade is wearing capirotes. For people who don't know, take a look at the Ku Klux Klan or Klansmen, and then you'll see what a capirote is. It's the Klan, who are all militant Protestants who hate the church, but they're emulating their enemy, the Roman Catholic Church, which wore that same peaked cap. And it's, well, I mean, I noticed Heather says red hats. So thank you for that. You're thinking of a little Scottish, I think that's a Scottish little monstrosity, or a Welsh, some kind of Celtic monstrosity they call a red hat. But let me give you an example of this. So let's do a screen share here, and people can look up capirote. And as a matter of fact, what I'll do is I'll put the link into the web, into the text box. These are capirotes. These are not Klansmen. These are Catholic militia. So, and this is mostly in Spain. This is in Spain where they wear this. Yes, and so many people.
They had a function. They had a function.
Yeah, it means penance.
So they could meet in secret. Yeah.
There was the meeting in secret, but it's also penance, because if you're on a crusade, you're going to kill people, and it's your way of doing penance beforehand for the killing you will do. And they wear white. Yeah, they wear white because during the plague, the grave shrouds were all white. So they're wearing the equivalent of a grave shroud because they're willing to die for the church. So this is all very important to remember. I will put this into the chat box, and let me handle that before I go back to talking about the subject. And when you speak of the missing days from the other change in calendar besides Pope Gregory, what the anime is alluding to is one of the primary secrets of the Roman Catholic Church. So one of the primary secrets of the Roman Catholic Church is the fact that when Pope Gregory changed the calendar from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, there was several days that were, of course, sacrificed. Several days went missing. So you will notice at least a week's worth of missing time in difference between the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar. And the secret of the church was that during that week was the days in which mankind was saved. And the church eliminated that by changing the calendar so that the church could prevail over salvation. That was one of the secrets of the Catholic Church.
Wow.
Yeah. And that way, if man is saved, there's no need for the church on earth.
But that time still happened.
What's that, honey?
I said the time still happened, so it didn't just disappear.
The days disappeared. The days disappeared.
No, it couldn't.
The days disappeared in the sense of being calendrically recorded. So what happened was...
Still happened.
Well, time happened, but time is relative. Yeah, and it's. I see what you're saying, of course, and I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm not denying what you're saying. but there's a difference between something happening and it being recorded. It's kind of like when a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it. Is it really making a sound?
What about in Korea? It wasn't like, is that the same time in Korea where the guy, the first leader came on and it was 120 years difference?
What? I mean, I think I get what you're saying, but...
It's Vinny. What I was saying is they did the same thing in North Korea. They changed the calendar to when the first of their three leaders, the third one's the new guy. But
got it!
So yeah, like 120 years ago, so now you're 120 there.
No, thank you. No, you're absolutely, yes, thank you, Vinny. Thank you for coming on to clarify that. Now, Vinny, stay with us while I believe what Vinny is referring to is that in North Korea, the calendar begins at the conception of the original supreme leader of the dynasty. So the communist dynasty.
Yeah. Kim Il-sung.
Yeah, Kim Il-sung. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. I would have had to have looked that up. Yeah, it was Kim Il-sung's birth. It's like they started the moment like his parents were fucking or something. Somebody pressed a stopwatch. It was weird. It's like they guessed back to the moment of his inception. Yeah. Meaning when the sperm was supposed to meet the egg. That's when that calendar is supposed to start in North Korea. When the sperm met the egg to incept Kim Il-sung.
Il-sung.
Yeah, Kim Il-sung. Yeah, and so yeah, it goes back.
Our calendar did the same thing for
who knows what day it is anymore.
So who knows?
Yes. But North Korea, that's a world all its own. That's not a country. That's a cult with borders. That's a cult with a military and borders. Yeah. And now they've got troops fighting in the Ukraine. They got troops fighting in the Ukraine now. So we're entering a world war.
Yeah, for sure. And but in South Korea, one of my friends, speaking of cults, is a member of a group that's 3 million members, and I believe that there's a lady in South Korea who is the reincarnated Mother God. So they have Mother God, so they worship Mother God because the logic is you can't have the chicken without the egg. So to have Jesus as the egg, you had to have the mother of Jesus. So that's this Korean lady reincarnated. And it's like $10,000.
We don't know her name, but she's a real person.
It's like 3 million members in it.
All right.
Yeah.
Look that one up. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, I can't even remember what they're called.
Man.
Propaganda and dancing.
Wait, you were stationed in Korea, right?
You were in Korea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you made your friends there. Yeah.
No, actually, it was a lady I worked with who was a really nice lady and everything else. And one time we were talking, she's like, yeah, we believe in Mother God, and they've just basically changed the whole Bible and everything, but they've got 3 million members. I'm trying to think what the name is.
But you met her working with her in Korea, right?
Oh no, I've never met the Mother God. I don't have the money. She charges like $10,000, and she has a husband. So I don't know how that really works. Because he's not Father God, because he was.
No, but I mean, the woman you were working with was a member of that cult.
Yeah, she's a member of the cult, and she's told me about it, and I looked it up, and
right.
I can't remember it.
Pictures of thousands of people dancing happily.
Which side of the Pacific were you working with her in? This side or in Korea?
This side.
Oh, so you met her here in the United States.
Right. She told me about it, and we worked together as a team for a while, so I've talked about it a lot.
Right.
And it was interesting.
We're together as a team doing what?
Selling air conditioners.
That's so weird. Wow, that's so.
In Costco.
Yeah, that's cute. That's adorably cute. That's in Costco. Okay, so you're not a traveling team. You weren't a traveling team going door to door.
I traveled to the different stores. Before that, I traveled all over the States selling knives.
All right. Yeah.
No,
cool.
but he wasn't stationed in Korea. He was in the Gulf War.
Well, I was stationed. I did ports. We did CAX exercises, which are in South Korea. Yes.
CAX.
Combined arms exercise.
Yes. Thank you. Combined arms, and that was the. It must have been part of RIMPAC. I think it was called RIMPAC. Was the various exercises the United States, Korea, Japan were doing together.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, Vinny has been around the block. Yeah.
We did We did Westpac. You know, we were on Westpacs, and probably the best part besides Australia was we anchored in Hong Kong before it was handed over. So we were still there. So we're still there before they handed it over to China, and it was amazing to be anchored in the SvoilAR harbor because we were too big to get in.
Right. No, it was. I mean, I can imagine you were on an aircraft carrier then.
I was on a marine ship. I was on the Tripoli 2000 Marine 600 Navy, everything from Harriers to Apache. So about 1,100 feet long with boats in the bottoms that just flooded, so it could take over a small island.
That's right. That's right. And that was still so large they couldn't bring it into the main harbor then. Right.
And then so we just sat out there and took docks, and it was the best part is we just came from the Philippines, and every maid in Hong Kong was from the Philippines, and it was a holiday where the people do the work of their servants, and their servants go out. So we have drunk Marines getting fine suits made by people on the street that are offering us free beer.
It was incredible.
Maids, great time.
Yeah. No, continue with some descriptions, because it was such a different world back then. I mean, you were so lucky to experience Hong Kong before the communists took over.
Oh, it really was. It was amazing. I mean, that was the good thing about the Marine Corps. There's some, definitely different parts. But I got to Australia, and the best part is because I did these Westpacs, I never got transferred, so I was always stationed in Southern California at either Tustin or El Toro, so 20 minutes from Newport Beach.
That's incredible. That's
a good 18, 19, 20, 21. They still didn't like Marines back then, but once the Gulf War came, all the tie yellow ribbon, everyone that was throwing stuff at us was tying yellow ribbons for us.
Oh yeah, no, it was so hypocritical. It was so,
California.
Yeah, yeah. It really was hypocritical. It really was so bizarre, that whole change of heart. That was like, but that was the whole purpose of the whole exercise, was they wanted to lick the Vietnam syndrome. That's what George Bush Sr. was saying. Yeah, we finally licked the Vietnam syndrome. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, but how are we doing now?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll talk to you later.
Yes, look forward to it. Thank you so much for that, Vinny. Appreciate you. Okay. Semper Fidelis. Okay, and Aristides, what were you going to say? You were going to say something.
I don't know. I forget now.
Oh, was it about, say, for instance, the calendar or missing days?
Oh, yeah, you were talking. Now that I look it up, this flamenco stuff and the new chronology. I had a guy asking about it. He wanted all these books. There's a couple different versions of it. There's like an original one and then a rewrite, maybe with the other guy. And I think there's versions of all that, what would you call it? Revisionist assault on the West, that say, oh, there's 1,000 years, it's 100 years, it's 1,000 years, that they're trying to adjust things by.
Yeah. Oh.
You do see this stuff. Yeah, you do.
Yeah. No, thank you for bringing that up. And your own impression and any other thoughts on this, feel free to share them.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of out there, and especially if you take into account the sources you said, and that attempting to undermine the confidence of the West and all this. So
thank you.
I think that should be taken into account.
Thank you.
There are some interesting anomalies, but I mean, do they really add up to hundreds or 1,000 years missing from history? I don't know. You see pictures of like the graves, that have that are the years. They're not that old, but they're dated with they're fairly recent, but they're dated seem to be missing 1,000 years. It's like, or there could be some mundane explanation. And people like to fixate on little things like that. Like, see, look, it's true. It's true. It's all true. And
yeah,
so the reason that I asked about the time difference is because of the small obsession that I have of the Cadario, that palazzo in Italy, and they can trace all the owners back to the beginning of it, but there's 300 years during the Ottoman Empire that there's missing. So I thought that's what I was asking about, if there was really missing time, because there's no record of the owners and any kind of who lived there or anything like that.
I would presume that what had happened was that the wars with the Turks during the time of the Ottoman Empire would have prevented people from striking records during that period of time. It's the first thing that comes to my mind, but of course I'd have to look at it and just kind of like...
the Ottomans took over Venice at one point. They were fighting the Venetians.
There we are. Thank you.
And Florence. So it's like they were busy warring. Like there was a war period,
Yeah.
Nobody was, or they were warring the people that lived there?
Yeah!
The Italians got whooped. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the Ottomans.
Yeah, and the Ottomans weren't going to allow any fucking history to be recorded.
They had to recruit mercenaries from the Alps, like Germans.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. It was one of the diplomats that owned that palazzo during that time. He was from Turkey, I think.
There you go.
Okay, well, that makes sense. He wouldn't allow any of the Christians to record history during that period of time. Now...
Oh, wow. God knows what could have happened in that amount of time.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have a general idea thanks to other records. But, yeah, the problem now is that people in Russia do not have those records. They're reading this Fomenko revision of history, and they have no concept that the Europeans... In other words, they're the ones missing time. The Russians are missing time.
They're crazy.
Yes, they're under a mad regime. They are under a mad regime. That's the best way to express it. And it is indicative of course, their level of tolerance is gone too far. They tolerate too much abuse in Russia from their regimes, and they become masochists and just seek to be punished. So I'm reading what
people create their own problems.
They do, in a very real sense. So in terms of the so tell us a little bit about what you entered in the chat box or the text box, Brendan, about the Void Century, because this is an intriguing concept from an anime about the great crime of the world government, and it's there. Yeah, so tell us about this.
Yeah, so this comes from the One Piece anime.
Yeah,
and it's basically the world is ran by this coalition government, which is kind of like our NATO or like the UN, of these 20 kingdoms. This is in One Piece's history, the timeline or the backstory, the lore, the lore of One Piece. It's ran by these 20 kingdoms that is supposed to be like a coalition government, and they have what's called the empty throne, where the king of the world, if anyone were to sit there, they'd become the king of the world. But theoretically, it's empty. But there's actually a being that's been either deleted from history, or it's basically this mysterious character that runs the One Piece world that sits in the throne, but is completely unknown to all the kingdoms and all the governments. And the Marines, there's the force basically the military power of this group is called the Marines. And they run, because it's a world of a bunch of islands. It's basically a flooded world where every island has a different civilization, different people that have been separated for 900 years. So it's like a post-Diluvian kind of archipelago world where everything's an island. That's why there's so many pirates. And so in that story, it's saying the Void Century, the historical void, in Japanese it's called Kuhaku no Rikishi, the century-long period from 900 to 800 years in their timeline, where there's no recorded archaeological history, and pardon me, for unknown reasons, the research into this is considered the greatest crime by the world government, and the events of the period are basically what's driving the plot forward now, towards the end of the story, is uncovering what happened in that 100 years and all this stuff about the original pirates, the first pirates, and all that, and how they relate to the king of the world that's been ruling in secret.
Thank you. Well,
so there you go.
Yeah, what's so important about this parallel, what the Japanese are talking about, this Void Century, think of our 20th century, and what I've been trying to tell people about the plague that killed 100 million people throughout the world, and then shortened the lifespans of 100 million more, known as the American Army and Navy flu. and then the Second World War, which happens afterwards, which basically the Japanese win.
Yeah, he references.
Yeah, go on.
Oda Sensei references these plagues. He calls them like they have different names like sapphire scale and like lead sickness or like lead plague or something.
Yes.
But basically, people like entire civilizations were wiped by these plagues in that storyline.
Yes. Thank you. No, important, and it's also inspired somewhat by Nostradamus, who spoke of this mysterious red lead fleet, as he called it. The red lead fleet, meaning
exactly.
Yeah, kind of a reference to communism. The lead meaning kind of a bunkering or a shall we say an armoring of the ships against atomic warfare. So the red lead fleet would be like a kind of this is a kind of what many people perceived in the Nostradamus prophecies as a greater Zalviets navy that was running rampant nuclear submarines under the seas, this sort of thing, a red lead fleet. All of these are influences, and but definitely understand that when I said you could hide something like the so-called Spanish influenza, where so many people died and 20 million people died in the United States, and we still find their mass graves today in parking lots, or rather under parking lots, and you see that these are mass graves where they didn't even have the capacity to build coffins anymore. They just took bodies and just were burying them, bulldozing them over, and many of these are lost to American history. This would be the example of this forbidden history that the Japanese are alluding to. In other words, people like me are pirates in terms of seeking this lost history and trying to expose it to yourselves so that you understand you're living under a lie. And so far, the greatest... Yes. Thank you. And the
Japanese... in that story there...
Yeah, go on.
Anyone who even talks about the Void Century instantly gets a bounty on their head. Like, they're immediately the enemy of the whole world.
Yes.
And they literally were, like, wiping islands out. Like, they'll, like they have these celestial weapons that can wipe out islands. So, like, if anyone finds out about anything, they'll just completely erase you from history, which is what they're trying to do with people like you.
Yes, as in fact, me above all, they're trying to erase even our conversations. I mean, there are things like, well, Brendan's okay.
People like me.
Yes.
People like me or people like...
Yeah. What's that? Oh, wait, we'll get back to you in a second. What'd you say, Brendan?
I said they'll even reverse your view counts, like those people never even saw you.
Yeah, thank you. Tell them again what happened. You saw the 666 views. We took a screenshot, and then after that, went up a little bit to 669, and then they took it down to 659. Like they erased 10 views for whatever reason.
But definitively, we've been telling people that Douglas's view count on YouTube has been tampered with.
Yeah.
And recently, we saw the Michael Aquino episode was up to 666 views, which we thought was just funny, so we took a screenshot of it, look, it's the, Satanic Chaplain, he's got 666 views. It was synchronistic. Yeah. Then we came back, maybe what?
Just hours later. Yeah.
Yeah, hours later, and the view count had went down to 556 or something like that.
Yeah.
So, if it was likes, then people could go in and unlike it or whatever. Mm-hmm. But theoretically, there should be no way for someone to take back their view. Like, you can't take back a view. So that was done by whatever is being done in the background on YouTube.
Yes.
In the software. That the views went down on Douglas's video, which is unprecedented. I mean, that's not supposed to happen. Theoretically, with the software.
We know it's been happening all the time, but this was the first time we caught it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. It's the first time we saw it.
Yeah.
Definitively saw it happen. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And beyond that, they unpublished my book. So it's just...
Yeah, talk about Void Century. It was as if it didn't even... And it's, so on the book page, if you go there now, you'll see it. It says, this book is no longer published.
Yes.
So instead of saying it's delisted or the author is no longer selling it or no longer available. It says no longer published, meaning they revoked the publication, which is like theoretically not possible because we had the ISBN and everything.
Thank you.
So this is like, I mean, talk about burning books.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I mean,
so this is the situation.
Thank you. This is, everybody,
century.
You are living the void century. You are living the void century based on the precedent 20th century. So we're talking about a continuity of the void century, the erasure. Since I'm speaking of the void century is the 20th century, which you truly know nothing about. And we are in the new century of the world government, quote unquote, to use that term loosely. And they're erasing myself because I'm exposing what happened in the void century. That's what this anime is alluding to.
Exactly.
Because of what I spoke to at Teleport USA when I was sharing with all these Japanese my life story, what had happened in history with the Americans, and all of this was taken back to Japan, and that's when you had this Dietrichonic revolution in anime, and anime completely changed and became very dark, very different. Not dark in a morbid sense necessarily, but it became very, very different, much more profound than it used to be.
Well, that's the thing about One Piece is it the art style and the humor of it and the vibe of it is very upbeat and funny, but the backstory is absolutely dreary. So like the world government is ran by these they're called the Celestial Dragons. They're this group of elites that like they take slaves. They pretty much every island they go to, they treat them like basically their servants. They put their feet up on them. They whip them. I mean, this is like, and it's like this group of elites that knows nothing as to what the higher ups are doing, but they all like they're so arrogant that they wear like this suit that's like an air bubble, so they don't breathe the same air as the commoners and stuff. Like it's like this kind of comical thing the way he does it, but their character is completely irredeemable. Like you just want them dead. Like the second you learn about them in the story, you're like, these people got to go. It's awful. They take slaves, and so these and it's funny, they kind of look like Elvis. Kind of like they make them look kind of funky. Yeah. Well, so it's like, there you go.
No, go on. Any further thoughts on that? Because it's always intriguing, the world of One Piece.
So these celestial dragons run the world, and then there's the elites above them that run everything. They're called the Gorosei, the 5 Elder Stars, and so these people run the politics, but they serve directly under the Dark Ruler or the mysterious ruler. And they're like administering the empire, but supposedly it's a coalition. So every year they convene what's called the what do they call it? It's basically this meeting of all 20 kingdoms, and they go there and make decisions, or so they think, about how to run the world. So, and they all live on top of the world on this place called Marijois. It's on top of the Red Line. I would have to get into the whole storyline of it, but
so
they basically live above everyone else.
Is the geography similar to Earth's, or they're living in the sky?
No, it's Earth. So there's a bunch of islands, and then there's something called the Red Line. It's like a strip of land that separates all the oceans on that planet. Okay. So there's like 4 oceans with a bunch of islands, and then there's one continent that divides it all into 4 parts, and it's called the Red Line, and they live on the Red Line in Pangaea. It's called Pangaea Castle. Okay. So there's a lot of lore there, but basically they take tribute from all the islands.
Yes.
So they go and tax all the islands for food and all kinds of stuff, but they all live on top of that line, that continent.
Okay. But is it at the North Polar region?
No, it's kind of like equatorial. It's like the maps are not very well drawn. It's just like a strip.
No, got it. So it's kind of like the maps from the Avatar universe. Go on. Yes, continue.
Yeah, the Avatar Last Airbender.
Yes, Last Airbender, not the stupid.
Similar to that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, but
Oda also references like Basically, the red line is Jormungandr, is like how he's kind of framing.
Excellent. That's the
blood-soaked serpent.
Yes. Tell the world serpent. So tell them about the world serpent. Yes.
Yeah. Jormungandr is the serpent that encompasses our realm, or Midgard, or it encompasses the whole world tree, actually, all of Yggdrasil. But it's known as the blood-soaked serpent, or the red line, and that is what. Basically, that serpent is what holds the cosmos together, and during Ragnarok, the gods will basically destroy the serpent, or they have to break the red line, which is Jormungandr. So, and that will happen at the end of time. In the final Ragnarok, because there's been many Ragnaroks, but in the final Ragnarok of the destruction by fire. You know.
Thank you. Profound. Yeah. That's profound. So Heather, you were going to say something, or she says, is that Tangia, and she means Pangaea, place real? It was real. When I say that the maps are similar to the Avatar Last Airbender maps, I'm not meaning literally. They're not literally the same. The One Piece map is very different, but they're similar in style in that they're simplistic, is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
But the difference is that with the Last Airbender, Avatar the Last Bender, its mythology is different because what they show in Avatar the Last Airbender is a map of Pangaea Ultima, which is the calculated reconfiguration of all the continents when they all reunite in the far future. So that is One Piece is more, like Brendan Zogi is saying, more based on this Nordic mythology of Jormungandr, the world serpent, the serpent which is like Ouroboros. It swallows its own tail while encompassing the world, and
exactly.
Yeah, and
at first he didn't reveal that, but in the latest, and this is a spoiler alert, but the latest manga that's come out, they go to the land of the giants, which is called Elbath, or the Fable spelled backwards. So it's there's like Yggdrasil is there, and then they reference all these Nordic themes. So he's starting to end the story on this Nordic note with the giants, and there you go. And they worship the sun god and all this stuff, like Odin.
Mm-hmm. Well, if if they're worshiping the sun god, then that brings us back to Japan, and of course the worship of the sun. So
the ultimate. Yeah. So the ultimate. So the main character was revealed to have eaten the rubber fruit, but it's actually not the rubber fruit. It's actually a mythical fruit that gave him the powers of the sun god, which is ultimate freedom. He could basically, he gets these like cartoon, like Tom and Jerry powers, where he has the ultimate freedom, and the lore is that the sun god will bring ultimate freedom and free everyone, and bring happiness and peace. So that's a direct connection to the Japanese mythos. Yeah, and it's called Sun God Nika. It's a very old concept. It's like an old Japanese god that is like off the books, essentially.
Yes, thank you. And so there we have that. And so hopefully Heather's typing something. She can you can say it, Heather. Instead of typing, you can just voice what you're going to say, and then I'll get back to what what I was talking about.
The World Mission Society Church of God is the name of that cult, where the Korean lady is the leader.
All right. Yeah. Well, remember to sign up. What the hell was that? World Mission Society? That's it's yeah, it doesn't sound like anything I'm doing. World Mission Society Church of God. There we are. Yes. Thank you, honey. That's incredible. What a story. And South Korea is full of cults. It is a cultic nation. They are loaded with cults. It's a freaky place. That's it's yeah. By the way, Trekkie General in the chat says, I was startled yesterday. I saw some lady that seriously looked like Peter Moon. I thought for a moment I am being stalked. That's it. Thank you for sharing that.
A lady
yes.
Like Pete Drag?
Yeah. That's no lady. That's no. That's like Dude, that's like what J. Edgar Hoover did drag.
There you go. Like that scene in the first opening scene of Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery.
Yeah.
He's like, "That's no lady, that's a man," and he punches him out or something.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Yes. That's what. Oh, thank God you didn't cut loose and do that to that poor lady who looked like.
Yeah, he basically because they do it comically where the actress is a lady at first and then he punches her and then it's a guy and then on the ground it's a guy wearing the same outfit. So that would be Pete, except he was ugly the whole time. You know?
Yes, that's right. Yes, he always looks ugly. Yes, he couldn't do drag. He'd be like. He would look like what's her name? The woman who everybody thought was Aleister Crowley's daughter, George Bush Sr.'s wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Nancy. No, not Nancy. What's her name?
I can't remember. Barbara Bush. Barbara Bush. Look, then he says that ain't no woman. It's a man.
That's what happened.
That guy, they used to be on Wayne's World, and then his partner, his partner became this tragic, fucking, pathetic loser in Hollywood, who's like, peddling pencils and shit. Whereas, he went on to become a multimillionaire. It's amazing how different the fates were for those two guys from Wayne's World. And now
isn't that awful?
Yeah, it was awful. The other guy had to have open heart surgery twice because the first time the doctor went in, he cut the wrong aorta or the wrong, the fucking other tubes going into the hearts. It's the aorta is the main one. The other ones are the valve. He cut the wrong valve. And,
ventricle.
Yeah, ventricle. Thank you. Yes, and then they had to go in and do it again.
Dang, what kind of cheap-ass doctor did he get?
Oh, some fucked up doctor who was like, this is why they mark, the side that's supposed to be cut. This is why they do this for surgery, but the doctor's still fucked up, probably drugs or something. He sued the doctor, of course, but I don't know if that helped him in the end. His lifespan's been shortened, and he's all fucked up.
No amount of money's worth that.
Yeah, no, and you see it. You see it in the comedy he's in, where he just looks awful. He looks like he's dying, and so Heather gave us a nice, good picture of the World Mission Society Church of God. Their big ass building and shit. And I like the way Vinny said, "Yeah, I said." The lady you were working with," he said, "Oh, I never met her. It takes how much money to meet her and stuff." And I'm like, "No, I meant the lady you were working with who was a member of the church." She was like,
I honestly don't know how they found her. They found each other because it's a strange match.
Douglas,
this is weird. No one used the locker room today. This is weird.
He's talking.
I'm like in a Twilight Zone.
No. Go back to Vinny. Vinny, what were you saying? Yeah. Brendan, of course, is over at work, so he's talking to, there's ghosts in the locker room. Either that or he's not supposed to have girls in the locker room because they want only other girls to escort them. Heather, turn it back on so we can hear what Vinny was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I think a great show idea is everyone can bring their favorite female cult leader.
Yeah!
You got Carlson with Love is One. You've got, she was 16 billion years old, according to her. And she had her followers say, even if they've rejected you and broke up with you, follow them because your heart is true. She died of a drug overdose.
Oh, man.
Not my fault.
Netflix documentary about her.
All right. Yes, I gotta check into more of these. Yes, there's that other poor cult leader that was all blue-faced from using all of that bad or cheap homemade colloidal silver formula.
Oh, yeah, blue.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
By the way, I have some info about that.
Please.
When I get home, I have the pamphlet. I'll read it to you guys. Just remind me.
Cool.
I'll probably remember.
Yes, by all means. And I appreciate that. And okay, so we'll see if we can remember. We'll endeavor to remember to remind Brendan Zogit of that. Always good to find out more about that alchemical formula, which has been rather degraded over the years. So Trekkie General saying Barbara Bush. Yes, Barbara Bush. Okay, the daughter of Aleister Crowley, or she sure fucking looked like it. And let me see if I can get back on track mentally.
They were related.
Yeah, tell us about that.
I just know that one of his family or descendants that I know personally, they told me that Barbara Bush was related to Aleister Crowley. But he knows the actual like lineage of it. I don't remember those things.
Okay, wow. It might be so. She does look strikingly like Aleister Crowley. And these were in the days before we had all the crazy fucking Photoshop to make everything just look that way. This was the old days, and she looked
She
like...
kind of looked like the Queen. The Queen has that look about her too, or the prior Queen.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Not so much, though. Barbara Bush looked more so because she was thick, really thick. I know what you mean about the Queen, but she wasn't that fat. And, yeah, not that Barbara Bush was fat, but she was thick. Chunky by the time she was elderly. And had that Crowley look. It was pretty disturbing.
Husky. She was husky.
Husky. There we are. Husky. Thank you. Yeah. And what else does that remind me of? It was, oh yes. So I can't remember who it was that said that. Let me say, let's look it up. Who said Taylor Swift, Beatlemania. Beatlemania. Okay, so Ringo Starr told the American Songwriter magazine, I think Taylor Swift is the closest thing to Beatlemania for this generation. And that's saying a lot. Again.
You just said that?
Yeah. 2 days ago.
Interesting. I love the new news when it's new.
Not so new. It's 2 days ago, but new to us. And the reason that this is important is because, as I said, Taylor Swift is the daughter of Zina LaVey. And which you don't believe that.
I think that she might be the clone. She could be the clone of her.
Which sounds more reasonable, Heather.
I don't know. Not that it's her daughter. Why wouldn't she? But I don't know. The Zina LaVey, she's also like the same kind of stage performer, right? She's a singer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could run in the blood.
Yeah. So isn't
exactly.
Isn't that backing me up?
Yeah, well, I'm not arguing with you.
Well, before you were telling me, don't say that, Douglas. You got to shut that down.
Yeah, no, don't. You don't want to spread things about Taylor Swift because then people come after you because those people are crazy. That follow
I get what you're saying. The Swifties.
Yeah,
I get it.
With one of your eyes open.
It sounded more clandestine when you said it before, that like it was going to be like the cabal was after him.
Right.
Oh no.
But you just don't want a bunch of teenagers knocking on your door yelling at you.
Yeah, throwing cocktails through your house.
I don't understand why would they even find that offensive?
Oh, anything that you say that's even derogatory or even questionable, like if you go against their narrative, that's all I was saying is be careful.
Well, they don't necessarily have a narrative. They just like Taylor Swift. It's not like they have a narrative that they're married to.
The narrative is who her parents really are, or who's really her parents.
But all these Hollywood families are fake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, people don't know that. Talk about void centuries.
Yeah. There we are talking about void centuries.
People actually believe those like rags to riches stories. I mean, 90% of those are total bollocks. Like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's look at the facts. First off, Anton Szandor LaVey was Jewish, so Zina LaVey is half Jewish, and yet because of her connection to her dad, she really couldn't get that famous. They couldn't allow Zina LaVey to prosper.
It's only matrilineal.
Yes, that's right. It is.
They wouldn't count you. They don't count you as Jewish if you don't have that.
Have the mother, but he probably married. He probably had. She might have a Jewish mother. We don't know that.
Sure.
But,
so you think that she was given up for adoption? Is that what you mean?
That's what I was told. Yeah, that she basically said.
Basically, these elite families, they have the kids.
Yeah.
Then they then they send them to another rich family.
Yes.
So that way they can't be traced who's their lineage, but they're raised in auspice, or what is it called? It's like what they used to do with knights back in the day.
Yeah, what
so
we
it's
call
the same
pages.
style.
Yes. Yes. But it's the same style, but it's the opposite of the European nobility where you want to trace your bloodline and you want people to know it. This is the opposite of that when it comes to Hollywood celebrity status or this kind of media celebrity status. These people tend to come out of quote-unquote nowhere, but they don't come out of nowhere. They're produced. Now, when I say they're produced, I don't mean the way Heather Holman will instantly take that as, see, they're cloned. No, I don't mean that. That's what Ian West would also say. Here's Ian West. He's saying, Xena was a surrogate. It's like, dude, he's hitting it already. He's like, nothing is spelled right here. It's all misspelled. But he said Xena is a surrogate with heavy misspelling. But at any rate,
that's almost redundant saying that now. I mean, they could just
Thank you.
In vitro fertilization's been around,
Yeah, thank you. But the whole thing is, no, she's the daughter of Xena, who just said, here, make her a star. And because she has that Jewish blood in her, then they said, let's make this chick, Taylor Swift, a star. I mean, it makes perfect sense. I mean, there's the Jewish angle makes it all, click. And then they groomed her. And made her a star.
People.
What's that?
I didn't know that Jewish people liked country music.
It is weird, isn't it? Yeah. Touche. That would be the primary argument against it, wouldn't it? Yeah. But then Ringo Starr comes out and says, this is the closest to Beatlemania as Taylor Swift. So it's kind of like there's this passing of the torch sort of deal going on. So
yeah, they should do a collaboration.
No, don't wish that on us. No, we don't need that.
Knowing Ringo, he was saying that as a bad thing because he always hated the Beatle thing. He just did it because he's making money.
Yeah, there's a thought. I don't know the context.
Because he would shut the. Well, I'm gonna say a little bit. But he would people would come up to him and his wife.
Yeah.
And they'd say, Ringo, we love you, and he'd slam the door in their face and say, "Fuck you, don't come to my house," because he wanted he was public about it for years. He said, "If I'm on stage, I'm a Beatle. If I'm not, I'm not." He was very adamant about that. So people considered him to be rude or something, but I mean, he just hated all the attention,
Oh well, isn't he the guy who was playing? Isn't he the guy who was playing the ukulele that I was making fun of? Wasn't he the guy who was doing that?
Ukulele from the Beatles?
No. Which one of them was that? Was one of them? It was one of them.
That was George Harrison.
George Harrison. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Ringo almost never shows up. That's right.
Yeah. He's the drummer, but Ringo's the drummer.
Right. Got it.
His real name is Richard Starkey, by the way.
Right. I didn't think it was Ringo.
Ringo.
Yeah. Which means apple in Japanese.
That figures, yes. And but there you go with that. And then there's the whole John Lennon thing. And if anybody has any further gossip on him, feel free to share it. I mean, I remember that Ed Opperman guy. That was one of the weird things about Ed Opperman was that, he encountered the assassin of John Lennon just before the guy went to do his dirty deed.
Wait, Ed Opperman saw him walk by or something?
He said he was there.
No, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah, tell us, Heather. Tell us.
I don't know. That's just what you just said.
Yeah, so what the way I remember is Ed Opperman said this, is that Ed Opperman is this old fucking lefty, and he was extreme left. He was so extreme left, he was hanging out with, practically the Weathermen and shit. For those of you who don't remember, that was a communist terrorist group. But Ed Opperman was in New York City, and there was...
So was John Lennon.
Yeah, and the yeah, I know. Yeah, that's actually funny, because it's funny, but it's so Ed Opperman claims that he was in this leftist kind of I don't know, political cell group lobby where like a gathering place. What you couldn't call it, it's not a cafe. It'd be like some secret hideout of the left-wing terrorist group or whatever. And he spoke about it in the past, so it's actually on record. He doesn't hide it. He said he was in this place, and that the guy who killed John Lennon, Mark Chapman, I think it was, something like that, Mark David Chapman, something like that.
Mark David Chapman.
Yeah, he was like somehow affiliated with a group and was doing things with them, and that, you know, just before he went to kill John Lennon, he came into the place and had a short talk with Ed Opperman while he was putzing and futzing around, maybe grabbing a donut out of their storage bin or something. Who knows? That's kind of like the impression I got. Grabbing a donut out of the storage bin or something, then went on to, you know, kill John Lennon. So it was like Ed Opperman was the last guy to see him before he did that. Or, you know, of course, whenever something like that happens, everybody says I was the last person to, you know, interact with this. I had one experience, however, where maybe this happens to everybody. I'm convinced I was the last guy to see this fairly famous local... Well, he was well known in the local scene here in Polk Street, San Francisco, and he was just this guy who hung out at the cafeteria and talked all day, and he had a big British accent, so everybody liked his voice, and they would let him talk their ear off at this local cafe, which no longer exists. But there was this cafe on Polk Street within walking distance of my home, which I would even frequent. And but this guy, I would take my mother for walks when she was brain injured after a brain injury. So he would get to know my mother in the sense of seeing me sit her down at the cafeteria for a break during walks. But he killed himself, and I'm pretty sure that when I was taking my mother out for a walk and we waved at him and he waved back, we were probably the last ones to see him alive. He went upstairs and then killed himself, and they held this whole wake for him at this other cafeteria that I actually worked at for a very short while as a busboy when I was, you know, just moved into the area. So it was just, you know, weird. It's just weird. And just all
How do you know? Was it just a feeling that you had that was like a weird feeling?
Well, when we saw him and waved at him, then, you know, he had that kind of, you know, just, you couldn't tell anything was wrong. I mean, you usually can't with people who kill themselves. But after that, we were told, oh, he killed himself. So, you know.
I think that's what, when they train the suicide hotline people, it's like, usually the people that say, I'm going to kill myself, those are the last people.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's usually the people that are like, I'm fine, everything's great. And then they just go kill themselves.
It's so true. It is so fucking true.
Well, there's a pattern that leads up to it, like the isolation is part of the pattern.
Yeah. Well, some of these people are just sudden, like there's no care.
Yeah. Well, with that guy, he was isolated. So Heather is very astute in that regard, in the sense that he may have been in the cafeteria talking people's ears off, but the reality was he was all alone. Get what I'm saying?
No one was listening.
Yeah. Well, people would listen and people liked him, but you see, he had no female companionship because, I don't know, I've run into guys like this and it never makes sense. I knew this other guy named Floyd Buckland who had the same fucking fantasy, and I never understood it, but the fantasy with both these guys, the guy who killed himself and Floyd Buckland, who I have no idea whether he's alive or dead, and I don't really care, but if he killed himself, I would just, you know, step over the body. But anyhow, Floyd Buckland, they both had this fantasy, I want a power woman, a female CEO, a woman who's like a kick-ass dominatrix bitch who runs a corporate, you know, a big corporation. And it's like, what would that woman want to do with you? Right. You know, in both cases, Floyd Buckland was basically like a homeless person who was given a home to house sit by a wealthy landlord who said, like, I don't want to waste my time house sitting my home, so fuck you sit here and you house sit it for free. And so Floyd Buckland, the only reason he had a home was because, you know, he was a house sitter for a wealthy guy, but other than that was, you know, didn't have a pot to piss in. And then you had this other guy who was renting an apartment in San Francisco, but aside from that, obviously he was probably spending more money than he was bringing in, and he wasn't working, obviously, so he was probably disabled or something. Whatever happened, he may have been living off something he had earned as a younger man, but then, you know, what are these fantasies where I want to meet this power woman who, the question is, what would she want to do with either of these men? They're obviously setting themselves up for disappointment.
maybe that's part of the mental illness, is that they're seeking an undesirable relationship that, first of all, it wouldn't even fly because there would be no relationship. That person would not be interested in that person. So they feel even more alone.
Yeah, and you know who else was like that? Peter Moon. Vinnie Barbaric, when he got manic towards the end, told me, yes, I'm in love with the Airbnb queen. You know, there was this chick who was born in Romania, but had moved to the United States at a young age with her parents, got United States citizenship. Either that or was born in the United States and had United States citizenship and had moved to Romania at a young age with her parents, which would make more sense. So she had U.S. citizenship, but she was going back and forth between Romania and the U.S. a lot because she was an Airbnb queen, but her empire was all over the world, and she traveled all over the world. And and she's young, so she inherited from her parents something and became an Airbnb queen through what they gave her and expanded on that through her own initiative. So she was kind of like this personality type, but she basically had everything. And this is what Peter Moon was saying. She already has U.S. citizenship, so she's not going to exploit me for that. She's already rich, so she doesn't need any of my money. And she's young, so she's sexy. And I'm like thinking, well then, what on earth would she ever, in a million years, on a million worlds, want to do anything to do with you? You dumb, stupid, dirty old faggot who's lusting after this woman in your mind. And he kept calling her my girlfriend. My girlfriend! I've lost my heart! Yeah, and then to just get rid of him, he basically...
Wait, that was the twins lady?
Yes, that's the twins lady. That was the twins lady. So then what we're referencing is the fact that he kept haranguing and hounding her at the Romanian, island conferences and shit, and everybody was saying to her, go easy on him. He gives a lot of money. Don't go easy on him. He spends a lot of money. So, don't be too, don't burn him off too unfriendly like. And so she probably tolerated his bullshit, his lingering over her shoulder and breathing down her neck. She probably tolerated it to the point where she was forced to agree to rendezvous with him for the last trip. So on the last trip, the day before he left, he called me and said, my girlfriend called and said she's pregnant. She just found out she's been pregnant for 2 weeks, and it's twins. And I'm like thinking to myself, you stupid old faggot, you don't even know how a woman's body works. If she were pregnant for 2 weeks, she would not know it. There is no test that would show that she'd be pregnant yet, for a while yet. And there's no way it could identify twins because the zygotes haven't even split yet. I mean, this is how dumb this motherfucker was, how ignorant he was of female anatomy. And so then this dumb motherfucker went to Romania, all disappointed, and then she showed up there with her boyfriend just to really rub it in his face and said, I want 12 kids with my boyfriend and shit, just to rub it in his face. And, that's when he started probably dying because, that trip to Romania fucking killed him. Probably started, there's all kinds of things that went down there that got everybody against him, and they just closed the place early. Almost as if it were to get rid of him. They shut down the whole conference early than they ever did before. And
well, they did. They told everyone to go back to Bucharest. That's what he told us.
Yeah.
They straight up said, we're canceling a couple days early. Everyone go back to Bucharest. Leave us alone.
Yeah,
He basically got them kicked out.
Yeah, thank you. He got them all kicked out because he's all crazy and shit. And then they said, kill the motherfucker. And then they took him into the caves, the wet cave, as they call it. The wet cave with back guano. So he's already squirting out Hershey squirts because of his diarrhea, which is, every time he went to Romania, it was, oh, I got the trots, man. Yeah, it's liquid shit. All the way. He was always talking about his diarrhea when he went to Romania. He was always diuretic, and then I had to hold my shit in while I put the diving suit on. Yeah, then I went into the cave. Yeah, by the way, anybody thinks I'm making this shit up, you could hear it on record. This is what the fucker said. Every trip to Romania, then I'm going in the wet cave in a diving suit, and I had to hold my, I'd been all diuretic and had to hold my shit in, and there you go with that. So, he probably crapped on stage while doing his stupid Tai Chi demonstrations.
It's almost like colonics every couple weeks is bad for you.
Yeah, no, you imagine that. Imagine that. Think of it. Just
last time we were talking, I think it was a private convo, but we mentioned colonics. Then I got this advertisement of this like local colonics place, and it showed like the glass tube, and she's like, "I'm cleaning the glass tube so you can see the product of your colonic," and I'm like, "This is." I like blocked the ad. I was like, "I don't want to fucking see this shit."
Thank you. It's
like they deliberately make it viewable so you can watch like the sludge pumping out of you. I mean, that's bizarre.
That's what he was getting off on when he made Paula do it. That's what she was.
They have to go in after every treatment and clean that little view hole, this little glass pipe, so you could see it like pumping.
Yeah,
it's like that's fucking whack, man.
Yeah, who would want that? Who would want that? But like I said, when Paula was bitching to me about Pete, and she was like on the Skype with me saying how that motherfucker, she's already spread like on a gyno table. She's got this shit coming out of her ass instead of her cunt. And that fucker came in and held her hand, and she said his hand just kept opening and closing, just gripping spasmodically because he was so turned on by all this shit coming out through this plastic tube from her, until he finally, she said it was the only time she really saw him with a boner hard enough to create a bulge in his pants, and then finally he wet him. She said he finally ejaculated himself. It was disgusting. There you go. That's Vinnie Barbaric. And Vinnie Barbaric, that's all you will be remembered for. No one will remember you for anything else. And whether it's Paula or myself, we're just glad that you're dying. We hope you fucking die cell by cell, that you feel every cell as it dies, in your brain, in your gut biome.
Eviscerated.
And the final act while dying is shitting out your guts. Yeah, shitting out what's left of your guts.
Holy shit. That reminds me of someone. I was basically some American. I was telling them, yeah, you know what's really good for your gut biome? Sauerkraut. And they're like, what's that? And I'm like, you know, like the stuff you put on hot dogs from Germany?
Yes.
And he's like, oh, you're talking about sauerkraut. And I'm like, dude, I already said that. Like, how is that different? How is that any different?
And that's if you can find the real stuff that's like fermented, which is why it's good for your gut. Not the shit that was like pressure cooked in, like, you know, and then put in a jar.
And then they vinegarize it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm like in the grocery store, just sitting there in the chiller, and I'm like, it's like cooked, like.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Right, so Aristides knows.
Yes.
The real thing.
Yeah, it's like, or just like pickles. I mean, like, just like pickles, like they should be fermented, right? It's like,
so the pickling removes its benefit. Yeah.
Right. No, it's like, oh, just toss in some vinegar. It's a pickle. Like,
yeah. The American version is, as per pretty much everything American, is toxic. Yeah. So what Aristides, which is very astute and the right way to go about it, is you get the fermented version of sauerkraut. Otherwise, it has zero benefit. It's just like eating pickle.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. It's great stuff, and I love the stuff myself.
Do you know that pickles have no calories?
Okay. I don't know.
Nice.
Is that true?
Good to know.
Is that
so
true?
You're on the diet, there you go.
Is that true?
I mean,
it's basically like celery. It's like so little calories that you spend more digesting it.
Got it.
It's basically a 0 calorie food, or it's like a net calories, 0 net.
That's
is what it would be called.
I remember reading that about celery when I was young. Is that celery, you use up more calories chewing the celery than the celery provides. By the way, shout out to Vicky Johnson. Love you dearly. Vicky Johnson says, the Peter Moon Vinnie Barbaric story beyond bizarre. Hello, Douglas, and hello, dear Vicky Johnson. We love you dearly. And then of course Ian West says, I died laughing at the colonic story. And yes, well, you know, let's just put it this way. It's the what was it? When Brendan comes back, we'll see if we can remember what the other thing was that stood out about that. in terms of Peter Moon's insanity. But then we can always return to him later. He'll be a perennial topic that comes up simply because he's inescapable, at least for a while. It'll take a few more episodes at least before we're free of his taint. I mean, he's like stained our experience in life. Just our lives have been tainted by this creep who came in and started preaching his shit. That's it. I remember it now. So we'll wait till Brendan Zogid is done with his little discussion there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah. So
I got back with him. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the point that I was.
It turns out the reason the locker room wasn't used is because they had career day today, which is basically when all the Navy recruiters try and trick you into signing shit.
Oh shit. Oh fuck! Your friend fell for that.
Yeah, one of them. Yeah, exactly. Well, he was basically at the bottom of the barrel. Like, it was either prison or Navy, and he chose Navy. So.
Oh God. Yeah. He might have been better off with prison considering the exposure to radiation. Did they take him in the carrier that was parked off Fukushima Daiichi, or something like that? There was something going on.
No, they COVID. Put him, they basically, during COVID, they pumped them full of vaccines and locked them on the ship and just left them to rot and shit. And he was crying like, I should have never joined. And I'm like, dude, you're government property. They can fucking do whatever they want.
Thank you.
They never tell you that.
It's
basically he got sick as fuck because they gave the military, as usual, as you've exposed. Yeah. We don't want to get you banned, but as you've exposed with the Battle of Los Angeles, they give the Navy the experimental shit. You want to talk about experimental? They gave the Navy the first round that was totally untested. Yeah. And he said his back was all burning and shit. And they left them all on the ship. They literally locked them on the ship and said, you ain't going nowhere. And they were all writhing in pain as their kidneys were shutting down.
Oh shit! That was like that cruise ship that the Japanese just left offshore. Yeah, just
as a petri dish.
Yeah, as a petri dish, just to watch it cultivate. Yeah, so they could see how bad it could get.
So the Navy did the inverse. They wanted to see if the inoculations would work.
Oh my God! Like we said, we don't want it to go too far into that topic because, there you go.
Essentially, your government issue, they can do whatever they want.
Oh, it's true. It's true. Yeah. You're a guinea pig. You're just a guinea pig. Here, look at what.
And then they tried to ship him off. They tried to ship him off to Cyprus or something, and he just barely signed a new. What is it called?
It's something like a contract. I forget the term.
It's similar to a contract. Basically, he signed a contract where he argued with them to get to where he couldn't leave the mainland. So he lucked out because I kept warning him, and I told him everything since before when he started the process. Yeah. I told him everything about from top to bottom about the Edomic concept and who he was going to work for. He has a little bit of a leg up, and so I was telling him about how to get through all that, and with your knowledge, of course. And he was able to negotiate to where he didn't have to leave. He basically doesn't have to leave Virginia anymore because he saw that there was a war coming, and I was like, dude, don't go overseas yet. You're gonna get stuck in some fucking conflict. And so he managed to sign a contract where he's able to stay in the States. Jesus. So that's going to save his ass when the full hot war breaks out.
Yeah, when we go live fire.
So he lucked out. I mean, he's close to his 8 years, so he'll be able to avoid all that shit.
Yeah, that's called a hitch. He's close to his 8-year hitch.
So you saved a life, Douglas.
Thank you. I did. So thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. By the way, I'm sharing screen. This is so we can look at the wit and wisdom of Ian West. This is when I was talking about Columbus and Zionism. Preach, Doug, preach! I'm proud of you. This is when I was talking about Ayn Rand. Yeah. Then I'm home. Call me. Yeah. And then Xena was a surrogate, like it's Stargate or something. And then
a xenomorph.
Yeah. Yes. Xenomorph Stargate. Xenomorph was a Stargate. Then I died laughing at the colonic story. The way you described his pulsating grip on her hands as she was getting Colada size.
Why does he like that? He likes that imagery.
Yeah,
like,
you noticed that.
Like that Pence shit. That
yeah.
Pence
Thank you.
Which I can't repeat because it was so crazy.
Thank you. Was fucking priceless. That has to go in a movie. What movie? What movie would have that? How would you... Good God.
Well, I can just forward him the ad that I saw.
Yeah, there you go.
Live.
He'll jack off over that.
She's like putting this like cotton swab, this giant cotton swab in this glass tube, and it's all brown and shit. It's like, that was awful. Why would they put that as an ad?
To turn people like Ian West and Peter Moon on. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Where they're like, oh yeah.
Yeah. Look at what that girl's doing. Yeah.
It's fucking disgusting.
But what was really disgusting was, as I said, if we're Aristides or Brendan Zogin or myself and we're trying to hit on a girl, we'd be like, hey, try this new drug. It'll take you into a whole new space. But with Peter Moon, how did he approach Marina? What was his pickup line?
Oh yeah, he's like, you gotta try this, you know.
Colonics. Yeah, come on, Marina.
Yeah.
You gotta try colonics.
Oh yeah.
No, he straight up said, I recommend to anybody that wants to improve their whole body function to get colonics. Yeah, that was his pitch.
And then the motherfucker says, you're hypersexualized. And then he uses that.
Fucker.
Yeah, and then he uses that as a segue. But don't worry, Doug's hypersexualized too, from watching his sister get raped by his grandfather. That's before the grandfather turned around to rape him. Yeah, and then she just started to giggle because, like, how else are you going to respond to something so insane?
Well, she didn't respond to him. She responded to when you said, thank you, Peter.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
when I said thank you. Yeah, that's when I said, thanks for sharing that.
Because you can't respond to someone saying that like on someone else's behalf. It's just like, why would you do that?
Thank you. You're right. That's right. I said,
that's crazy.
I dryly said, thank you for sharing that, Peter. And that's when she laughed. Yes. No, it's like this. And then after that, because he was on a roll, then he went into, then the retarded kid got raped up the ass by the cucumber at the yacht club. In this.
And I don't know why it bothers me so much, but the way he said, I don't remember if it was lube, Vaseline, or peanut butter.
Yeah.
I'm like thinking to myself, like, what? Like, that scarred me almost. It's like, okay, who's using peanut butter as lube? This is like, I mean, this is insane. That's when I knew he was really gone.
Yeah.
He was past the point of no return. Like,
yeah, he was out of his fucking mind.
Like, even if that was part of the story, you didn't need to repeat that part.
Yeah, thank you. The detail. The sheer detail. What does that remind us of? Ian West says, God damn it, I didn't mean it like that. Call me. What does that remind me of? Okay. It was Ian West. Remember, he's telling us how Mike Pence kills kids. And he's going into excruciating detail. And I said...
Like the clasping of the bag into the
into the kid's mouth and shit. Yeah. When it ends, the kid's like a goldfish, and just gasping for air, and the plastic.
Oh, and him and Daryl were grooving off that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They were like, oh yeah. Oh. He was literally like, Daryl was moaning. He was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, he was jacking off.
Why was he doing that?
Because he was jacking off. That motherfucker, I'm a disabled vet. Yeah, but I got 3 bedrooms. I don't want to rent them out. I like being alone. So I'll just buy a new house. Yeah, I'll just buy a new house and rent that out. Yeah, he's expanding like a fucking cancer. I'm trying to raise money for rent. Yeah. Jesus fucking.
Yeah, I'm all scraping by working 15-hour shifts. And
yeah.
All you got to do is be a freaking shill.
Yeah.
Make plenty of money.
Yeah, there you go. and then, of course, when Daryl James and Ian West are on together, it's a mutual cocksucking society.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
It too. I was like, oh, Ian will love this guy. And Ian's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, there you go. That's why I had to counteract it at the end by talking about the real German woman and Ukrainian woman who went to Antarctica. Brendan Zogin has something to say about that. Tell people a little bit about the name and how it would be said in German as force instead of Frauen.
Okay, yeah. the Antarktis Besiedlungsgruppe.
Yeah.
Strupa, actually.
Yes.
Let me just make sure, because I sent it to George Knight. I forwarded that as you asked.
Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, he needs that more than any of us.
So it would be the Antarctic Settlement Women, which is what we had before, but I also did Antarctic Settlement Group. So it would be Antarktis Besiedlungsgruppe.
Thank you.
Excuse me. It's a different, when the words are all together like this, as German does, it's tough, because I'm anglicizing it, but it's Antarktis Besiedlungstrupp, like a troop.
Yeah.
So Besiedlungstrupp, the Antarctic Settlement Group.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. Aristides, you were going to say?
Was I? Yes, I remember that. I hope I copied that.
Okay, excellent. If not, Brendan, send him the same thing. Send him the same thing.
I can forward it to you.
Send me the same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Thank
also,
you.
we had the Antarktis Zeidlung-Frauen. That would be a more gender-specific version of it.
Which wouldn't be normal. That would not be the normal German way of saying
That's
it.
what I was telling Doug, is that like the Germans wouldn't reference it as a feminine force. Like,
right.
They wouldn't need to.
But I
think it would just be like the general.
Right. But I think that the Americans wrote it down as such from their interrogations in 1945, because they were interrogating Ukrainian Cossacks who were trying to surrender to the Americans, and that's before the Americans deported them back to the Greater Soviet Union at that time, which had basically devoured Ukraine. And that, of course, was the basis for the James Bond film GoldenEye, which is Sean Bean. The actor Sean Bean was supposed to be descended from one of those Cossacks that had been deported back to the Greater Soviet Union, who had helped the Nazis.
And he was a double agent in that film. Like,
yeah. Something like that. He definitely wanted his revenge. And that, like I said, to me, that was a recent Bond film. And then Brendan Soket reminded me it was like 30 years ago, and I'm like saying, "Holy shit!"
Or more,
maybe even more. And I was like saying, "Holy shit!" because I myself am as old as the entire James Bond franchise. Holy fucking shit! I mean, that's fucking scary. Yeah, that's pretty fucking old. I mean, it's like, but hey, you gotta admit, I'm not aging as fast.
Here, speak of the devils, there's a sticker on this thing that says, in the girls' locker room, no less, America's Navy, and it's a giant eagle. There you go.
Oh my God! Yeah, there you go. So it's one of the recruiters had slammed that in there in some girls' locker.
Yeah, they like stuck it in. Yeah, exactly. They stuck it on there.
Oh, what creeps! Desperate creeps. Yeah, they're all desperate creepers. You don't need these stupid recruiters when all you need is a draft, and you wouldn't need all these stupid recruiters. So
I heard the recruiters. The one I think it's what is it, S3, a sergeant.
I forget.
If you become a recruiter, you basically just get to sit in that air-conditioned box all day and do nothing, which is like those strip mall recruiting agent depots.
It could be. Maybe it's something like that for some people, but honestly, to me, it's like it can be really high pressure because they're so desperate to get recruits now. So you can imagine what it's like for some recruiters. These are like for the recruiters that are in the cities where they actually have a recruiting office. Those are the worst. Those are like, they're desperate. They are desperate to pull people in. So it's just sad. It's just fucking sad.
Right. What happens if you don't? They just they knock you down, or what? Put you back into the force? Or?
Yeah, it's
like, what if you're a sergeant and then you don't get enough recruits? Is that something that
I would assume that they would
get in trouble?
Yeah, I would assume that they would take you out of that position, and there might be some kind of trouble. Maybe there would be some kind of repercussions, like you get sent to combat or something.
Right. That would be the sick twist of fate.
Yeah.
That's why they're always tricking people and shit.
Oh yeah.
Sign here.
Oh no, they're desperate.
They told my friend. Did I tell you about this part?
Yeah.
They told my friend, "Oh, you're gonna get a $10,000 bonus after boot camp," and guess what? He never got it.
Oh no, they'll say anything. Yeah, they'll say that.
They're you'll pay off all your. They told him you'll pay off all your debts by the time you're even out of boot camp.
Yeah,
it'll be all paid.
Yeah. They'll just lie.
And they never paid him.
Oh yeah, they'll just lie, and talk about lying.
And then they tried to say, because he got a DUI after he was at the barracks. So this was way after they were supposed to pay him. But they said, after we reviewed your file, the DUI disqualifies you for the $10,000, even though it was a totally different contract. Like,
yeah.
So like you said, anyway, they'll just pull out some bullshit.
Oh, and they'll rewrite everything. Everything. You'll sign something and you'll find your signature on an entirely different contract. Believe me.
That's what he said. I think that's what he said. They said, "Oh, you never signed it. We never got that paperwork or something."
Thank you.
Classic.
Thank you. You can sign contracts and they won't be turned in. In fact, they'll be incinerated.
That's what happened. What happened.
Yeah. They'll be
right into the paper shredder when you walk out the door.
Yes.
Is there a way to avoid that? Like, can you ask for like a copy? Just be like, you got to copy it right now.
I mean, if you're gonna do that, why bother? They're gonna really fuck you over. It's like
exactly.
Yeah. It's like there's no winning.
You'll end up in the dryer like that one guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like that's what they do. Except, it's they're so fucked up. It's like, just don't go in there. It's just whatever you do, don't go in there. Don't go in. Like I said, with him, he might have been better off going to prison than going into the military. Honestly, when Aaron Tice was on and saying, prison's a bad place to be, of course it is. But it's really not all that different from school or the military or a job in a corporation. It's really... you take a look at what Brendan Zogin is doing is worse than a prisoner's lifestyle, because a prisoner, they can only do so much labor before it's considered cruel and unusual. They're not going to make the prisoners work out in the sun where they all get heat stroke and then,
for 15 hours.
No way would they stretch out, and make them do what Brendan's doing. They would have to give them breaks and all this other shit. So, prison's bad, but... it's not as bad as working for a living. Trust me.
Yeah. As my guru said, he said, America's free. He's like, they're always free. They always claim they're free. And he says, yes, free to work 3 jobs.
Yeah. That's right. You work 3 jobs.
That was an exact quote. He's like, free to work 3 jobs.
Yeah, unless you're Daryl James and say that you had a whole bunch of kids, that you're thrown into wood chippers. Yeah, well, fucking German woman on the moon. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was fathering all these kids. That's all.
And what was his obsession with? He was like, yeah, the wood chippers. Yeah. And why did he keep saying like meat grinders versus wood chippers is a whole different world. So it's just this is bizarre.
Thank you.
I don't remember who said that. I think Ian said wood chipper, but
no, it was Daryl James. He started the whole wood chipper trip. Yeah, Aristides, tell us about your own ideas on this.
And then we were on the moon, and Hitler came in riding a dinosaur. Right?
Did he really say that? Because I don't doubt it.
No, I know. You notice how you don't really know because it's like nearly there.
Yeah, that's right. It's like he didn't say that, but it's almost as he might as well have said that.
No, I sent him a meme about Hitler riding a dinosaur on the moon, and I'm like, yeah, look, it's like, it's the same thing.
Did he respond?
No. I just sent it to Douglas.
Yeah. Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, but he said that too.
Daryl went roast after.
Yeah, we're gonna making sarcastic comments about different projects.
That's right. Well, Daryl was talking. By the way, Aristides and I used to do that while Peter Moon was talking. So did Brendan Zogin and I. We used to do that while Peter Moon was talking. We'd send eye rolls and shit to each other whenever Peter Moon got on another butt tangent. Oh, I saw a guy's butt in the locker room. Oh, I saw a guy's pants fall down on the football field and shit. Yeah.
There you go.
It was like everywhere he went. He was like at the beach. And I was like, what the fuck? Why is he looking? Why are you looking?
Thank you. If we turned that into a drinking game where we took a shot every time Peter Moon talked about seeing some man's butt, we'd be toast. Yeah, we'd be inebriated before
it reminds me of high school.
Yeah.
Like, every time they mentioned the 11th degree or sodomy or... it would be all night. We would just get wasted.
Yes. Yeah. Fortunately.
Awful.
Fortunately, he was only on for 3 hours, except when you needed him to get off. when George Knight was coming on, you needed Peter to get off. Then he'd find
almost like he would be told about that.
Yes, he would. Then he'd stay on for an extra 2 hours, jack himself up on whatever drug they provided him, some kind of methamphetamine or something, and then he'd be off.
Yeah, I kind of wonder. He claimed he was sober, but his face says otherwise.
Thank you.
Like Adderall or something?
Oh, dude, he's all drugged out on whatever it is his handlers give him. It's he's full of shit. He's not clean. He's definitely
breathing.
Yeah. Breathing. Don't even go there. That guy's breathing wasn't worth a shit. And his Tai Chi, he ain't doing shit. He's just literally moving around it's like
breathe in, breathe out.
Oh, what a loser.
I have more graceful movements than that, and I don't practice. It's just the way he was moving was really weird.
It's not even moving. It's kind of like a flailing fish. He looked like a flailing fish. Robotic would give it some degree of definition. If he were robotic, then it'd be more like, what were those old robot dances they used to do back in the day? There used to be that robo dance people used to do.
Mr. Roboto.
Yeah.
The robot.
Yes, the robot. Yeah, you at least would be entertaining. But no, he was just all loose, like he's all lazy and shit. I mean, because he couldn't learn, right? Because Roosevelt Gainey, the black guy who was teaching him Tai Chi, had no arms or legs to demonstrate with. So he's just sitting there, with that.
I almost find it it's almost so incredulous. I mean, I couldn't even, I can't even imagine, you go into one of those Kung Fu studios and a dude has no legs. I mean, it's just, that's almost imagine that. Just how can you even think about that?
Yeah, that's a whole different kind of karate.
Yeah, well, because remember, he's black. He's got the third leg, the elephant trunk. And Peter Moon said, I want that. And he said, yeah, can I get an elephant trunk like that, master? And, and so the guy said, you got to breathe. You got to breathe. You breathe through it. That's what I breathe through mine. That's
all he had left.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Peter thought that was the way. Well.
That image that we were talking about, where it's just a dude in a wheelchair with a giant schlong. I mean, that's just awful. That's awful.
That's
with no legs, no arms. It's just wow.
That's the world of any barber.
Unspeakable.
Yeah, and then the guy would make his wheelchair move with a straw. They have to have the straw. Then he moves the wheelchair with a straw and shit. See, I can blow. I got the strength of the qigong, is what he was saying. And I can even.
Was that really part of his?
That was part of his shtick. Was he was using the fucking straw, and because he can move his wheelchair with a straw. Peter Moon said he's got the breath and shit.
That's just absurd. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I guess the guy's breath was so bad he was knocking students down with it too, because he was eating all that candy. He was obviously toothless. If he's losing his limbs,
when you have diabetes that bad, it comes out on your. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, if he's losing his limbs to his diet, he's losing all his teeth. That's for fucking sure.
Oh, for sure.
So, I don't even want to think about it. Yeah, black guy in a wheelchair, no teeth, no limbs. Yeah. The only thing that would make it perfect would be a big natch, a big fro. And it's.
Oh, he thought he was Afro Samurai.
Yeah.
He had to have had that. He had to.
That was the precursor.
There's no way he didn't,
Yes. Yeah, and then Peter picked up that delusion. I'm Afro Samurai. Yes, except there's no sense
I'm a Moor, but I also can do Tai Chi.
Yeah. I mean, just so everybody knows, the Tai Chi thing was originally a martial art. The idea is to do the motion slow so that the messages go from your brain to your nervous system multiple times. And that way, when you actually do it quickly, then you do it with greater force and much greater accuracy. That's the theory behind the original Tai Chi, but you never lose track of the fact that it's a martial art. And later, the emperor ordered entire populations to conduct the Tai Chi so that the population could defend itself in the case of an invasion. That way, everyone has at least a modicum, of training.
So that's why it became a public event.
Yes. And that way, everyone can monitor each other and say, hey, why aren't you doing the military preparations, which is what the Tai Chi was. So this way, everybody, children and the elderly, could at least have the basic moves down to defend themselves in the event of an invasion. And so then it became social, and then people began to socialize with it. But always remember, the roots are in war, self-defense, and Peter Moon had lost track of all of that. He had no knowledge of any of that. He thought of this as some key to immortality, but that's Taoism, and it's totally separate. And he didn't even understand the Tao. That was like, you know...
No, he subverted it.
Thank you.
Deliberately. Yeah.
Thank you. The man who understood the Tao was the Comte de Saint-Germain. And notice the difference between him and Peter Moon. I mean, this is a guy who gets arrested.
He actually had magnetism.
Yeah. Not only that, they arrest the dude, they hang him, they beat him up, they hang him, and then they said, fuck, it didn't work, let him go.
He went like full Rasputin.
Yeah, he went full Rasputin, and he just, Then he walks out of British prison and says, fuck it, I'm going to France. Yeah, there you go.
What was his ultimate fate? Is there a record of that?
We don't know.
He fell out of the record. He just fell out of the record.
Some say he's still alive.
Yeah.
Possibly.
That's there's no reason not to believe that, considering what we know of him from then.
Fans say he's still alive.
Yeah.
There you go. And
like Elvis,
like Elvis. Oh, well, one thing's for sure.
Like Hitler.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. It's in terms of
saw him in Argentina.
Yeah. Well, he did. You know, the guy got out of Germany. You know that. I mean.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, did he? Like, it seems like when they reference that is that he reappeared in the 80s. So you think he just kept taking trips to the surface? Is that what happened?
Originally, my understanding was that the temperatures of Unterland were different enough, the environment was different enough that he didn't necessarily find it comfortable and preferred to take trips to the surface world. That was my understanding.
Right. That's what it seemed like.
And he really actually preferred to spend much time on the surface world. And the interesting thing is just the sheer volume. I mean, that Hunting Hitler series has been going on forever because of the sheer volume of people who have seen Adolf Hitler. So it's like this guy like shows up at school reunions and shit, and people are like, and they're not lying. I mean, these people are sincere. They're earnest about, their reports.
There were people that spoke to him, that like literally spoke to him.
Yeah, and but in terms of what Peter,
he had some alias, of course, but
what Peter Levenda said wasn't too far off. Hitler did spend time in Asia. He did enjoy Indonesia, and Indonesia is a Muslim nation. But Peter Levenda was trying to claim Adolf Hitler converted to Islam, and what he was trying to do was link Islam and Nazism so that Peter Levenda would basically push the Jewish agenda, saying, see, the Muslims are all Nazis. In other words, see the Islamofascism trope.
Islamofascism, and then like you have Sarian saying Islamocommunism.
Yeah, that Sarian guy, isn't he the dude who misuses the term vril and says vril is supposed to be this negative thing, like they're parasitic?
No, he actually doesn't reference the vril usually.
Okay. Because Judith Ager was watching Michael Sarian.
Oh, right.
He's the Crowleyite guy that did the Atlantis.
I don't know anything about him in Vril, but I've heard of him.
Yeah. Because Judith Ager was watching some dude on YouTube who I thought was Michael Sarian, but somebody was using the term Vril, saying, "Oh, Vril are like parasitic entities," and that's what.
Was that the? It's another Donald. Donald Marshall. Wait, who was the guy who was talking to you?
Dennis Marshall.
Dennis Marshall. Oh, okay, it's Donald Marshall.
Interesting.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's come up on the program before. Like he's the guy who's like, they got like underground facilities, and they're cloning you, and they're taking your consciousness while you're sleeping and sticking it into the clone to run the clone, and then I was there, and the Queen was there, and all these famous people there, and they had like a gladiator arena, and they killed me in front of all of them.
Whoa! Yeah. So Judith Ager bought into this trip because she was talking clones too. Judith Ager was.
Yeah, well, no, that's just, and it's like I'm just really paraphrasing the best I can, but it's a kooky little rabbit hole. It's like, they're cloning people, and they put you in the clone, they kill you, And yeah, Vril is, I think, spelled with 2 L's, and it's like these little lizard demons that like live underground or something. You know.
That's what she was calling me. She was calling me a Vril. You're a Vril, and she said it as a negative, as if I were some parasitic entity. So.
No. And you, I mean, it's going back a ways here in the notes, but you did have a good spot where you really talked about Vril and the other, kind of dimension on the other side of Shambhala and all this stuff. But it's like, and not these little 1 foot tall fucking little goblins. That's what they were making it out like. Vril, little 1 foot tall goblins with buggy eyes and like, okay. Nobody worth a shit is that, but okay.
Yes, thank you.
Like Yoda, but like 100 times worse. Like, oh yeah.
You know what's funny?
Fucking buggy thing.
Yes,
real.
Yes, there we are. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's real. You can look at. It's. I don't even want to look it up. I'm pretty sure the guy's called Don Marshall. That's his whole like shtick.
Okay, so she must have fallen under his spell, and.
It could be or something similar, but.
Yeah.
It's a pretty distinctive thing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
A lot of people talk about like cloning. You could be like Ian West and just talk about cloning, but that's Don Marshall is like a specific thing, a specific like rabbit hole.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And what else did that remind me of? Just thinking along those lines that we had. Heather. Do me a favor here. I mean, see if she's still there and still willing to talk.
Yeah.
How's life? Before I go back.
Life?
What's that?
What did you say?
I was just saying how's life because I just wanted to.
Oh, fine. I'm just cleaning.
Cool. That's cute. That's adorable.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, everything you do is adorable. Okay, so that's Heather Holman. Let's go back to Heather's question, what she was asking about originally. And I'll do a little check into the live stream. Trekkie General was saying, oh my God, I can't breathe because of all the humor, all the shade we were throwing. We were throwing a lot of shade there for a bit. Now we're going to go back to throwing shade, but in a more deeply intellectual sense, I guess, or as intellectual as we can make it. But Fomenko, when it comes to the Russian PSYOP about missing history, basically, he says, well, he begins by telling his believers, or anybody who will listen to him, such as if you accessed his 29,000-word summary of his quote-unquote findings online that I used to find all too easily, New Chronology and the New Concept of English History, subtitled British Empire as a Direct Successor of the Byzantine Roman Empire. So Fomenko begins there by telling people that English history is flawed and broken. He argues that the source texts used to create our understanding of Britain from the Roman occupation to William the Conqueror are all misdated. And to quote his T, incorrect version, this is his language as I cut and pasted it, the time I was looking at this shit when I was arguing with Laura Lee Solomon, incorrect version, ancient and medieval English events am to be transferred to the epoch which begins from 9th to 10th CC, meaning centuries in the plural. Moreover, many of these events prove to be the reflections of certain events from real Byzantine Roman history of 9 to 15 CC. Consequently, the Great Britain Empire is a direct successor of medieval Byzantine Empire. Okay, that is, of course, if you analyze what that sentence means, you get nothing because it's a word salad. It really means nothing. It's meaningless. It's just crap. But, how do I explain this? Basically, according to Fomenko, there were originally 4 sources of historical knowledge. Books, which he refers to as A, B, C, and D, which is really fucking scholastic, isn't it? That's real academic professionalism. The latter 3 were imperfect copies of A, the true history. Over time, as they were copied and recopied, each became so garbled that the 4 books were eventually assumed to be 4 separate histories rather than flawed copies of a single narrative. Therefore, when late medieval scribes set about writing history, they accidentally made history 4 times longer than it should have been by repeating the same history 4 times. And Fomenko believes that this canard, this shibboleth, accounts for similarities he has found in the different periods of human history. More importantly, this discovery allows him to reconstruct the true history by collapsing the 4 histories into a few hundred years. By the way, we're getting another wonderful image from Brendan Zoget. I'll download this. This is attractive, and I like the thematic of that. And of course, Purple Eyes, Alexandria's Genesis. And feel free to explain that, Brendan. If you want to give context to that image, please, by all means do so. It certainly makes more sense than anything Fomenko is spouting.
Yeah, that is the pharaoh Aten.
Thank you.
With the sky dragon of Osiris, which, and I hate to be like this every time, but the Jewish producer that translated it to English for the American audience named that dragon after himself.
Disgusting!
In English, it's called Slifer the Sky Dragon, but that's just the executive producer of the English translation, not even the anime, but when they brought it over to the States, the Jewish guy named it after him instead of calling it Sky Dragon of Osiris.
What a fucking piece of shit! What a...
Isn't that awful?
That's beyond awful. That's disgusting. Yeah. That's disgusting.
Well, it's Edomic. They didn't like...
It is.
About the,
Thank you.
It's sentient. They don't want to admit that Osiris is even a god, you know? Because it's one of the Egyptian god gods.
Thank you.
So there you go.
I appreciate that profoundly. There you go. And it tells us all we need to know about how your media is controlled, and it's not to your benefit. And then we get these Russian guys coming in and making it worse. So Fomenko calls this compressed version of what he calls the fibred. He calls it fibred. He spells it fibred, F-I-B-R-E-D, the Fiber Structure Chronicle. So, or the Fibered Chronicle. The 3 chronicles, B, C, and D, were embedded into A by considering each one as a rigid block and shifting them forward by approximately 333, 1053, and 1778 years, respectively. Now, he's a mathematician, so it'd be 333 years, 1,053 years, and 1,778 years of respective distortions in history that he puts into mathematical equations to make it all look academic, but it's really all just shit. So, how did Dr. Fomenko even decide how far to shift his dates? Well, the answer goes to the heart of why his theory makes so little fucking sense. He says he decided to apply his knowledge of advanced mathematics to the study of history. He began by studying the astronomical phenomena recorded in Ptolemy's Almagest, a text from the 2nd century that catalogued the positions of 1,028 stars and introduced the concept of the epicycle to explain the retrograde motion of the planets. Fomenko is of the opinion that the Almagest actually records astronomical phenomenon from the 7th through to the 13th century. He He detailed his reasoning in geometrical and statistical methods of analysis of star configurations. That's how I translate that from the Russian. The title of his work was Statistical Methods of Analysis of Star Configurations. So he used this, how would I call it, this hoax, to basically, date Ptolemy's Almagest. Now, without my getting into the complex mathematics, because of course it's all shit anyway, there's nothing to really get into, the Fomenko method of analyzing the stars does not quite prove his point. Oh, here we are. So tell us about the Japanese Rōmā Ōshirisu no Tenko-ryu, the sky dragon of Osiris. Yes, tell us a bit more about this, please, Brendan, if you would be so kind. And what'd you say the Jewish guy changed it to? Shlylok? He said Shlylok the dragon?
His name is Roger Slifer.
Schleifer.
So he changed it to Slifer the Sky Dragon. And now even the Japanese, like OCG, which is the original card game, the Japanese version, they have to just slave circuit to his name because no one knows. No one
can find it on searches. Name. In other words, no one can find it on searches unless they change it to the Jewish. That's man.
Isn't that stupid? What? And no other card or no other anime would ever accept that. I mean, Pokemon never accepted that. It's like, how come they allowed him to do that? And of course they deliberately trumped the anime that was based off of ancient Egypt. They made sure to lock that down.
Yes.
Because they considered, just like Sigmund Freud, that Akhenaten was Moses. And all that. So they think that, or they consider themselves to own the whole Egypt story. And this can be vetted, various ways, but they consider that story to be their story because of
Well, let's put it this way: the Jews have it in for the Egyptians because the Egyptians enslaved them, and so they'll fuck them over.
They claim that.
Or at least they claim that. Yeah.
Because the pyramids were there, and the pyramids were already built by the time Ramses was there and stuff. So
I don't think
fabrication was completely.
I don't think any serious scholar or academician thinks the Jews built the fucking pyramids, do they?
No. They can't openly say it, but no one would consider that to be fact.
Thank you.
Because you couldn't do that with forced labor. It has to be specific engineering, very high level technicians. These weren't just forced labor. There's no way.
Yeah, thank you.
You can't build stuff like that with forced labor. It just,
Thank you. Well, it certainly wouldn't be the Jews that built it anyway. I mean, that's forced labor or not. I mean, they're not that old. The pyramids are much older than the Jews.
Precisely. Yeah, precisely.
Yes. So thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
And there are some people what's his name? What are these old Connor McDarry and these very ancient or very old 18th, 19th century authors that got scrubbed. That I'm trying to think of the other guy's name. It's what's that guy that used to talk about Egypt a lot? He was a suppressed author. I'm trying to remember what the heck his name was.
There's so many I forgot. I mean,
oh man, it was it was another one of those weird names, kind of those very obscure names.
Mm-hmm.
But he claimed that the capstone of the Great Pyramid was actually a giant crystal, like a clear crystal, an optical crystal, and the reflections that the sun would project from it were written down by the priests, and that later became Hebrew. So they actually took the language of the high priest of Egypt and made it their language. Which is why Hebrew is such an esoteric language with the Kabbalah and all that stuff. So it's actually a high Egyptian language, similar to the hieratic script. Because that's another thing people misinterpret about Egypt, is that ancient Egypt, they didn't use hieroglyphs as a form of writing. It was done in a ritualistic way. The hieroglyphics were for public consumption. They were for buildings. They were for different reasons, for praising the gods. But they actually had a prose language called hieratic that the priest class used. and it was similar to like ancient Arabic or Aramaic, these kind of like squiggly lines.
Nice.
So they had hieratic script, and that is what was used and later turned into Hebrew and stuff. So he claims, this author, which I'm spacing the name, I'm sorry, we'll have to bring it up again, but that the projections from the capstone of the pyramid were what was written down as the Hebrew script. So there you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
The shadows of the sun. So the sun was speaking to them through that. That's why.
Excellent.
It was a deity. You know, they were able to speak to the sun directly, essentially, through it.
Thank you.
There's one interpretation.
And the cap was a crystal, you said?
Yeah, the capstone was actually a giant crystal. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll find the name of this author because it's important. Because of course they're scrubbed from history.
Now I'm curious if I've heard of them.
It's very obscure. It's like this is like obscurata, like stuff. But I'll find the name in a second.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that. And so when it comes to this, what I was talking about with this guy's numbers. Even though Fomenko assigns a small margin of error to Ptolemy's figures, he must then assume that Ptolemy's values are largely without error in order to arrive at true dates. It's kind of like people say Douglas Dietrich's not Douglas Dietrich because I'm really Douglas Hitler, yet they use Douglas Dietrich for the gematria, which brings them to the number 88 anyway and brings them back to saying it means Heil Hitler. And then they say that's why we know he's a Nazi. And, it's kind of like...
which doesn't make sense. I mean, it just doesn't make sense, the way they circular logic that.
Yes, thank you.
And you notice that Ani Ansaru guy just disappeared afterwards. Like, he never... pursued it. After we deconstructed him.
Yes. Thank you. So this
his name meant Oni.
Yes.
He's a demon. He's possessed.
Yeah, that's all he was. Yeah.
But he kept trying to say, I'm exposing everyone that's possessed. It's just so bizarre.
Yeah. But that's what demons do, right? They go around accusing other people of being demons. Yes. It's
right.
Exactly. Yes. So, Star Fox brings up Eric von Daniken. Is that the man you were trying to... That's not the man.
No, Eric von Daniken swooped that theory from this old author that was forgotten, so he took all the cred.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that Perry Reese? Was that the guy who wrote about the Perry Reese maps?
Perry Reese... No.
The Antediluvian World? Donnelly, the Antediluvian World.
No, it's the
Ignatius Donnelly. Ignatius Donnelly.
Ignatius Donnelly. Thank you, Douglas. You brought it out. That's who it is. Ignatius Donnelly.
Yes, thank you.
And also this guy, Connor McDarty. I sent the book.
Okay.
For Aristides to download if he wants it.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. All right.
So what was the name again?
Ignatius Donnelly. Ignatius Donnelly. Thank you. You had it right. Yeah. Yes, Ignatius Donnelly. Excellent.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah,
which is the guy who convinced Lincoln to do death charges for Atlantis, and then they had to off him real quick after that.
Yes, it's true.
He approved. It was like within a week he got assassinated. He approved the first official U.S. government search for Atlantis, and that's when they assassinated Lincoln.
That's right. Ignatius Donnelly was enormously influential. He had an incredible influence on our concept and our understanding of the past. Ignatius Donnelly is one of the true giants that you hear less and less about because of his being scrubbed from history by idiots like Graham Hancock and shit, that have, the false prophets that have taken
they just swoop they just take it and then say, I thought of this myself.
It's disgusting.
That's what makes it so offensive. Is they never credit anyone, just like what they do with you.
Thank you.
We had this great idea to draft women.
Yes, thank you. Well, basically to draft everyone. Yeah, a three-way draft. We got this great. Yeah. What would
the trans regimen do?
It's like... Well, my concept of the three-way draft is that the male draft, the military should be exclusively a male draft, that the police draft should be exclusively female, but the civil service draft would be for conscientious objectors who didn't want to be police or military, and they could be civil service. That they could deliver Meals on Wheels to old people and shit. And service paramedics and firemen, civil services, paramedics, firemen, etc. So, interns,
Ignatius Donnelly, was this the guy who was American congressman, fringe scientist, known for theories concerning Atlantis, catastrophism, Shakespearean author. That's the guy.
Yeah, I like how they say he's they like basically lump him in. Conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
Everybody good is.
This dude was influential in the early Congress, and they call him conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I know. He's a member. He's in public service, which in those days, was a damn sight more respectable than the shit we got now.
It was the elites. Yeah, that was like the elites.
They need to come up with a better insult to invalidate you than conspiracy theories.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What do you mean you're what are you, a conspiracy retard?
They say that. They say
in a little world where people never conspire to do anything. Oh, how comforting.
Yes. That's
what's so offensive. I had a teacher that he would say, he was like, you guys, he was like trying to debunk it and say, look, do you really think that the world is functional enough to have all these people come together and, lie to all of us? He was saying that it's so dysfunctional that it's impossible to do that. But it's like, that's too broad of a stroke.
Dude, it's the easiest thing in the world. Communism is government by conspiracy. That's all. You all conspire to see who gets distributed what. That's called conspiracy. Your entire military has conspired to make you think they won World War II when all the evidence proves otherwise. Just look at your economy.
And this is the same guy that when we were learning about Chandra Bose and stuff, I told him, I said, look, his family is the people that make Bose speakers.
Yeah.
Like from what I heard from you.
Yeah.
And he was like, wow, I'm going to have to look into that. Like as if it was like a fake, some kind of psyop.
Fake news. Yeah, I believe that shit.
And then recently I actually found the article where I sent it to you, Doug, and it says, his family were freedom fighters and they escaped. And then the founder of Bose was then born in Pennsylvania, but his family was the quote-unquote what they call freedom fighters from India.
Yes.
Which basically meant Nazis.
Thank you. Which meant Nazis and Japanese collaborators.
Yeah, but they didn't go into detail because it was like an obituary. They had to spruce it up.
Yeah, they didn't mention that he was Axis. Sound good. Yeah, thank you. They didn't mention he was Axis. Yes, there you go. That's a.
Well, they tried to paint it. That's why I sent it to you. Maybe we can dig it up and deconstruct it at some point. Sure. But they tried to paint it as he was fighting against the Brits.
Well, he was. He was.
Yeah, he was, but they didn't give the full story, right?
Of course not.
They just said, he was fighting against the Brits.
Yeah.
Freedom fighter.
Yeah, half-truths. Yeah. Of course, all insurgencies need sponsorship, so he had to have sponsorship in order to freedom fight against the Brits, and that was the Nazis and the Japanese. So there you go with that. Indeed, it was the SS specifically I keep calling him Sirhan. Subhas Chandra Bose was working with.
Yeah.
And,
so it was his lineage.
Oh, yeah. Well, his immediate family. I mean, immediate.
Yeah. Literally.
Yeah. And then we've got other wit and wisdom from Ian West. We could use that as a new term for conspiracy theorist. Instead of conspiracy theorist, we'll just call him Ian West.
No. Then I'm out.
I mean, Ian just he took it beyond.
Here's what it says.
Yeah, he's just he gives him a bad
name. Okay. Oh, here we are. This is funny. Got to give him credit. I'm sharing screen. He says, "Of course the Jews," and he spells it J-O-O. Yeah, of course the Jews didn't build the pyramids. If they would have, they would have already taken an insurance policy out on it and blew them up.
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me respond to these people.
Yeah, you gotta admit that is funny. That's funny. Credit where credit is due. Okay, there is some wit and wisdom from Ian West. He does have his charm. Gotta admit, that's why we tolerate him. Barely. In terms of, say for instance, the Fomenko, speaking of conspiracists, any small error in value on the part of Ptolemy could and does throw all of Fomenko's calculations to the wind. Yet, using this lunatic interpretation, Fomenko proceeds to declare that on this basis, all historical chronology is wrong. He claims that the Roman Empire actually began in the 9th century, and its eastern half, condescendingly called Byzantine, was the true model for all history. Now, Byzantine was a derogatory term associated with paganism used by the Holy Roman Empire to discredit its eastern rival, meaning the German First Reich would use the term Byzantine to basically discredit the first Christianized Romans of Constantinople or Byzantium on Asia Minor, straddling the Bosporus. Now, cutting to the chase, Fomenko concludes that British history is really Byzantine history, that the English kings were British renamings of the Byzantine emperors, and that all of this history was fabricated when refugees from the fallen Byzantine capital returned to England in 1453 with the fall of Byzantium, and brought their history to the barbarian island of Britannia. That's it in a nutshell. We'll see if Brendan's finished talking to that friend of his. Did you finish talking to that individual, Brendan? What was it he wanted?
Yeah. Oh, he should have been home by now, but of course the government corruption kicked in, and they didn't inform us of how early he came.
Oh my God, that's awful. Does he get overtime?
Theoretically, but I think it's all right now. There's not much time difference.
Okay. And what was this link you provided us with?
Let me see. What did I provide?
The Public Library UK book.
Oh, that's one of the Ignatius Donnelly books.
Oh, thank you.
For free. The Brits publish it, but the Americans totally scrubbed his name.
Thank you. It's true. It's true. And he was an American nobleman. And that's what makes it so sad. They're discounting their own nobility in America, and then dismissing them as pseudoscientists because they feel he's racist for no goddamn good reason. I certainly find none of his works or expositions to be racist. He's also probably one of his most fascinating books is the book titled Age of Fire and Gravel, I believe, in which he feels that a comet passed over Earth, and that the tail of the comet, full of fire and gravel, created a catastrophic event. Hence, he's affiliated with catastrophism. Of course, something like that is all too possible. And we're faced with city-killer asteroids heading towards Earth right now. They'll probably brush right past us, but you can look this up. Don't take my word for it. Look up asteroids on a near collision course with Earth in the next few days, and they're out there. The idea that a comet would come close to Earth and trail us in a hail of fire and gravel is not far-fetched at all. And they probably have tried to discredit him because it's all too credible, and they feel that that's something the public should not know about. Now, exactly as I was saying about Fomenko, he counts Ken Walsh of Wessex and Sussex, we're talking about 643 through 672, as the first English king, and he says his reign is the British duplicate, or rather reinterpretation, of the Eastern Roman Theodosius the Great, who lived from 378 to 395, or at least ruled during that time. Now, for no particular reason other than the 275-year shift in time that makes it match the new chronology, the new Russian history. But to make them equivalent, Fomenko can only use Ken Walsh's reign over Wessex which was from 647 to 672. Even then, his quarter of a century reign still does not match Theodosius's 16-year stay on the throne. Nevertheless, this error of more than 50%, by a mathematician no less, is still considered a parallel by himself and his professional associates, who are obviously politicized in their motivation. His other parallels, even after a double reordering of Byzantine monarchs, they were themselves duplicated twice, you see, per his reasoning, are still not very accurate. Beorhtric ruled 16 years, is equated to Justin I, who ruled 9 years, an error of almost 78%. Fomenko links Athelbert, who reigned for 6 years, to Justin II, who reigned for 13 years. That's an error of over 100%. He has to combine Zeno's two reigns over a period of, but not totaling, 17 years, to match the English Q-thread of 17 years. Fomenko does manage, however, a couple of good hits, if you will. He links Egbert, the uniter of England, who ruled for 38 years, to Justinian the Great, a restorer of the Roman Empire, who also ruled 38 years. But then he combines King Edgar, who ruled for 16 years, with King Edward the Martyr, who ruled for but 3, and claims they both represent Leo III, the Isaurian, who ruled for, well nigh a quarter of a century, 24 years. He concludes that the names Edgar and Edward are similar, and consequently their union is natural. Of course, the 11 emperors Constantine and the additional emperors named Constans and Constantius were apparently readily distinguished by the barbarians. His entire theory depends on his idea that history is merely the chronicle of the reigns of monarchs, and that the mathematical relationships between their reigns is as sound as the the relationship of two sides of an algebraic equation. This is nonsense of the worst kind, made worse by the fact that Fomenko had to actively rewrite Byzantine history to get his correlation to match the English history he so badly wants to appropriate, requiring tolerances, as I have articulated, of up to 100%. In short, Fomenko cut and pasted the emperors in any order he chose to make them conform as closely as he could to selected monarchs of England's past. But even more damaging to his own argument, claiming that there are mathematical correlations between English and Byzantine rulers, is the fact that he has to discount virtually every other fact known about the two cultures. Fomenko claims that Byzantine history from 1143 to 1453 is a mistaken duplicate of history from 830 to 1143. If this were true, then why would the fictional or duplicate monarchs of the latter period all have coins prominently displaying their names and their portraits? If the rulers of two Byzantine periods and England were one and the same, why should their lives and their loves, their triumphs and tragedies differ so markedly, through error and exaggeration, while the same chroniclers doggedly preserved the length of their reigns, their periods of rulership? For that matter, how can we expect to believe Fomenko's argument, since imperial coinage that documents the succession of the emperors can be gathered from virtually every year from 27 BC to 1453 after the collapse of Byzantium in the years after Christ? How do we discount written Roman history and the great reigns of the past? Further, if Fomenko is correct, we must ignore the Magna Carta of 1215, since England's King John would have been nothing more than a Byzantine fantasy. And paradoxically, Fomenko endorses the reality of the Crusades, perhaps because he thinks the Crusaders brought Byzantine history back to England. If so, one immediately wonders how feudalism, Catholicism, and every structure and artifact associated with the High Middle Ages developed spontaneously in the mere 100 years he allots between Rome and the Renaissance. To suggest that the British built medieval England from a Roman England that he claims lasted only from the 9th to 10th centuries is a feat that contradicts all known ideas about the development of civilization itself. And Fomenko also ignores other lines of evidence. He does not account for the chronological continuity of the Roman Catholic popes or the well-dated series of church councils and papal bulls. He completely dismisses the radiocarbon evidence that dates artifacts from Rome and the Middle Ages to the accepted timetable and not to his own revised Russian chronology. And pushing his Russiist ideas still further, Fomenko argues that our confusion about the true dates derives from the Old English use of the term Year of Grace as a synonym for Anno Domini, or AD, in the year of our Lord, the years after Christ. He extrapolates, maybe the original and now forgotten meaning of a formula, years of grace, differs from one which is accepted today. Maybe it was years in Greece. Oh, of course. How could we be so blind? Greek years, or something like this. And, of course, since he claims Greece was another name for the Byzantine Empire, ipso facto, Christian years become Byzantine years, and England becomes the Byzantine Empire, QED, quod erat demonstrandum, meaning what was to be demonstrated or what was to be shown. Some may also use a less direct translation instead, thus it has been demonstrated. Let me check into the call, see if George Knight has showed up.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
this guy. He was dissing Greek stuff. Oh, fuck him.
Thank you. Yes. Well, he does by the sense of, shall we say, subsuming Greece. He subsumes Greece into his greater Tartarian Russian horde.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Of course, like they do to everybody.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, fuck that. Oh my God, Greece.
I have to think about it. It's like this logical trap of everything is Russian. We're Russian, therefore we're right.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to. By the way, Greece is so fortunate that after World War II, it fell into a vicious civil war, and Greece was profoundly fortunate it did not fall under communism or become divided into two Greeces, one communist and one capitalist. It came very close to that. I don't know how much aware you are of that history.
I know they're both parties there, yeah.
Yeah. And it's it's definitely it is what it is. We came very close several times. The free world is very lucky that the free world is free, considering how close it came to be otherwise. Considering they took the wrong side in World War II.
Fucking commies.
Yeah. Yes. No. Seriously. Fuck the commies. Fuck the goddamn communists.
Every damn time.
Yeah. Based on a Jewish ideology, no less.
Yeah. Oh wait. I just said every damn time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you be correct. Ding 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 ding.
Yes. Thank you.
Right.
Now, even Fomenko has been forced to concede that his argument isn't strong, but he bases his thesis on sound-alike names, even claiming that the continent of Asia really means Jesus' land. Grace derives from the Latin gratia, or thanks or goodwill, and Greece from the Latin Graecia, their word for the Hellenes. Jesus was several centuries too late to get naming rights to Asia, already called that in ancient Greek times, by the way. Now, none of these facts stops Fomenko from also claiming that the name England derived from the Byzantine dynasty of the Angeli. They are not related. Angeli and England are, there's a Slavic term, Angeli. In fact, the dynastic name of the three emperors surnamed Angelus or Angelus is Latin and is a westernized version of its Greek original, which is more like Angeloi. The name England derives from the Old English for the land of the Angles, as opposed to the Saxons. The Angles derive their name from the Latin Angli, which bears no relation to the word angel or Angelus. Angli was the name given to a branch of the river Suevi in Germania. Tacitus, in his book or work titled Germania, from the opera Minore, names the river so, and around 450, the people of the Angli River united with the Saxons to invade England. Check it yourself. I mean, you can look these things up on various historical sites that that you should be able to find without any problems. Just please don't use Wikipedia. That was something that Peter Moon kept doing. Every time Peter Moon would look everything up on Wikipedia, whenever I was talking, you would hear him keyboarding relentlessly, trying to disprove anything I said by looking it up on Wikipedia. Thank you. Brendan, take it from here.
Yeah, he would always find a Wikipedia article and be like, well, it says this, like, you know, and then he was obsessed with the August Derleth thing.
Thank you.
And then all of it. He was just like,
yeah,
you know, just trying to caveat you on something.
Yeah. He's such a piece of shit. And he always failed. Yeah, he could never in any way, shape, or form detract from anything I said. Yeah. Despite the fact that he's looking at enemy sources, it still couldn't. He could never deny what I was saying.
We kept telling him about, like, don't use Wikipedia. He'd be like, reading directly off of it.
Yeah, that's what he would do, and he would say Wikipedia says, and it wouldn't be in a sense of, I'm just doing this like because to show you how stupid Wikipedia is. He'd be reading it as if it were gospel. Yeah, and he's such a piece of shit. Oh my fucking god! And like I said, the only books he ever read were, if he, you know, Aaron Tice says that's if he got that far, was Amazon blurbs, the Amazon summary of the book. He'd read that.
Literally, he would do that.
Yeah. Oh god, he's such. Yeah. Well, you know, enough of that. But you know, so when it comes to Fomenko again. Despite lacking all the facts and any evidence, Fomenko's Weltanschauung. Am I pronouncing that correct in the German, the worldview? Weltanschauung? Or is that Weltanschauung?
Weltanschauung.
Thank you. His Weltanschauung argues that history is... Weltanschauung.
I have to do the German thing and correct your pronunciation.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. That's much better.
Weltanschauung.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So Fomenko's Weltanschauung, his Slavophiliac worldview, argues that history is a massive fraud. Basically, to quote his T, roughly speaking, ancient English chronicles are in fact Byzantine chronicles which were taken from Byzantine to England and then modified in such a way that they seem to speak about events in England. Yet, to make his case, Fomenko has to massacre history and ignore the archaeological evidence from the island of Saxonia and from Constantinople. He has to willfully manipulate the historical record in the very way he accuses the medieval English of doing. And to what end? Well, that answer is quite simple. Fomenko is Russian. So it is not surprising that Fomenko discovered that Russia was the source of universal empire and that its culture gave rise to England.
You don't say.
Thank you. That explains his Byzantine chauvinism.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, for the Russian czars, the Khazars, the Caesars, saw themselves as the legitimate successors to the Byzantine emperors through the miracle of shared faith in what was then the United Orthodox Church. If England could be shown to be Byzantium, then all the advances of England and America are really Byzantine and hence Russian. In other words, this elaborate theory is nothing more than an attempt to bolster the battered and broken shell of the formerly great Russian state and to claim for Mother Russia a small piece of the reflected glory of a world that's passed it by. And of course, in response, Ian West says, Doug, call me! I got some news! It's like, what? It's like, he's right! Flamenco's right! He's gonna say, yes.
Right.
Oh.
Wait, stop the press.
We'll take a vote now. Okay, vote. Heather, Brendan, Aristides, hands up or down? Hands up or thumbs down? Who wants Ian West?
Oh, it's time for Ian. I'm feeling that.
I say yeah.
Pretty. At that point in the night.
Okay, go ahead then. Go ahead. It is. We could use a little levity after.
Great show, Douglas, too, by the way.
Oh, thank you, honey. You're an angel. I appreciate that. Okay, and we got a GIF here from Brendan, and there we are. He said, "Oh yes, I don't blame him." Oh my fucking god!
By the way, I listened through the last one. I want to make a minor point that United States pennies after like 1982 are not made of copper anymore. They're made of like zinc.
I didn't know that. So tell us more about this.
They switched them out of copper in like 82, 83, and you had said you read a report dated like 80 or so.
Yeah.
So
apparently they followed up on that.
Copper. Yeah, what are we doing? Because if you can collect the copper pennies, are worth like 3 cents and something, 3.5 cents.
Holy shit!
Yeah, if you can sort them, and you can build a sorting device. There's instructions online.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, to sort them out from the zinc ones, or whatever the fuck the other. You could tell, like, they're just not as heavy, and like, they have a different ring to them when you tap them. And
oh fuck, I had no idea. I had no idea. Thank you, Aristides. That's profound.
Yeah, it's just like 82, I think. I'll check, but like it's quite a while.
By the way, I'm laughing because
they knew. They're like, yeah, this is it. Well, you know what it was? It wasn't so much that they were like, these resources are getting scarce on our planet, and we really care about the planet. They're like, no, it's worth more money than the face value. We can't have that.
Thank you. There we are. Thank you. So at least sometimes fiscal priorities. Yeah, it can rationalize into environmental results that are positive. Oh my God. Yeah, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. And Brendan, how come you?
Ian is on. Here we go.
Yes. I don't know if Ian's on, but he's on. He's aboard.
I see him there.
No, I mean,
can you hear me?
I did. I brought you on. I did what the boss said.
Thank you, Aristides. Yeah. Look, whenever Doug just says says I'm home, just go ahead and patch me on instead of keep me waiting all night. This takes, it's ridiculous.
Brendan, why did you remove your graphics interchange format? You had it up there saying, here we go, and then you took it down? Did you take it down? Have to verify that before we turn towards Ian, because once we turn towards Ian, it's Ian's show for a bit. Yeah, and
I noticed Brendan tends to shy away when I come on sometimes. So
I notice a lot of people do, Ian. You have that effect on people.
We got to keep those ratings up, Doug. That's why you need me on here.
Oh, that must be it. Of course, that has to be it. So
I laugh at I haven't laughed that hard in a while when you were talking about the colonic story, dude. That was so fucking funny. Like literally, I stopped making my sandwich whenever you're talking about how he's like holding her hand in different strengths as the colonics was rolling out of her ass and shit. Jesus Christ, dude, that needs to be in a movie, dude. That was so fucking funny.
Oh, I'm certain that would be more of a horror film than any kind of comedy. It's definitely his behavior is so revolting. It leaves us all scarred for life. He has left us all psychologically scarred for life.
That was honestly, that was priceless, Doug. Like, I really want to make that movie and have like a symphonic orchestra, going behind it, like a little light melody and stuff. And then, like Peter's just closing his eyes and clenching her fists, and he's like, he opens up and he sees like a kernel of corn go down the poop chute that she ate a couple of days before, and he just gets a hard on from seeing that kernel of corn go through the tube. Like, that is just so fucking funny, man. That was brilliant.
You missed your calling. You need to be a pornography author. I mean, really. That is... How do you come up with this visual detail? The graphic visual...
I'll listen to you. That's all. That was just so classic, man. That was just perfect. That was so fucking funny.
Oh, it's. But Peter was at that level. He was described. The thing you got to watch for is the black scum on your turds as they come out in the. He would go into that level of detail. He was so. It's
disgusting.
Yeah,
it's fucking disgusting. You
want to put it to music.
Yeah, because it shows how pathetic and creepy and sad the old guy really is, That's why.
Well, there we have that at least.
Yeah. I'm coming at this from a John Waters perspective,
I guess. Yes. I mean, John Waters, for those of you who don't know, maybe some of our listeners are too young out there. You'll have to explain to them about John Waters. You met the man, did you not?
Yes, I did meet John Waters, twice.
Why am I not surprised? Was this at various orgies, or what was going on?
He liked my glasses. So that's why we hung out.
I bet. Yes.
You mean like Roger Waters? John Waters?
John Waters, like Pink Flamingos and
not Pink Floyd?
No, like Hairspray and Serial Mom and Polyester and God, what did he do? If you ever
Gabardine.
I've never heard of that.
Oh, it's like a polyester.
Oh yeah, no, I've never heard of that. Yeah, no. But anyway, the news I wanted to tell you guys was that I was fucking talking to these like shipbuilders down here that are like building all the fucking Navy ships and shit. And guess what they're doing down here?
I can't begin to imagine.
They're installing, you ready for this? They're installing icebreakers on all these fucking ships down here.
Okay.
This is what I heard. I mean, this is what I heard from the fucking, from the, what is it called? Like the shipbuilder association people. Yeah, they're fucking,
the Shipbuilders Union.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean, I just see this guy. He comes to the store and buys some Jose Cuervo all the time, but no, he was talking he was like, yeah, man, we're installing all these icebreakers on the front of all these Navy ships. So I think they're trying to break through that ice wall. You know what I'm saying?
That must be it. That must be it. Thank you, Heather. Yes.
What else could it be? Why is our Navy's blowing all this millions of dollars to fucking throw these icebreakers on their ships? So they gotta be doing it to go through this ice wall. I'm telling you.
Oh my God. So Trekkie General in the chat says, if I stop eating solid food, will Peter Moon stop stalking me at the bank at Drag?
Yeah, man. You guys need to let these Peter Moon jokes roll, dude. Just let them roll.
We do need to do that.
They're epic.
Yes, so I would say that the Navy is involving itself, if indeed this is true, and they're equipping various ships with icebreakers. It is because we're in for a conflict at the top of the world where we'll be fighting over who dominates the North Pole. And the United States Navy has no icebreakers. That's the fucking problem. Maybe the Coast Guard has some icebreakers, but we have nowhere near theoretically what the Russians have in terms of numbers of icebreakers. But whatever the Russians produce is shit anyway. So I have every confidence that if it came to a conflict over the North Pole, America and Canada would dominate and basically win the day. But such being said, that would be what I would think about, equipping ships with icebreakers. But as for breaking through the ice wall, what would be the logic if there was an ice wall? What would be the logic of the Navy breaking through it?
Well, for one thing, it could. I mean, I'm just speculating on all this, but Remember that article about Japan has taken over those 7 islands? They've taken jurisdiction over of them. Well, I think our Navy is like, trying to fucking cut through to these 7 islands that they're taking a jurisdiction over. I mean, that's the only thing I could really think of.
Thank you. I mean, it's cute, and it appeals, of course, in the sense. Now, Heather says the ice is always colder on the other side. Heather, why don't you just say these things out loud?
I don't want to interrupt.
No, you could chime in like that. That's always good.
Well, George,
Brendan had a good one earlier. I forgot what Brendan said.
Hi,
but
George.
Brendan had a good one. Oh,
Good
George is here.
evening.
George.
Hello.
yes, welcome aboard.
Thank you for having me, Douglas.
Well,
Thank you.
how long are we blessed with your presence tonight, George?
I've got about half an hour, Douglas. I do apologise. It's a very, very short segment tonight, I'm afraid. But yeah, I'm so gracious to be with you all today. So thank you so much for having me on.
Well, we're grateful to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Heather. How are you, Heather? Sorry.
I'm doing okay.
Are you? I'm so sorry to hear what happened.
I'm getting better and great feats.
Yes.
It's
I do
amazing how
apologise,
resilient our bodies can be.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
No, I'm just relieved to see you on the show. My God.
Thank you. Well, it's
No.
good to see you too.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, much appreciated. Well, I'm glad you're doing all right. You sound very well. So that's the
Thank
main
you.
thing. No, thank you. But yeah, and good evening, Douglas, and good evening, Brendan, and Ian, and Aristides. So
Yes.
yeah, thank you for having me on.
Ever the gentleman. See, this is like, yeah, there we are. Notice how George comes in and introduces himself, unlike Ian West, who says, "I'm home! Bring me on!"
Doug, shut the fuck up.
Fix my dinner! Suck my dick! I mean, it's like, this is what I get in the private messages. It's incredible. Now he's given us the great secret of the ice wall, which he says the Americans might be trying to break through so they can retake what the Japanese have taken. It's like he's got this concept of like the superpowers battling for islands on the other side of the ice wall. It would be appealing. I really wish the world were that endless. Yes. But so what I would like to ask George and I to do is we'd like to take advantage of the half hour George has with us. I'd like him to kind of concentrate on addressing certain topics, of course, but I would take a look at what he wrote in the private messages and ask him to, of course, take a look at the link. I gave him a link in the private messages on Skype.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so he can take a look at that. And also I would emphasize that I will ask you to listen to the original 4 hours before you came on the show. So later on, when you find time, because I did speak about, there's this Russian psyop where the Russians are trying to claim that British history is all really Russian history, believe it or not. And so you do need to listen to the... You came on 5 hours into the show. Just listen to the original 5 hours before you came on.
Yes.
And that will help you. I'll look forward to your response to that on Sunday, if possible.
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Thank you so much, and I will do. So I did review the first 4 hours of the previous transmission before I attended the show. So I did review, yourself and Brendan's. Just to listen in. So yeah, no, just it put things into perspective. That was regarding things like Peter Moon and stuff. But yeah, we won't go over that right now just because of the short amount of time. But thank you. Yes, and do you know what? It's so funny that you sent me that link because that was brought to my attention just yesterday, actually.
Okay.
About the about how the scientists have they have definitely come to that. Yeah, it's substantial at this point in time that there is going to be not just it's not just going to impact Britain with the collapse of the Gulf Stream.
Mm-hmm.
This transatlantic circulation of the water which circulates from the Gulf of Mexico upwards towards Greenland and Iceland and Britain. It's going to impact the world. They're forewarning and really finding this to be a precarious crisis that is imminent, and it's in its pre-conditions or preset. I would say, we're imminent to a catastrophe, a climate catastrophe, a climate crisis, which is going to be extramental in its effect globally, as well as just impacting Great Britain itself, as we've always, we've emphasised in the past, we've brought to people's attention how it will impact Britain, but we've come up with strategic solutions for Britain to counteract that imminent collapse or pre-emanative collapse of the Gulf Stream. But certainly, this is alarming. This brings foretells what's about to happen. Yes. So
well, thank you.
Sending me the link, Douglas. But I actually came across it yesterday.
Interesting.
But yes.
So Ian, if you would be so kind as to tell George what about the icebreakers.
Hey, George, you there?
Yes, Ian. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. No, here I'll tell you what's up. So this guy that he just comes in the store. I don't know this guy. This guy doesn't know me.
Right.
Yada yada yada. And he's like, yeah, man, I work at the shipyard. And I'm like, oh, that's cool, man. And I was like, you doing the Navy ships? He goes, hell yeah, man. We're installing icebreakers on like 7 of them. Because I guess, I'm down here in Mississippi and the Gulf, and it's a port city. So, all along the Mississippi coast, there's all these fucking shipyards and shit. But like this guy, like I said, he didn't know me. I didn't know him. And he just busted out, yeah, man. We're installing icebreakers on all the Navy ships and shit. So, and he was going into details about how like you can't have a fucking camera at work, or you can't take your cell phone out at work, or they'll fucking arrest you for espionage and shit. And they're arresting like 2 or 3 guys a week at these shipyards because they take their phones out of their pocket while they're on the job. So it's cool shit like that.
Yeah, well, that brings credence and qualifies what we spoke about in the past, because Britain is also doing a similar thing. It's invested an enormous amount of money into the Navy, and they are producing icebreaker ships themselves, being mounted on destroyers.
I really think America and England are doing this. They're claiming it's a training exercise, but I really think they're just going out there and fucking shit up and taking notes and stuff. That's what I really think they're doing.
Well, what we concluded on the show, me and Douglas, is they're preemptive an invasion strategic plan for invading foreign nations. So that's the reason why Britain's doing that.
Yes. The way that I will also express this is that when it comes to what Ian West says, the first important thing is that Ian now works at a liquor store, which, of course, a liquor store is like a bar. It's one of the few places where people tend to forget about security consciousness and they really just start talking. And the anticipation of liquor loosens lips almost as much as drinking liquor does itself. The very act of drinking is almost like just going in there, buying it, loosens a person up, just looking forward to that drinking. It's very strange, but it's quite true. So I believe what Ian says, but my conclusion would be that the English and the Americans are preparing a number of icebreakers for war in the polar region, with Russia wants to claim the North Pole as belonging to Russia. And they have many icebreakers, but everything they build is so obsolete and it's so clunky and just worthless, and the crews are all drunk and everything else. I don't expect much combat from them, but definitely, apparently, both the British and the Americans want to make certain to dominate the North Polar region, because the Russians are going to try and interdict this new opening passageway that is coming in the North Pole with global warming and the melting of the ice caps. So even though the ice caps are melting, there's still plenty of ice to deal with. So the icebreakers are needed to kind of enforce maybe the passage of American and British ships through, the channel of Alaska, through the Bering Strait. To use this new channel that's opening up to avoid the Houthis and the terrorism, which may make the Suez Canal more difficult to navigate in the immediate future as we head towards a world war. If we head towards a world war, just like in World War II, where they had the polar merchant convoys trying to ship supplies to the Soviet Union. This time we'll be trying to ship supplies to ourselves all the way across the northern polar region through the Bering Strait, so that we can resupply ourselves if the Suez Canal becomes potentially unnavigable through warfare, at least transitionally. So that's what I would assume. But I appreciate Ian West reporting what he has. And George Knight, thank you. Follow up with that, please.
Yes, no, absolutely, Douglas. No, it's I could just respond that this is it's just it's alarming and staggering, but it's also it's just to prepare people. It's just forewarning people that this is gonna happen.
Forewarning? Were we not the first on the scene to try and warn people of this years ago?
Exactly. It's just, it makes our eyes roll back. It's just what they are established and what they are realizing is what we have been saying for forever. And we're the first ones to establish that and to expose that reality. And yet now people coming out and now have only just started to realize the I would say the
gravity of the situation.
And the gravity, that's a great term to use, Douglas. The gravity of the situation, the level of precariousness in the situation. And so and like people, whenever I expose this, they're really not in favor of war, which is like, to me, it's like that's the only solution. It's the only way. It's the way that our very genome, our very human evolution has always subsided throughout history. It's the only. War is inevitable.
Yes.
And it's built within our very it's in our own very
nature,
human condition. It's embedded in our human condition. So it's just so it's how human civilization has always come about through war. And so this is just another page in that chapter in our human history. So it will just be it's a transition, and obviously there are these resistant movements on either side, resilience to this paradigm shift. But of course, it's once we make that people aware of the gravity of the situation, then hopefully then people will start to come to that recognition.
Well, they're not going to have a choice.
And advocate that, and so it's
something.
And our previous government realised that. Our previous government came to that realisation towards the end.
Yes. Too late to do anything about it. It's so bizarre. I mean, that's the tragedy, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yes, thank you. So and now we're on a different trajectory discourse of it's our struggles, and I can go on a tangent, and I can just confide about the current situation in Britain, but it won't do any. It won't be. How can I put it?
So
it won't do any justice. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
Understood and appreciate it. Yeah. Ian?
Guys, in all fairness, I say only time will tell. I don't think we should put all of our eggs in the same basket or in one basket. Honestly, I wouldn't. I don't know. I wouldn't bet on one thing. I think time will tell, and I really hope that England and China are going to the ice wall and just like saying "fuck you" and breaking it down and be like, "What's up?" That's what I really would like to see.
I'm sorry, say that again. I kind of was distracted. Giving kisses to Pixie Princess Star Fox. I'm sorry, say that again in summation.
No, I'm just saying. I don't think we should put all of our eggs in one basket. Like,
I heard that part.
You can't repeat it because it was just a word salad.
Things a word salad because nothing's set in stone right now. Like, we're all talking what ifs and would have beens, So, but anyway, I'm just saying, I hope England and China do get together and fucking go tear the goddamn ice wall. I really hope they do that.
England.
That's what doesn't make sense to me. Sorry. No. I'm sorry. China and England. I'm sorry. No. But anyway, I did bring to people's attention yesterday, Douglas, about the leveling of Gaza. So the Israelis can, basically burn it to the ground so they can reconstruct the free trade zone with the Saudis.
How did people handle that?
Yes, well, no, because as we mentioned last transmission, it is substantiated. So it is inescapable. So nobody can refute this, because I showed them the evidence. I said, look, this is Netanyahu's plan. He wants to level Gaza so he can conduct a free trade zone with Neom. So then he can have this trade route directly into Neom. And the people that are expelled from Palestine after they've conducted their genocide, their so-called ethnic cleansing, which is just genocide of Palestinians, then they're going to send the Palestinians to Neom. This is what their plan is. But is this viable? Is this even doable? They're just
actually, you know, the way that I would perceive it? The way I would perceive it would be, as we said when we were speaking on our latest episode, is that perhaps the majority of the Muslims that fall into this greater Israel schematic on the map would be deported into Neom as kind of like all under, it would still be under greater Israeli jurisdiction. But as for the Palestinians, I view that, I think the Israeli intention is to simply exterminate them. I don't feel that they, I don't feel that they want any survivors for Neom.
No, I get that as well, because they want to eradicate them, and so I did kind of like conclude that the ones that are, you know, like the son of Hamas is the former leader of Hamas, like his son, who is now an Israeli agent, he's undergone an axiom wash himself, and now he's promoting that Israeli agenda for promoting the 7th of October being Vladimir Putin's birthday. Being the justification for their genocide against the Palestinians. I said that probably a small number would undergo like an axiom wash like he, but the main objective is to eradicate them, annihilate them, exterminate them on site. And so Gaza now has no infrastructure. There's no more safe zones for the Palestinians, so they have no other option but to retreat or to die. And that's the gravity of the scale in Gaza at this moment.
And there's no place for them to retreat to, so they're simply going to die.
The tunnels have been chemically bombarded. They have polluted the tunnel systems themselves, which is what they've been, you know, their promulgation is, Iran has been funding and supporting and helping to construct these underground tunnel systems in Gaza, which is that false paradigm that the Israeli government have always projected onto the public, even though they do have tunnels, but there's nothing to the gravity of the extent that they are promoting, and they have now completely made them uninhabitable. And so Gaza is an uninhabitable zone. It always has been an open-air prison, as it has been described by prime ministers in Britain, former prime ministers. So they've always outlined it is just basically, and down that Philadelphia Strait, that Philadelphia corridor, that was always occupied by the Egyptians, but then that is no longer the case. It is now being occupied by the IDF, and they have been conducting genocide for generations now. And so, the objective 4 years ago, as we mentioned, Douglas, it's about the Abrahamic Accords, where you had the so-called realization, or normalization of an Arab-Israeli accord or pact or an agreement, where you had on September 11th, 2020, and it was under the mediation under Donald Trump himself, under the mediation of the United States government under Donald Trump. They mediated this agreement on September 11th between Israel and Bahrain, and on the 15th of September with the United Arab Emirates agreement with Israel. It's the first time it's ever happened in history. And so they're a lock, stock and barrel in an agreement with this whole agreement with Neom, with this. And this has been put into print. This is set in stone ever since for 4 years. And then I remember coming across an article, Benjamin Netanyahu secretly meets with Mohammed bin Salman, if I pronounced it.
You did. You pronounced it correctly.
Thank you. I just saw this literally the other day. He had a secret meeting during the height of COVID, during the height of the period where there was restrictions. He met with Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia to conduct this pact, to have this agreement, secret meeting. And then, and now it's all laid out. The whole plan is all laid out. It's now circumvented. It's now circumstantial. It is all now precedented at this point in time. So this is the objective. And we outlined the insanity of that construction of this linear city. Where the amount of resources, where are all the materials that are going to go into the construction of this 12-mile long linear city?
It keeps
insanity.
It keeps shrinking because of the impracticality of it, but we realize more and more that it's basically built like an atrium where the prisoners face each other when they're called in the morning to show up naked on the balconies of, say, in an atrium of a prison. All the prisoners are called for roll call, and then they show up naked, and they're in the guards stand in the center of a circular building where all the prisoners are in the cells, so they can make a count of them all at once with a visual. That's similar to what this is. Yes, so people on either side would be prisoners.
It's a prison camp. It's a prison. It's a prison center, a prison camp. Yes. Essentially, what it is, as you emphasised, Douglas, as you outlined, you elaborated on the fact that city centres start from inside the city and they expand outwards, whereas for this, it's completely in a straight line. Yeah. There's no, unless you had like a sophisticated rail system, monorail or tram line. There's no way of you from conducting any form of transport. Like, there's no way of you, what's the word I'm thinking of? There's no way of you going from one zone to another without, it's basically, you're just segregated and isolated. It's a prison, it's essentially a prison. There's no way of you, what am I thinking of?
Well, basically, there's no place to travel. There's no way to practically travel to any other place.
Commute. You can't commute from. It's just. It's a very. Thank you.
Well, as they calculate it by the sheer length, if it were truly miles long, and you were trying to conduct business by getting from one end to the other at speed, where you had to be at an appointment in hours, the trains would have to be going so fast that they would cause like multi-gravity effect. The multi-Gs would impact people and they would faint. It would be like going through an astronaut training program of multiple Gs. Yes. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's not practical.
No, it's not practical. It's not a practical, viable idea. Yes. It's just the whole thing is just preposterous. It's absurd and outlandish.
But it is practical as a prison. It is practical as a massive prison where everybody is stuck in like a giant urban housing community, similar to project sites in the United States or even England, where they're facing each other and everybody's looking at each other through the windows, and they can be called out for, roll call, so to speak. This way, what it makes it easier for is guards to go up and down rails in the middle and monitor everybody and arrest people as they need to if the people are. So, yes, by all means. So when you showed them this, and the people, again, how do they handle this? How do they respond when you show them?
It was like straight away. They just accepted it. This is, because I showed them. It was outlined. I know it was basically published in Haaretz magazine. Haaretz, which is the most popular newspaper outlet in Israel. It was presented in the newspaper. So it is completely, it was nothing that I was saying that was disingenuous. It was all substantiated. It was all in print. So, there was no denying it. So, it was just fully accepted. But the question is, there's nothing, they feel helpless. So there's no question of what can we do about it? And it's like, obviously, it requires intervention. And so I have always, as we and yourself, Douglas, we have always said that in Israel itself, it is apparent that Israeli government with the IDF cannot govern Israel. And it's obvious that this democratically elected Hamas is not capable of governing Palestine or Gaza or the West Bank or Israel itself. So it needs foreign intervention. And so we have advocated that Britain would become that governor of the state. and so it needs to be mandated again. Obviously, that's the only viable option, where Britain will then, which it does have the power to do, will coronate the Lord Baron Rothschild as the head of state.
Yeah, the King of Israel, essentially.
The King of Israel, King of Judea, absolutely. And so, so then Britain can then police that region, can police it, and then, it's the only solution that I can see, and it's a two-state solution.
Yes.
Where neither side has to be eradicated. They can live
Well, they would
go into that.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
moral compass of it,
we can go into that in greater detail on another episode. But people understand our perspective on this to a degree if they've been listening for a long time. But then bring in the Egyptian city factor and how this makes sense with the collapse of the Gulf Stream, the city in Egypt, and the potential for relocation of a large amount of the British population there.
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. No, absolutely. And so, just to, we'll go over that obviously when we have more time and stuff. The other thing to bring forth to people's attention is what we went into private conversation is the death of Liam Payne, the One Direction.
Oh, yes, thank you. Bring that up and go into detail in that, please. Yes, by all means.
Yes.
And I would like to hear Ian West's response to this. So,
yes.
Just
to go into a brief summary, there was on the Hunter's Moon evening, so it was the evening of the Hunter's Moon on the 16th of October of this year, 2024.
And by the way, I forgot to include Heather Holman. My apologies, dear Heather Holman. Honey, we want to hear your opinion on this as well. So, Hunter's Moon, and what date in October was it? Continue, please.
Oh, the 16th. The 16th of October, Douglas, yes. Which happens to be Michael
Aquino's birthday.
Yes. And you have this 31-year-old former stardom. This former, who is a star, this former One Direction stardom phenomena. Which
just basically one of those Johnny Fuckable butt boys who was part of a boy band that everybody was lusting over. Go on.
Lusting, yes, exactly, Douglas. And this, I would say, this poor son of a bitch, he fell off the third-story balcony of his hotel that he was resorting at in Buenos Aires.
Yes, and you pronounced it correctly. Yes, except of course, don't use the word "fell." I mean, the guy was pushed. Go on.
He was killed.
Yeah.
Yes. And what was discovered during the investigation of the hotel room? The maids, and the receptionist reported. They called the police to say that there is I would say, the way the media projected it, he was in a frenzy and he was trashing the place. And he was just destroying everything. That doesn't make any sense.
In other words, somebody raided his room, beat the shit out of him in such a way that they trashed all the room around him while they were beating him around. Go on. Yes.
And he obviously he's quite. Do you know what? Because there has been an account where he outlined it in an interview where he had one of the former band members became quite hostile towards him. So he is quite a stocky lad who can defend himself. So obviously the commotion they were hearing was obviously him resisting to whoever it was that came into the apartment. So there was burned candles that was discovered in the room. There's
the occult angle.
Foil.
Yeah, go on. What did you say? Also aluminum foil? Go on.
Yeah, aluminum foil. There was substances. That was discovered in the autopsy report. So in the autopsy report, they accounted several. I would say discovered several substances that was consumed by the individual, and they just assumed that he was taking it himself. But basically
they could have been forcing it down his mouth while he was resisting. This sort of thing happens all the time. Or injecting.
Well, I can back up George. I can kind of back up George on some things here, but go ahead, George. Finish up.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, and and the other thing is with Max Spears, it was a similar thing with what happened to him. He was they discovered the. Obviously, I can't elucidate in great detail, but he had substances that were discovered within his system. But like with Liam Payne, the coroner, through the analysis and investigation, he suffered from bruising internally and externally, as well as organ destruction.
There you go.
Yes. And so this is all apropos. This is all, what's the word?
A human sacrifice.
I used it the other week. Yeah, it is. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. This is atypical. That's the word I'm thinking of. It's an atypical for someone who's being beaten, who has suffered multiple injuries due to physical contact, due to physical
trauma, blunt trauma.
Trauma, yes.
Yes.
And so, yeah, this poor individual, he was pushed out of this. They're calling it he fell. How the hell did he just fall? A bit like James Forrestal, just fell off.
Through a window, like he suddenly, just was projected through a window. Yes, and third story is what I think they said. And but it was definitely Michael Aquino's birthday. It was a hunter's moon. Yes. He's obviously a human sacrifice. They choose some Johnny fuckable kid. Could even have been meant to. He's in Buenos Aires, so there's this anti-Nazi probably angle that the occultists had, but definitely this individual. The thing I would disambiguate from Max Spears is that Max Spears, the Polish authorities conducted no autopsy. They conducted no autopsy. Instead, we just had that British old fart, the dirty old faggot. From bases, Miles Johnston say he had the black oil come out of every pore of his body. It's so
that's it, Douglas. Yeah,
disgusting.
I don't remember seeing any autopsy, so you're quite right. That's why I couldn't think of anything, because I was like, there was no autopsy. Whereas with Liam Payne, there was a coroner who conducted an investigation. But thank you for disambiguating that, Douglas.
No worries. Ladies first, Heather Holman. Hearing this, Heather Holman, what's your impression? And as well as Brendan and Aristides, of course, but also Ian. Ian will be kind of like the cherry on top.
Max was he was like the last straw with me. That was like it. That didn't need to happen. He should still be here. That's my take on it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. That's very touching. And yes, I agree. With that, okay, Ian?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I grew up with Liam. He was part of that fucking Lou Pearlman crowd down there in Orlando when I was living down there 20 years ago. He was a part. And this kid, dude, whatever drug you threw at him, he would do it. I mean, honestly, there's been a few parties that...
You're telling me you knew this guy, Ian?
Yeah.
You knew him personally?
Yeah.
Max Spears, whatever drug you threw at him, he would take it too. I mean, but that doesn't mean he killed himself by drugs.
Liam was like a fucking he was like the little TV pop star kid. He was
Oh man, you gotta hand it to him, Brendan. Brendan, you gotta hand it to him. I mean, he'll come up with.
This guy was a Brit. This guy was British.
I was gonna say,
no, he was part. He was part of the Lou Pearlman Disney crowd, dude. They used to do shows down
there.
I
get it. He was there.
You gotta check this. You gotta check.
He was there to entertain the British royal family on the Disney property.
No, not at all. No, they used to fly down. Well, he used to fly down here and do like appearances on like fucking Disney shows and shit. And then he would do a show at the theater where I worked. That's how I knew the guy. But this was like...
But again,
there in Florida? Isn't there some weird island of the Disney islands, or some weird island where things were happening and now it's abandoned and it's kind of suspicious?
Yeah, that was Discovery Island. Yeah, Discovery Island. That's actually the Discovery Island is the rooftop of the CIA headquarters that's underneath that lake.
Oh, of course. How did I not remember that? But at any rate,
George, since he was a Brit, do you remember hanging out with Liam?
Exactly. He grew up in Britain, Ian. I know you mentioned about Orlando. Florida. But
like I said, he was a part of that Lou Pearlman crowd.
Dude, it's the tunnels, dude! It's the transatlantic tunnels! You guys gotta catch up with Ian. He's light years ahead of us. But to qualify something, Ian, when you said he would just take whatever drug was thrown at him, the same could be said for Max Spears, but it wasn't a drug overdose that killed Max Spears. He was physically beaten to death. So it wouldn't matter if the Slam Kid did take every drug that was thrown at him. That does not explain the room.
I was counteracting what you guys were saying earlier about what they found in them.
Yeah, what about the burnt candles and the aluminum foil? These are indicative of an occult ritual.
Yes.
You know what? That's questionable. That's questionable about Max, though, because you couldn't really perform an autopsy in the timeline that they were claiming this was all determined.
You mean, well, the Polish authorities didn't care to perform an autopsy because he was a foreigner.
And then all of a sudden it was done. And it's just like, it's hard enough to get a body back into its own country, let alone finish up the autopsy before 6 weeks has gone by.
But Heather, you're not defending the Polish authorities for their corruption, are you?
No, I'm just saying there's more to it that that was never understood or never told, and Miles Johnson probably would be the one to ask.
Oh, he'd be the last person on Earth to ask, honey. He was this horrible human being who was exploiting the death of Max Spears and actually was partial to his assassination.
Well, his computer was missing too, and I'm sure maybe it had Bitcoin on it. I don't know what the whole computer thing was, but there's a missing computer in the midst of all of this.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's all kinds of missing things, bits of evidence, we would call them. Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, agreed. They would be missing. Yes. But such being said, in terms of this, because this is fascinating, in terms of Ian. So Ian, continue. This individual was British. He grew up in England, but you do say he
was also in a cheesy fucking cover pop boy band that used to play shows at my theater in Orlando like every 6 months.
But you make it sound like you and he were kind of like hanging. Is that what you're insinuating?
When you see somebody for 4 years straight in a row every 6 months, you kind of just
you recognize them.
Yeah.
Okay. But you said he takes every drug that's thrown at him almost as if you had the experience of tossing some drugs his way.
Well, that's what goes on in the green room, Doug. Sorry.
So, I mean, look, I'm not morally judging you. Did you hand this individual some drugs? I mean, I wouldn't hold it against you. I'm just curious. Yeah, as Brendan said, Ian was the dealer. That's the first thing I thought.
I'm the guy in town. Who else are all these musicians and movie stars going to go to when they're new in town?
Oh, I forget.
You know what I'm saying?
How are they getting along without you now?
I know.
At the Waffle House.
Yeah, at the Waffle House.
Every day. You know what? The old props guy called me up like 3 months ago. He's like, "Hey man, I know you're not in town, but I think like a couple of comedians came in. They were looking for some weed and shit. So yeah, it's kind of funny you say that.
Yeah, of course. But any other things to share about this individual?
No, he was a great guy, man. He was cool.
But that brings me to. So, what is your conclusion? Do you feel he just took a bunch of drugs, ran around the room, and destroyed everything and died? Lit a bunch of candles?
My conclusion. No, right? No. I haven't looked into the details enough. Like, you guys are. I'm just hearing this now from you. So.
You mean you didn't know he died?
No, I'm just hearing this from you now.
Oh man, that's well, hey, well, it's cool how it all works out. I mean, it's nice to hear about somebody we knew dying and then saying, I mean, okay, so I don't think Ian is arguing with what we're concluding.
No. Like I said, the first I'm hearing this is from you guys.
Okay, so
like I'm call Steve after I get off the phone with y'all and like
yeah, well,
about Max.
Right. No, about no.
Liam, who happens to have the same name as
Liam.
Yeah, who happens to have the same first name as Liam Nielsen, the racist jerk.
Yes.
But Ian, in terms of this happening on Michael Aquino's birthday, that's what brings the parallel to Max Spears.
That's fucking ironic, dude.
Yeah, under a hunter's moon.
Yeah, I'll look into it some more.
Yes.
And he was 31 years old.
Oh yes, that's very important. He was 31 years old.
Yes.
Yeah, he's 10 years. He's 10 years younger than me.
Wait a second. Let George finish. What is the importance of the number 31? It was on the continue with the date or the number why that matters.
Yes. Yeah. So it was. So he was 31 years old, and it was on the 16th of October, which is Michael Aquino's birthday. It's also the sacrificial date as well. This was the date that the Allies at the Nuremberg trials decided to hang the 10 prominent echelons of the high command of the Reich of Germany in 1946. This was the date they chose because it's the sacrificial day according to the what you call it, the law, the so-called.
This was basically they were trying to bring about the entry of the Antichrist into our dimension, the birth of the Antichrist. Exactly. They were supposed to sacrifice 12 men, but it turned out, of course, Martin Bormann escaped and Hermann Goering suicided. So they hanged only 10 men, and this resulted in the Harbinger of the Antichrist rather than the Antichrist himself. Now, when it comes to the importance of the number 13, or rather 31, the man was 31 years old, but this was the same age as George Knight when Richard K. Cole Jr. satanically transposed his age and said, George Knight was only 13. He kept trying to say I was grooming a 13-year-old boy named George Knight. Yes. But in terms of this man dying at the age of 31, it's the age George Knight was when Richard K. Cole Jr. claimed that, and he's a follower of Michael Aquino.
Exactly.
But is there also a number 13 that fits in with this man's sacrificial death? That would help to, add some dimension. Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, there are these, we call them conspiracy peddlers. And just to disambiguate ourselves to a conspiracy peddler, we only deal with substantiated facts. That's the difference, that when you come to the show, you're only given the facts. You're not given anything that is hypothetical or hypotheses or theoretical. You're getting substantiated, verifiable facts. And
specifically from you and Douglas, not necessarily Ian.
Thank you for that qualifier.
Yes, that's important. Thank you for just clarifying that, Brendan. That's so true. So when you're listening to Brendan, myself, or Douglas, and you're gonna get just facts. So the other thing that these conspiracy peddlers noted, they didn't bring up Michael Aquino. They didn't bring up the Nuremberg hangings, the execution, they
probably don't even fucking know about those things.
They don't know about it until they come here and then they hear it for the first time. Like Ian just stated, he's heard it for the first time on the show, what we're outlining. And so the important point to note is also that they pointed out that he had apparently 33 million followers. So apparently that is, again, an occult ritual number or occult number associated with occultism during this period. So
33 is the number of Masonic degrees.
Yes.
Thank
you.
Which
it's not something I'm acquainted with, so I'm just outlining what I saw online.
33rd degree, which not to be confused with Peter Moon's 11th degree. By the way, Heather Holman says, Brendan, I got a. Can you read that, Brendan?
Kamadanu
pendant.
Kamadanu. Yeah, the horse. Not the horse. Kamadanu is the wish-fulfilling cow.
All right.
Yeah, that's very good that you say that on Pushya. Pushya is the nakshatra that rules, or that is ruled by Kamadanu, the wish-fulfilling cow. So it's very, very nice news. Very good news.
I can't wait to get it.
All right.
I ordered it online.
All right.
Not to change the subject, though. You heard it here first.
Holy cow! You like that?
Yes, holy cow. Yes.
Holy smokes.
Yeah. Well, that's beautiful. That's beautiful because
thank you.
The cow is a fractal of the earth, and the earth gives us everything. So
and there you go with that. Also, Star Fox is typing. Star Fox, just jump on the call, and you can tell us what you think of. I want to hear more about Ian West hanging with this Liam character. Come on, Ian. I want to hear some more about this. It's like, So like said the guy was he was like, come on, there's got to be other experiences you could share. It's
Ian. He was born and raised in
I gotta call. I'm gonna call Steve and.
Okay.
See, I just saw the article on the fucking thing. So
okay.
Let me give you guys a call back. I'm gonna call.
Thank you.
Quick,
all right.
Bye.
Hugs. Okay. That's
just before
that's our local.
Man, he really put all his chips in to make us convinced.
Yeah.
He really put in all the chips. Oh, I gotta call my friend, man.
Yes. Star Fox has joined us. So Star Fox, lovely on camera, honey. Love you dearly. Hope you got my emails now. Love that band. It's fluorescent. Oh, it glows in the dark. Yes, darling. Yes. Okay. And she says Saints lost 9-33 to Denver Broncos on the Hunter's Moon. Just laugh out loud. Scored from 3-9 in the last minutes. Cool. Okay. Like it. Thank you, honey.
Yes.
Yes.
Before I go, Douglas.
Yes,
sorry,
George.
Douglas. I do have to depart now. I do apologise, but thank you so much for having me on. And yeah, Liam grew up in Wolverhampton. So
thank
in the
you.
Midlands, in England, so he wasn't in Orlando.
Thank you.
He actually had.
George. I didn't say he grew up in Orlando. I said
I know you didn't say that. You said you met him in Orlando. You knew him. You hanged out with him.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the way you said it, Ian. It sounded like you and he went to school together. Okay.
No.
But let's have George have the final word before he takes off for the night. So George, by all means, take it away for the night. And I want to thank you for bringing that up.
Oh, no, appreciate that, Douglas. And we could go over it again on Sunday's transmission if you want to.
Please.
If people would like to. Yes.
Absolutely.
So thank you. But I just wanted to say, he grew up in Wolverhampton. He was born in Wolverhampton. That's the Midlands in the United Kingdom. And he also had like a health condition with his kidneys that was he was prognosed with. He did suffer with a kidney disease. So he had multiple, I think, surgeries or treatments throughout his life.
Jesus.
But anyway, that's it. I've got into like a little bit of the in-depth story about background behind him, but it's what we.
I wonder if that is that kind of disproves the whole he was an alcoholic theory.
I was about to say
he's an alcoholic. They kept referring to them as that.
The thing is, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. And the fact that they hear commotion, it doesn't make any sense that a guy would toxicate himself, drug himself up, start trashing the place, and then throw himself off the balcony. It's bullshit.
It's bullshit. And he had several health conditions which preclude him from becoming a drug addict. So
exactly.
Yes.
It'll be like self-immolating. He'll be killing himself if he engaged in that sort of activity. So it's not logical.
Thank you.
The fact that people actually buy into that is just absurd.
They want to blame the victim. People always want to blame the victim, and they want to think of all these young boy stars or any stars. They're jealous of them, and they want to think of them as auto-destructive. They want to think of them as auto-destructive.
He was troubled, disturbed. He had mental health issues. All of this has been laid upon this poor individual, and so he was killed. This man. I mean, just like with James Forrestal, you can't throw yourself out of a window with that amount of self-body force. You need to be forced out of the window by another
Thank you.
force.
But by the way, I've seen this. There is footage. I'll have to find it on YouTube, but there was this young black African American male who was attempting to assault a woman. The police came in and they caught him, and he tried to jump out the window, and he just bounced off it like a ball, and the police arrested him. He, this was one of these big windows that was body sized, and he tried to.
That was hilarious. That was
you saw that? Video. You saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a meme a while back. Where
it was
like he tried to escape and he just.
Thank you.
I mean, they deliberately make these windows reinforced so people don't do that. So it just doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah, because it's a.
Yeah. Jesus, what was that? Is that?
Like, if it was easy to jump out of, then kids would fall out and it would be a liability. Right?
Thank you.
Especially high-rises. I know high-rises are basically like bulletproof glass because of hurricanes and weather,
Thank you.
So
it's true. It's true. Yeah, and well, thank you, George. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Thank you for having me on, Douglas. Look after yourself, and I'll speak to you soon. You take care of yourself. And good night, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yes, I look forward to it.
Bye, George.
Yes,
George.
thank you.
Please
And
support Douglas.
also, George, Brendan Zogit sent you some of the correct pronunciations and terms for the Antarctic female force, okay?
Thank you so much.
sense.
I've got that message just to confirm it, Brendan. Thank you so much for sending that to me. And take care of yourselves.
Okay.
All the best. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Good
That's
night.
George Knight. And,
Love you.
yes.
Good night, boys.
Yes, and, oh, that was so cute, Ian. Did Ian say I love you? That was so cute. Oh, that's adorable.
George, I love the shit out of George. I love the shit out of George. I love him.
Yes, and welcome aboard, Star Fox. What do you think of all this human sacrifice?
Just another day in my life.
It's so true. Yes, that's quite true. And, but Ian, yes, I am fascinated.
I'll tell you the stories.
Okay,
That's fine.
please.
I'll tell you the story. I just called Steve. He didn't answer his phone.
Okay.
But fucking Steve was like the tour director for One Direction, and I've always kept up with him over the years. And I just called him. He didn't answer, but anyway.
By the way, I'm tempted at this point to say maybe they got Steve too.
It's 2 a.m. here, so I'm sure he's asleep.
Oh, I'm sure he must love your ass calling him at 2 a.m. in the morning.
But I mean, going off what you guys are saying, man, that it sounds like it really legitly sounds like a ritual.
Thank you.
Really does.
Thank you. Yes.
Legit.
Oh, yeah.
Even fucking more, you know.
I'm sorry, what?
But it concerns me even fucking more because I knew he was rolling in that fucking Lou Pearlman group.
Okay.
And they're all a bunch of baby fuckers anyway. But yeah, it's just it sucks. It fits the profile.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not yawning because of you. I'm so sorry. That came out awful. That's not how I meant it to sound. It's just been been dealing with a lot the last few days. Oh my God. So such being what it is, thank you. I mean, I think we've all contributed to this to a great degree.
That reminds me of you were bringing up that other British guy band the other day, David. I don't remember what the Lost Prophets.
Yeah,
that's what that reminds me of.
Interesting. So, are you familiar with the Lost Prophets, Ian?
The band?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I've come across the CD a couple of times, but I never really listened to them.
Okay, but you know of their history and what happened, right?
No. I'm totally ignorant when it comes to them.
I'm surprised because what happened was a national scandal involving Peaches Geldof, who was the daughter of the man who organized the We Are the World concert and these various famine concerts. So what happened was Peaches Geldof, she was outraged because it turned out the Lost Prophets, and their name is spelled Prophets, as in prophets of biblical yore, as opposed to Lost Prophets with an F. So the Lost Prophets was a play on words, but they were a band that had a lot of girl groupies. Some of them became so loyal as to turn over their infant children to the band leader to fuck their babies. So he was into baby fuck, and there's even photographs of... Yes, to say the least. So Peaches Geldof, the daughter of the man who organized the We Are the World concerts, felt so outraged that women would do this to their own infant babies, or baby infants, the more correct English term. She named them. She outed their identities on her cell phone. And she was immediately told that these are protected people. They have rights. You do not. And you must take their names down immediately, and you will be arrested now. You are now under arrest. And so the police...
List.
Yeah, the police... I'm sorry, what?
I want this list.
I'm sure you could look it up and find it. I mean, yeah, Peaches Geldof reports the mothers who turned their babies over for the Lost Prophets band leader to fuck. I mean, I don't have the list myself, but yeah, she gave the list out and paid for it with her life. The police said, "We're coming over to arrest you," and then the police left her home saying, "Oh, just as we got there, we found out she killed herself." And so the police literally went to her home and killed her. And so that is the incredibly tragic story of Peaches Geldof, a very attractive young lady who was trying to out some incredibly irresponsible mothers, to say the least. Let's just call them what they are, evil and satanic. But she paid the price for doing so, because the British government said, "You're the guilty party. These people are protected, and they're all wonderful people, and they have rights, and you do not. And how dare you expose their identities? These are good people," and all that shit. And so there you go. And then they went and killed her. So it goes to show you just how corrupt the entire British culture is. It's just horribly fucked up. Yeah. So, but we knew that.
I heard a story about like that once that happened to a mother that was kind of going that route. So, I mean, I've heard that story before in another case, so I believe it would happen, you know?
Yeah, well, obviously it does happen, as unbelievable as it is. Oh my God, who was that poor lady recently? Jesus, she was an actress.
Are you talking about the black woman? Oh, no, who?
Oh no, I'm just thinking of another case that was morbid and bizarre. It was just let's see now. Oh, actress. We can look it up by actress. Who killed and cooked mother recently.
Oh my God.
Killed. Yeah, cooked mother. Okay.
Say recession. I don't know what does right there.
Kentucky. Yeah, Kentucky woman. Yeah. He says, now it makes sense. Toralina May Fields, 32 years old. Yeah, Toralina May Fields. What happened was she suffered some horrible traumatic brain injury, and nobody would take care of her. So they just said she was in this motorcycle accident that left her with total amnesia. Completely brain injured to the point where she could not recall her own name, did not know who she was. So instead of institutionalizing her and putting her under some rehabilitation program, because that would cost the state money, they just turned her over to her mother and said, "Here, you take care of her, even though she doesn't know who you are." And so she kept saying to her mother, "Who are you? Stop bothering me." And her mother kept saying, "Do as I say." And finally she killed her and cooked her. Yeah, I'm not, that doesn't logically follow, but that's what happened. So if anyone's got any insight into that as to lessons to be learned, I think it's society has failed us. I mean, forget the Joker movie, the original one where society fails him. He at least gets to shoot. Who was the guy who was playing the stupid announcer? That actor, the Jewish actor who was playing, the big time.
Shit. Hold on. Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
Yes. Some would say, unfortunately. Yeah. We love you, Ian. Go on.
What's his name? The guy who was bitching about Trump.
Who?
He was bitching about Trump. The analyze this guy.
Yeah. Peter Moon would know his name, of course.
Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro. See, the Joker film, he gets to shoot Robert De Niro. I mean, who could ask for anything more? So his life's satisfying. He at least has that satisfaction. Right. But this poor girl, this is Joker in real life, and all she's got is her mother to cook and kill and cook.
It's like a home cooking psycho, It's like because Patrick Bateman kept his mom in the basement. This chick cooked her mom, so it's like a home cooking psycho. Anyway.
So look at Ian West trying to seduce Pixie. "Hey Pixie, check out my bar," he says. Yeah, way to go. It's like, look at all the scopolamine. He's got every date rape drug imaginable, and they're even labeled, baby. He'll have you down and out before you know it. You won't even know what happened.
You gotta shake.
It's the wrong day to quit smoking. I don't think I could handle it.
Well, I'm proud of you for trying. Yes, we remember that cigar, but yes, that's what got our man George in trouble. When you said, I don't understand your question, George. And I said, here's what he said. He said, I like the way you suck that cigar butt, baby. I'd like to see you sucking something out. That's when his wife Sarah called him. Hey!
That's fair enough. I'm a little bit of a problem, but I'm just, I'm just myself. I mean, no harm.
Yes.
I'm not going to cook and eat anyone, at least.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. But we wouldn't mind if you did it to Ian.
I'm a vegetarian, no. I'm not into that. Just having a nicotine fit. This patch is...
Oh, she's taking off her nicotine patch! Don't let it happen! She's taking off her nicotine patch!
Yeah, Ian would be flavored like a bunch of buffet shrimp and shit.
On the level, and it's making my nicotine level shoot up.
Oh,
okay.
Wait, why do you need a baseline nicotine? Are you okay?
I just don't like to smoke so much, Like, I have a flute I want to play.
Can't you just cold turkey?
Oh, dude, that's inhuman.
I mean, I could, but it's hard when people keep
Douglas, that's inhuman.
Yes. That's inhuman. I mean, most people can't
Ask
just
Heather,
cold turkey.
she cold turkeyed everything.
Yeah, and then went right back to it.
Well, she almost died.
A lot of things, but like nicotine really is.
Oh, it's the worst.
When you're around people that smoke is usually the thing for me. So even though I'm not around anyone smoking, the fact my roommate is intentionally sabotaging me. Even whenever I lived in Louisiana, he was mailing me pounds of tobacco.
Jesus.
Knowing damn well I don't want him to, so I end up throwing it away, and it's like, the other roommate's like, oh, here's some cigars, and it's just...
Why are they all trying to kill you?
I'm just, I get that, I have that effect on people. I don't know.
Yes, I mean, I will admit, understand that the nicotine hits the same nerve endings as dopamine, or the opioids do, same nerve endings that the opioids do. So it's very difficult to quit, just like alcohol. They're both very difficult.
I'm just really stressed out being here the past few weeks. I'm just incredibly stressed out, and this does shut me up, so.
Yeah. What's stressing you out about your environment, honey?
Are you smoking weed?
I'm thinking about picking it back up just to see if that would make me a little
calm down.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well.
Secret, like, I don't know what state you're in, but if hold on, you're in Washington, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's recreational up there, so you should be straight.
It's not that. I just, it makes me really lazy.
Yeah, I don't think she was concerned about the legality.
Yeah.
I'm prescribed.
You're right.
Like, we don't all live in those red states where it's like you get prison time and shit for a joint.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's true, right? They're ruthless down here.
No, but here's what Star Fox is worried about. Star Fox is worried that smoking pot would turn her into a fucking vegetable. She'd become a hophead. She wouldn't get out of bed, and then she couldn't do her cam work.
I smoke constantly when I smoke. Last time I was here, I left a garbage bag of weed. Like, I was stoned for like 6 months straight. I've been stoned since I was 13.
Holy shit.
I'm just,
yes.
Thank God.
So hold on for a second, Star Fox. Heather, say good morning to everyone, please. She has to go charge. So, Heather Holman.
Good morning.
Yeah, we love you.
Wait, Heather, before you go, I'm going to send you this photo.
He's trying to send you a photo, Heather.
Okay.
Yeah, wait for that. Yes.
Okay, I got it.
It's not his penis, is it?
Doug, are you serious? I wouldn't do that to a married man. Give me some credit.
Okay.
And I'm only responding.
Well, I'm not married yet.
Well, I'm still not sending anything.
Good one, Heather. Good one.
Okay.
That was good.
Well, good morning, everybody. I gotta go charge up.
Okay, we love you. All right.
Thanks, Joe.
All right.
Bye,
Well,
Sharkbox.
yeah, if you have time, just come back and check out the photo.
Yes.
Oh, I will also be able to get it out of the call.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right, ciao.
Okay, ciao.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Yes. Okay, she'll have that dildo buzzing in no time. Okay. She says I had to go charge. I mean, when Brooke says that,
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I almost put you on call while I took a shower earlier just because you told me to.
That's right,
like,
baby.
okay,
Hey, that'd be
do
cool.
that.
Yeah, next
No,
time
it's
share.
I don't.
Then maybe Nemo would finally join us. Oh my God.
Oh, he'll appear out of thin air.
Yeah. Yes.
He'll manifest.
So, okay, so I'm taking a look at this image, and oh, there we are, sacred cow, cool, all right. And let me take a look at that bar here with what exactly does our man have? Dude, it's fucking Coca-Cola. What the fuck's this other shit?
Bottles are hiding behind it, but no, I stocked up.
Ian, that shit looks. You work at a liquor store. At least up your game.
I was about to say this shit looks lame, dude. Dude, this shit is lame. What the fuck?
Fuck you, it's shitty camera. Jack, fuck you. Anyway.
Oh, we are
like
joined.
Margarita mixers. It looks like a bunch of margaritas.
Yeah, that's it.
Actually,
look at that
you have
bar
to
in the
be
text box, Brooke. Brooke has joined us.
It's like shit we would steal in high school.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
There we
thank
go.
you.
Good time, bro.
Thank you.
Hey, sugar.
This is how he corrupted Liam. Oh my God, the guy corrupts the One Direction lead singer with this shit. I mean, no wonder the guy killed himself. No wonder the guy threw himself out a third-story window. I would too if I were given this shit by Ian.
Well, Ian West was dancing naked or something? What are we talking about?
Oh God, don't give us that. Don't give us that, honey. That's none of us deserves that. Yeah, that's so honey.
Ian, like on the Caribbean gay cruise with like the hula skirts on with nothing underneath, like that's all he's got, the little hula skirt on.
Yeah. Yes.
I did wear the skirt at one show. I did. I'm not gonna lie, I did.
There we are, and everybody thought he was truly Samoan because of his body shape. Yes, all that pasty poi people.
You're loathing Las Vegas. Yeah, that was me.
Well, I haven't talked to you. How are you?
I'm good, girl. How you been?
I'm doing okay. I've been waiting for my bottles of liquor to arrive. They have not. Surprise!
Girl, I drink it all. I drink it all. But here, let me take it. I'll take a picture of this new vodka we got at the store. It's called Tastes Like Chicken. It's awesome.
Disgusting.
What the fuck? Vodka? It says tastes like chicken? Are you serious?
I'm serious. It is delicious, man.
This southern shit, because I'm betting next to it they have to have taste like bacon. Like, it has to be, there's bacon flavored everything. So if they have chicken flavored vodka, there has to be a bacon flavored vodka behind it.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for like frog legs taste like chicken and all these other
that's cute.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor.
I still think we just came up with a new thing though. I think that we should have bacon flavored, because there's not a person in the world. These bacon people, I'm not one, obviously, but bacon.
Brooke, you forsake your vegetarianism.
I know that's what I'm saying. I don't do it, but I don't know if you know this, Brendan. But like around here in the South, they have bacon flavored chapstick.
That's true.
That's disgusting.
Yeah,
it's true.
Call me when they have bacon flavored condoms, honey. That's.
I think they do. They do have.
Yeah, Ian knows.
Yeah, he knows the taste.
Ian, I'm at least proud of you for practicing safe sex. So there you go.
Yeah.
I expect no less from you. I expect no less. Thank you.
So, Brooke, don't forget to say hello to Aristides and
Star
Star Fox.
A condom for for oral? Like, is that something? Is that real?
Unfortunately, yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's awful. They do. That's like horrible.
It tastes awful. They say it tastes awful. Yeah. That's why I don't wear condoms. Yeah,
That's not why you don't fucking wear condoms, you idiot.
Anyhow, TLC, Vodka. Yes, it has a chicken on it. I see it tastes like chicken vodka. It really does say that. Disgusting.
Oh, I'm getting some ideas for Christmas for my roommate.
There you are. Thank you, honey. Yes.
They were talking about, like, so I heard a comedian talking about how, like, every state should have, like, they have a flair. Like, you know, like, Georgia is like peaches, you know? And you think of, like, I don't know, like, Maine. I guess you think of, like, what do you think of Maine as the fish?
Lobster.
Yeah, lobster, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, and so, like, I don't know, maybe New York's like pizza, you know, or whatever. But, like, I was like, what is South Carolina? Because she was going through states. In South Carolina, I was like,
Grits.
North Carolina ends up getting the barbecue, right? So I was like, what does South Carolina end up getting? And then I was like, I think me and Daniel and Cartel was like, I think we're like a side of, like, tobacco is like a smoked tobacco with, like, some trailer. What are we calling it? Some trailer park.
Sweet tea.
You know, that was like a
chain smoking burnt Doritos and Old Mountain Dew.
Yeah, Old Mountain Dew. Yeah, an Old Mountain Dew. You know, sitting out in somebody's trailer park. You know, you always see that Old Mountain Dew.
But by the way, a little hint to Daniel, just for future reference, when somebody like Brendan calls who you conflate with Brandon Young and think that he actually has some money, might help that you don't insult him before saying send her money. That's and
assuming I figured that probably came up on air. I had got to listen tonight. I had a friend that was going. I had a party tonight. Like, had to go away, so to go to her little party. So I didn't get to listen earlier, but I figured that may have come up.
Elements of it actually did not come up. We spoke with it privately, but I'm happy to bring it up now. By the way, I like the virgin bourbon. That actually is, that looks a little more splashy, Ian, so I appreciate that. As for, shall we say...
Virgin bourbon, is it non-alcoholic bourbon? Or it's just like the bourbon that's been fucked in? Like, what are we saying?
Well, it is Ian, so what do you expect?
Yes, and we were bringing.
Well, it's definitely not a virgin, in that, so it must be
exactly.
Yeah.
If it's in his house, it's in it, basically.
It's bourbon that's never been like touched by human hands. They like pour it from cask to bottle, so it's pretty good though.
So you have all this top shelf stuff. You just don't put it on your shelf, or what? What's up with that?
Brendan, I'm guilty of that. Yeah. Oh, actually, Brendan,
because it's all empty. It's like all empty by the time it gets home.
It's full. No. Brendan, I actually got something you might appreciate. Hold on. I'll go on mute.
That's not full, man.
I'm sorry, Brooke.
Give Brendan something vegan or something. I like Tito's because, again, Tito's still supports dogs, right? Like, they're a big dog-friendly company.
Yes.
That gives to humane societies and things like that.
Oh,
and you can take your dog to work there.
Yes.
I was going to get hired by Tito's. I was going to move literally to Texas just to work at that company when I found out, like, they're like, bring your dog to work. This was back before many people were. And the only problem with that was, I was like, but they don't say you can also drink their vodka on the job. And I'm pretty sure they may not hire me, but I'm drunk with the dog. That was back
Texas.
When I was
they're all drunk. They just have to say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. I just figured at that point working for a vodka company was not, and gladly I did not. But yeah, it's kind of like becoming a bartender when you've got, like, you know, I had a friend that was an alcoholic, and she's like, I'm becoming a bartender, and I was like, that should work out well.
No, yeah, most
of them are already. Ask Ian. They're
it's true.
All alcoholics.
It's true. Or ask George Knight. He of course was a mixologist for many years, and of course I grew up with my dad when he was drinking. He told me, most bartenders die of alcoholism. It's fucking sad.
George is like, I mean, when it comes to Brits, they're already born drinking, so it's like. Just another Tuesday.
Do you really want to see Brit sober? I mean, come on. Like, they're bad enough to run. You don't want to see them sober.
By the way, now he's showing us some sake. I honestly thought it was originally a bottle of soy sauce. So,
I'm not seeing shit.
Oh, it's in the text
really,
box.
Gekekon? Really? This is like the basics.
I was about to say that's pretty cheap.
Read on the back of the bottle where it's made.
Yeah.
I live next to the factory.
Yeah.
About the same yeah. No,
I'm not joking.
No. Well, I'm trying to buy a terrorist. I mean, come on.
What's that?
Trying to what?
That's an old joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, read the back of it and see where it's made.
Yeah, it's right there in California. Yeah, it's near where Brendan. So dear Brooke, I'm so glad you wanted to come on. But one thing I need to emphasize is that every time Brendan Zogit tried to talk to you about setting up wards, you were interrupted. So we're trying to give you that information tonight.
That would be good, because I actually, when I hung up, I thought of that, and Brendan sent me. What did you send me, Brendan? It was a message, and I literally saw a picture, but it was obviously I was having to deal with other issues. And I was thinking when I laid down, I went to lay down, and I said I fell asleep actually in the chair. That I just fell asleep just listening to people go drain on, and but I went to sleep and I woke up. I said, shoot, I need to look at see if Brendan sent me a something like that, because obviously it can't hurt at this point.
Yes, thank you. So by all means, Brendan, please try to inform Brooke of what you couldn't inform her the other day.
Yeah, do you still have Peter's books?
I don't think I ever had Peter's. Oh, I've got it downloaded. Yes, I've got it downloaded on my phone.
But you don't have a physical copy?
I didn't order a physical copy.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's a good start. Now, what happened with Marina Sarin is that Peter Moon overnighted her his complete book collection. I almost said Brooke collection. And once she received that, her life's been in turmoil ever since. She's asking us for help. Yeah, so I want you to know how dangerous Peter Moon is.
So if there's any doubt that Peter is cursing everyone,
yeah,
that is just, there's no reason to doubt that.
Thank you. It's true. Peter is cursing everyone. He's literally, he hates everyone. He's cursing everyone. And he does this with a pathological mania. This is all he does now.
He hated me so much, and I don't understand. I guess it was because I stood up to him a little bit. Was it reverent enough?
No. We know the reason why for both of you. Both Brendan Zogit and yourself stood up to the cult, and he hates you both for that. It's not because either one of you are helping me, even though both of you are. Rather, Aristides helps enormously, but Aristides doesn't get this kind of attack because he was not approached by the cult, and he has not rebuked them. Both of you rebuked
I never shared it, this, but I don't think I ever shared it with you. But this was before I was ever approached by them. This was back in, I don't know, it was right around the time, before the assaults really started heavily, with animal things happening. But right around that time, I, had come into enough that he had called me, obviously the call we had, and we had another call briefly one night. And it was, he and I just it was before a show or after, or the next night, I can't remember, it was in the evening, I think it was before a show. And he said, well, Brooke, basically what he said was, I don't know why you came on to this show. He's like, you should know you got yourself in things you do not know about, and blah, blah. And I was like, well, no, I'm realizing that. That's fine. He's like, well, you just need to get away. You need to leave now. You need to not look back and do not come back. And he was very adamant on that.
That's what I would have said.
What would you have said, Ian? Say that again.
Fuck you, fag.
Yeah. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah.
That was his romantic. He considered you a romantic rival.
Yes. So let me put that in some context, Brooke, and help me out here, guys. Especially you, Brendan, because you were around a lot longer than Aristides. Aristides, I don't think, heard this sort of thing, but Star Fox and Ian may have heard it. When Peter Moon got on air, he would always say, "Ladies, if you have any idea of starting a relationship with Douglas, don't. Just don't." And he was always discouraging any woman from ever coming near me because he would say that.
He would say that almost every show.
Yeah. Because
I never listen to Peter.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Anyhow, so basically Peter said that because he wanted me for himself. And so he took you aside to give you that same speech because he thought you were going to take me away. And even towards the end, when he was beginning to truly, truly lose it and was going into his manic period where he couldn't tell dreams from reality, he was saying that, oh yeah, and I had a dream where I went to talk to David Lewis Anderson about Brooke Gibson, and we went back in time to kill her because she had stolen you from me. I mean, I shared that dream with you, Brooke. You remember that?
Thing that makes me think, I guess Brendan says, when I tried to play it down, but now I think, here's the weird thing about that. the same time you told me that dream, that same week before you told me, which would have been the same time that he's telling you this dream, I happen to be on David Lewis Anderson's fucking page, right? So it was like this weird kind of like, So there's something, obviously there's you know, and I believe in, you know, obviously synchronicities and things like that. I mean, I just don't give it, and I still, to this day, I mean, if he's listening, I'm sure he does, like, I don't give him any power, but anything, you know, he wants to send, I mean.
You have to rebuke him.
You have to rebuke him. You have to set up wards and rebuke him.
Get out of my space, you old bastard.
Yeah.
Stop cursing fucking people.
Yes, yes, that's what you've got.
And I have to go, full blown.
I will not curse him because I will not. Two wrongs don't make a right, but what I will do is rebuke it and send it back. And I have done it.
Mirror it. So what I need you to do, Brooke, is listen to Brendan as he explains to you what to do. This will be an education for all our listeners on how to mirror Peter Moon's curses. And because I need to go to the bathroom for just a second and relieve myself. I'll be back in a few minutes, but I'll be right back. Gonna go mute while I've been drinking a lot.
Basically, that's how you do it. You piss them down the toilet and flush that shit.
Yes, thank you. I'll do that right now.
There you go.
I'll be cursing his name out loud while I do it. Yes, and but I'll be back in a few minutes, so I'll go mute. But Brendan explained to Brooke what to do because you weren't allowed to last time by a certain agent of chaos that appeared in Brooke's life once he started cursing her. Multiple car wrecks, then a man begins to follow her, and you remember my suggestion, Brooke. I said, hey, just run over him with the car that you wrecked and then say that he ran out of the forest naked and you hit him, and oh my God, and they would have done a forensics exam and said, wow, he's full of meth. Oh, sorry, this happened, ma'am. And anyway, yes, I'll be.
Well, you ruined it now because it's on air. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Bushes all the time. We're sorry about that.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, so this is just in general. We don't have to get specific with it. Just if anyone's under any kind of attack from an entity, negative ghosts, psychic parasites, you can start with just the general neutralization, which is just to use pure sea salt or halite, which is like a rock salt. So you start by bathing in rock salt.
I did buy, so I remember when I had to call you about the attack, you gave me the stuff, and you told me to buy a kosher salt, right? So the kosher rock salt, that's correct, right? You can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to let you know.
Any salt.
When this is how bad I was back then. This is when it first started, and that was well over a year ago. But I did.
This is the original issues you were having. Yes.
Yeah, the very original.
Not people.
But I went. This is how serious it was for everybody listening. I went when Brendan told me this. I went and I spent, and I still did. I'm on my last box. I bought, and the only reason I'm on my last is because I used a bunch of it to try to scrub the floor. Finally, I bought $90. I bought every kosher rock they had at the grocery store. Yes, the boxes. I literally bought they were expensive anyway. They were whatever. But I bought 18 boxes. They were these big of rock salt. I had enough salt that I always thought if we get in a zombie apocalypse, era or something, I'll be able to still give salt to the neighborhood and the community for years. And I finally started using it because my dogs they got older, started urinating, and I didn't have baking soda, so I just started pouring salt everywhere. And I was like, well. This was actually the last 2 months. I was like, well, like Brendan said, I'll cleanse it with the salt as far as the area, and then it'll clean. Yeah. So, but the salt. I just want to be sure that was right. The rock salt, kosher salt, is what I bought.
Yeah, any salt.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No. Anything else? Do you want to add?
No, I did that, and I did some of the pictures, hangings, and then I have the what do you call that? The sign that's the
the Hakenkreuz.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. So basically, with the salt, just for anyone that's listening that's curious, so you take salt, any salt, rock salt, sea salt, whatever salt you have, you bathe in it, and just basically that will neutralize the energies. And then
you didn't want me to bathe in it. You told me to put it around my house. I never bathed in the damn thing.
Hold on.
I bathed in Ian's bleach. I bathed in Ian's
that was Ian. That was Ian telling you to bathe in
still
bleach.
live, so I don't even want to hear it.
Well, I'm just saying that it's different. It's different. The bleach is for like pathogens. We're talking like psychic parasites here. So you bathe in salt.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. I'll be bathing in salt.
You do like a.
He is right.
A bath.
Bathe in salt. He is right.
Thank you.
You could just spritz it on your head too. I mean, the point is you don't want to wash it off. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And
I never heard about spritzing it on. I've never heard about that.
Yeah, you can make a salt spray. So this also, like the superstition when you what is it? If you spill salt, then you put it over your shoulder.
Yes, I do the left and the right because I never remember which one it is. So I just throw over both.
Over your right shoulder. But so the reason why that's like that is because if you spill the salt, that means an entity is near. And if it's like trying to whisper in your ear or give you some bad advice or tamper with your body, your energies, that's why that superstition is there, because the salt will banish it. So salt is the first.
Whisper in your right ear. I got you because because you got your receiving side right and your giving side, and the receiving is your right side, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or pretty much, you could do whatever. But the point is, the salt. The reason that superstition is there is because the salt will neutralize any of those disembodied beings or ghosts or spirits that are trying to attack you. So that's why the salt is important. It's an energetic barrier. It's a neutralizer, and it connects you with the earth element, which is grounding. It grounds you out, centers you, puts you into a state of protection. It's very protective. And that's why when beings would draw the circle of the magician, a lot of the times use salt, because the salt will banish entities from getting out or in. And that's the point of it. So the point is, if you want to protect your home, you want to imbue the area with a protective field. You put salt in all four corners of your home, or you draw a circle of salt around your home. And but first you must cleanse the area. So you want to say, this is my space, declare your space, do some incense, saging, anything to get the vibes up.
Yeah, like I would send usually it's like intent. Like I would tell, I've told people what I would do when I did do it, because it's what I would just tell anybody is, to me, when you do it, it has nothing to do. I burn sage, I burn white sage, but it is the intent. And it's not even really if you say it out loud, it's just your system as I go. And I'm like, for me, I always said, I send anything in here, and I said, if you're not of love and light and peace, only things of love and light and peace may stay. And if you're not of love and light and peace, you must go. I send you, and I would even say I would send you in love and light and peace, but you must go. If you're, like it's just saying, because you don't want to allow anything dark or negative to take over you, because if you start getting angry or scared, like I'm angry, I'm going to send you away, then you're honestly harnessing part of that energy, right? Like that's how I felt anyway.
Exactly. Yes. No, you got it right. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I did that, and after Brendan, like I did that with the salt, and I did this cleansing. And I did it again so when I did it with Brendan afterwards, a lot of going on, that did clear up, and doing that cleansing. Now what I will say is I haven't done another cleansing like that with that. And so the other night, because I had that, like I said, when I was doing that salt, I was cleaning, so I took the rest of the salt and I went through the whole house. But what I realized when I'm doing it is, like, I did not. It was more of a last minute, I'm cleaning and I'm going to do this, so just throw salt places. So when you're just doing it, if you think you can just throw salt, right? I think the salt has cleansing. You can throw salt. Yeah. And I did throw the salt, but what I'm saying is I wasn't cleansing. I didn't do that. And I don't think that without the intent, both behind the cleansing and the salting is more of a barrier, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think cleansing needed to be done before I did the salting. I look back now and think that,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
So remember that I just got back and I raided the fridge on the way to grab a beer. And just so people don't start making fun of me about PBR anymore, because I no longer drink PBR. It's Einstock, old good white ale, and it's got coriander and other shit inside of it.
Oh, wow. You're getting on the list.
And orange peel. Coriander and orange peel. Yes, yes.
At least you're getting some spices in, Doug.
You son of a bitch! Oh, that fucking burns! Oh, god damn you! That's right up my fucking nose, you asshole!
The spices.
I didn't get that.
Oh, you asshole!
What was the inside joke there, buddy?
It wasn't an inside joke. I was just saying, at least he's getting some greens in his system.
She probably thinks you're talking bath salts, some new kind of drug or something, but it brings us back to salt. So remember, Brooke, then, to all our listeners, just as education for our listeners, salt is a crystal, and part of its purpose is refracting. So it helps to fractalize and break up incoming spells or occult assaults. And it helps to also bathe in it. Don't forget bathing salts like Epsom salts. They are quite helpful.
But he told me all this time. I will give Brendan the one thing. If he said it, he left it out. He was giving me a lot of information. I did not get. I had a lot of bathing rituals to do. They were all from Ian West, and they included Tide Pod.
Yeah, it all involved fucking
that's
bleach.
Not the right.
Brooke, did you not smell the best you've ever smelled in your life after that Tide Pod bath? Am I right?
Ian, that's toxic.
Yes, it's toxic.
Ian.
So cigarettes and alcohol. Shut the fuck up.
Well, it might cleanse your system, but if I did that, I'd die.
Yeah, same here. No,
You might put you. I don't even care. I'm telling you, I did it one time in the bath. Y'all know I was so sick. So like I was like, fuck, I'll try anything at this point. Like I was so like, Ian's a good salesman, right? Because he's like, I believe in that. He tells you enough times, you're like, fuck it, maybe if it'll work, we'll try that. Fuck,
no, it was that because you were so desperate, he began to make sense. That's why it's so scary.
Either way, yes, that's scary. Some of it. But come on, what I will tell you is, I told Ian, I was like, I don't know if it worked. I'm pretty sure it did not work because I'm still sick. But I will tell you, Ian, as sick as I am, I smell good and my skin is soft. I swear I smell like fucking Tide. And, you get fresh laundry out and you're like, my fucking skin smell like that for 3 days.
But let's try and replace that with with actual, not the drug bath salts, but actual Epsom salts. And that.
I'm not eating at all, but once a week now, and maximum I bathe once a week because apparently.
No, you're supposed to bathe every day, bro. You got to bathe every day.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do.
Not in Tide Pods.
Yeah, you're right, Brandon. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. You have someone with you that is living there that likes to have sex, and they're like, you should take a bath, you get a shower today, and then you realize, you're like, I'm not going to. And I'm not going to, and if they think you're going to get laid because you took a bath, what you soon realize is like, you know what? I'm not going to take a bath for like maybe 12 days. Like, yeah. It's like every time I get out of the shower, it's like, trying. I'm like, you know what? I just need to do not bathe. I swear to God, I've gone like on a 4-day ritual so far, and it's worked out quite well. Like,
I bathe every day. I hop in that bathtub and I fill that tub up and I hop in there.
We didn't doubt you.
He was telling us how he bathes every day, and Brendan said, we didn't doubt you, Ian. We don't need to know these things. What is Ian even saying to me? He gives me this Red Stripe fucking lager beer, and he says, that's what I'm inking? Oh, you meant drinking. That's right.
I'm drinking, Doug.
He says, that's what I'm doing, inking.
I have a beer with you.
Yeah.
Inking. That sounds like some... That's like some Cthulhu shit.
Yes, yes, that's right.
Listen, like, if Ian doesn't bathe for a day or two, or, like, it's probably like you wouldn't probably fucking, but like, my thing is if I bathe, apparently that is like sending signals for like, it's a definite, like, I need to go try and like leave this person not alone for 24 hours so they fuck me. But like, if I don't bathe, I thought it would work, right? But it does.
Like a deterrent.
It's not a deterrent, because no, I still end up getting. It's just like, it's not like, it's like bathe to put up a green light. Apparently some people think it's like green light, I bathe. And then it's like, I didn't bathe, fuck you. And they're like, well, you don't like me? Well, no, I don't like you. And then it's like, okay, well, I want to fuck you anyway. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't really work. I don't know.
Recreational sex, sport fucking.
Well, all of this is quite interesting. Brendan will be right back. When he gets right back, we will go back to the meat of the issue and talk about the occult assaults, unless you feel that we've somehow addressed that. Do you feel that we've...
Doug, you can back me up on this, and since Brooke here, it's impossible to get in touch with her. I owe you an apology. Did you hear that episode?
Brooke?
You owe me an apology? Which part? Which one?
about, okay, so a while back when I first got into Mississippi, you were warning me about Peter because I've been out of the loop for so long. And I kind of was like second guessing you on it. Like, I didn't think, I mean, I guess I didn't hear the whole side of your story. Like, I didn't know what was really going on. And then when this incident happened, Doug was like just spilling the beans about how of a piece of shit he was. And yeah, so, you know, apology on that.
Yeah, I appreciate the apology, and I acknowledge it. And
I think he owes you an apology for misleading you into bathing in bleach. How about an apology for that?
Doug, that has nothing. Shut the fuck up. I probably saved your fucking life.
Actually, I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to put you and Doug both in your place, and with this one, and Doug's not going to like it too much either. I think that you both owe me an apology for the Peter Moon, and I am sick of fucking hearing everybody jump on a bandwagon that nobody, even including Brendan, fucking was on when I was fucking being attacked and was like telling him outright, and I wasn't even allowed back on the show. I will say Douglas stood up for me when he wanted to kick me off the show completely, and it was like him or me. Like, you know, I didn't know the man much longer than I don't know, than fucking an owl shit. You know, they say slicker than an owl shit. I don't know what the southern term. But I'm just saying, I didn't know him fucking very longer than a fucking a whore decides to tell Ian that she's not gonna fuck him the first time she's ever seen him. First, you know, there's a first for everything, and every time he meets a whore, she's like, oh shit, I've never met a guy I wouldn't fuck. This is it. Like that fast is how long I took to tell you Peter Moon is fucking an ass, and there's something wrong, But everybody was like, oh, but it's Peter Moon, and I had to listen to people coo on him for a year or more. Yeah. You know? Right. So I'm not, the reason I don't jump on the bandwagon anymore, or I'm not going to jump on a bandwagon. I never wanted to beat up Peter Moon. I like to address the truth. I like to address the concerns and state the facts. I have a lot of my own issues. I don't claim to be perfect, but I knew that Peter wasn't. There wasn't many people on my side. I will say definitely Douglas stood up for me in that, but he also had to deal with Peter, so he had to play his normal Libra-esque self, but no one was on my side.
Put Peter in front of you a couple of times, or twice a week for a year, but anyway.
What? Say that again? What? A couple times, twice a week for a year? What?
I said Doug did put Peter in front of Brooke a couple of times. Well, maybe twice a week for a year, but anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He did. Right, so, I'll call you, Brooke. I got to call Peter first because he's on the East Coast. And I'm like, you know where I live? The same time zone, buddy. But yeah, I agree. I mean, Peter was there first, and it's fine. And we knew he was older and ancient. And you know what I said? Peter was going to die first. And I know he will die.
Well, first, let's start with that apology. Brooke Gibson, I apologize for any time that I put Peter before you. And I thank you for qualifying it, however, by pointing out to people that it was strictly pragmatic. And at least tell people that while I'm apologizing for putting Peter in front of you, I always said it was simply because he had the publishing company. We were trying to get the book out. He was, there were several.
I back you up on that.
Yeah, there were several mitigating factors, but also, Brooke, please let the public know that behind Peter's back, between you and I, whenever we spoke privately, I never had a good word to say about Peter Moon, Vinnie Barbaric. I only had the.
I can back Doug up for this.
Yes.
I can.
I mean, let's be honest. Doug can't have me on the show. The only reason I was able to come on the show and come on after Peter was because Doug is such a good, charismatic, but just he and I could laugh like 2 hours, and an hour and a half of that would be maybe an hour, maybe 30 minutes. I'm not gonna give Peter all that, but there'd be a lot of just laughter. And I'm not putting Peter down, but I'm saying that there is just I mean, what's real is real, and I think Doug is really real with most people. And I'm sure you can laugh at me some, but I know what's laughable at me. Like, I know when I come on here, like, oh God, well, like, look at her, she's dating Meth Head Larry, and look at her. And then look at her, she's in love with Meth Head Larry. Like, now she's like bringing him into her home.
And the best thing about Daniel was the way Brendan Zoget described it when he called you. Now, we haven't talked about this publicly on air, but this is what I understand. Brendan Zoget called Brooke, and then Daniel shows up and is like, hey, that's that elitist cocksucker. And then, yeah, he's the rich guy. And then give her money. Send him after calling him a cocksucker, after insulting him. Then he says, send her money. And it's like, how does that work? It's like,
Larry's never had it.
Motherfucker, you said, first of all, here's the damn word. Y'all all heard me cuss on here. Y'all replay every damn thing, and Brendan heard this. I said, I called, yeah. Of course, he wouldn't shut up for longer than me say this, but I said, hell yeah, I called him an elitist, because I don't fucking, I told Brendan to his face, I feel like he's an elitist sometimes. But I said, I didn't say cocksucker, and here's why. He could have, you could have said, I may have said he's elitist. I could have said even asshole at some point or something. I don't know. But you said cocksucker, which shows how you make shit up. And because the word have y'all ever heard me use the word cocksucker? I'll use motherfucker, asshole. There's cocksucker. That's not a word. That's his word. That's the word he used.
That's not it, you know.
It's not my vernacular. You're very classy.
If I'm the Daniel, I'm sorry too. I'll insert my apology here because you didn't deserve that, and I'm under heavy spiritual attack with my roommate. The first thing he did when I moved in was break my spritzer bottle of Epsom salt and bay leaves that I would never normally cover my door and sleep around. I've yet to replace this bottle, and I have this fucking pure demon trying to just treat me like I'm an idiot to my face and put his bad energy on me, trying to destiny swap. So, you throw a little alcohol on me, and I got a big old mouth. And I'm sorry if we're talking about that.
Thank you, honey. That was beautiful. I appreciate your input. That was delightful. And you're always so cute. I hope you got my message in the text box. And you're adorable. Okay. And,
but anyway, I don't know any of y'all's here. Y'all that never come on camera. I'm sure I like Douglas's hair as well.
I like Douglas's what as well?
Hair. I was just complimenting her hair. But I said, I'm sure I love Douglas's hair as well. You just won't come on camera and show us your beautiful.
I'm tempted to do so, but then you see the mess that the tomb is. The crypt is just unbearable, honestly. But go on.
We scheduled that like next week. Everybody's on camera.
I was tempted just the other day. It's been quite the ride. And something just changed.
You put us all on camera.
Ian West is coming on camera. Oh my God. So this is like we'll find out whatever he's eating, because that seems to be what he does every time the camera comes on. And I swear to God, we were talking about the crime of this poor brain-injured woman. She was in a motorcycle accident, couldn't even remember her name. The state of Kentucky would not take care of her, so they gave her over to her mother and just said, hey, you handle this. And then she wound up cooking.
What did I miss?
Oh, we were talking about the woman cooking and eating her mother in Kentucky. We were talking
about Brendan's mother.
Yeah.
Not Brendan.
Ian. And we said if Star Fox were to cook and eat Ian West, he would taste like a giant prawn. Yes.
That's on a good day.
Yeah.
Good one, Brandon.
I feel like.
So, dear Brooke, Brendan, let's return to the discussion of wards, and why are you doing this, Ian? Why are you on camera? It's like, what are you showing us? Is this your nostrils? Is this nose porn? The light hits your nostrils. You look, I hate to say this, I don't mean it as an insult, but your nostrils have a porcine effect.
Get him, Brooke.
It's because he's eating all those ribs.
Here's the thing. You can't say, that's what Daniel will say, you know what, and then he'll be like, never mind. I could tell you, I could say things about you that I'm not. I could totally put you in your place. And I'm like, go ahead. No, I'm not going to.
Okay, reconnection successful. Okay, I was able to reconnect the OBS studio. That took some work. Okay, so I've been working on reconnecting the OBS. And
looks like we're still live. Nothing happened.
Oh, it was awful. I got all these notifications were offline and everything else. So it says.
Yeah, it only showed 3 of us for a minute. Like, I don't know what that was.
So if you look at the chat box.
Where's Aristides?
Yeah, if you look at the chat box, it says chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you and then successfully connect it. So thank God. Okay, so that worked out. as best as it can. And meanwhile, okay, it didn't work out. It failed because Ian is still on camera.
No, no offense, Ian, but you should probably turn it off because of the
bandwidth. It's eating up the bandwidth.
Yeah,
That's right.
I mean, Ian's big old junk, you know. It's a lot of big the whole time.
Thank you, bro.
Oh, you bitch! Fuck! All that Einstock white ale just went up my nose again. Oh, fuck. That hurts. God damn, that hurts. Don't forget I had stitches and staples, you bitch.
Sorry.
Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. All that coriander and orange peel stings like that. Okay. Okay.
All right, so let's go ahead. We got knocked off. We got some knocking off. Let's get Brendan back to get back on subject to the.
Well, read what he put in the text box, honey.
I did Japanese shit. I don't care about Japan. Those Japanese suck. Anyway,
honey, how could you say that? This is.
I'm on a Skip Douglas Hill night. No.
Little girl.
Typical Americans.
Yes. But, honey, read what he says. It's called Shiori, to ward off evil spirits and cleanse sacred locations like shrines and temples. Is your body not your temple? Is your home not your shrine?
Brendan knows how to Google. Okay, Brendan, you want to get this information you're not Googling?
Good damn you.
What are you talking about?
She was saying you get everything by Google. It killed me. All the beer went up my nose again.
It's not. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Google. You just gotta know what to look for. Which I have the anthropological background to sift through it.
That's right, baby. He's got the anthropological background, baby. He studies mankind. He looks at all those pictures of naked natives in National Geographic. Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I brought you
Nothing
up
wrong with that.
last night. Brendan, Daniel was trying to get laid last night, apparently, because even though I hadn't showered in 2 days, he was still trying really hard. He said he was willing to actually sit down and watch TV. He'd come in the room, but he would not try to watch porn or some stupid movie. And his movie selection is always thriller horror movies with some sex, like heavy sex.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like comedy. That's the only movie you've ever seen.
Instinct or something. Anyway.
Yeah. It's always It's always. So what I'm saying is he's willing to even watch astrology video, right? So I'll pull up a fucking astrology video. I'm watching it. He's living there just actually watching it, trying his best to not, see how long he can go through it before he thinks he can get sex, I guess. I don't know. They didn't make it fun. But, until I would kick him out of the room. But the point is I say, it was going into Vedic stuff, and I said, you said you wanted to learn something. He's like, please, I want to learn something. So I went into a little bit of and I was going to words. This is what really pissed me off, probably because I said, oh, see how this, and it was Vedic words, like the Indian words, and I said, you know who can pronounce these words perfectly?
Sanskrit.
You know why I call the leaders? I said, Brendan Zogan. Every one of these words. I said, he knows all about it. And then I ended up in a dialogue about you. I was like, I don't know. I was like, yeah, he knows Vedic, like everything Vedic, like he can pronounce it well, blah, blah, blah. And then it sounded like I was in love with you. I guess probably because I was like, he just is so great. And I don't know how he does it. I don't know. And then I think by that time, he was just like, fuck it, it's not even worth it. I just love him.
Oh my goodness. Now, Brendan, you need to respond to that. I'm going to grab another beer.
There to respond. I mean,
yeah. Well, she's complimenting you. She's respecting your, your intellect and your knowledge. I mean, that requires.
Yeah, just don't ask him for dinner advice. I would say, Brendan, everything you should ask Brendan for is and you can even ask him for that, as we're both vegetarian or he's vegan. Just don't ask him for like the grain. Like, just stick to white rice, regular rice. I would say is good. Millets. Don't let him send you into a convenience store where even the Indian people have to go dig in the back corners of their shelves.
Speaking of which, I'm going to grab some more of that Glutenberg beer made out of millet and corn and buckwheat. I'll be right back.
God,
there you go.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I mean, millets are good for you. There's nothing wrong with millets, but should we continue the topic as at hand, or shall I?
I would say the millet's just a running joke. I just always throw that in, but yeah. Let's continue the topic at hand.
Yeah, but millets are great for you. I mean, but I think I've definitely,
I think it does show you something that anything that's natural, like I will say this, I like when I buy organic fruit and vegetables, which I do. I've had a couple people make comments to me that, you know, like even my kids, like when you buy it organic, it will rot faster. Like it's amazing, like the fruit that's not organic, like it seems to last a lot longer. So maybe it was the millet,
with
you know,
chemicals.
Yeah. So like millet. So I had this pot of millets and I, you know, left it sitting next to the sink for like 24 hours and then it spilled. And so you would think if rice had sat there only, you know, I'm not talking about 3 days or 24 hours. I just was like, ooh, it doesn't taste good. I don't like it. Kind of sat it there and went upstairs the next night. I was like, oh, I need to put this, you know, empty it out. But I spilt it because of the dog. And then as the millet hit the floor, I see it like, whatever, got to clean that up, some of it. But then I realized it was moving. Some of the pieces were moving. So they were like crawling around, you know. So what I'm saying is I think that maybe because it's natural, there wasn't pesticides and all that in there. And therefore there may have been, since it was older, probably something had gotten in there. But so yeah, I'm giving Brendan like credit. I just say it's more fun to make it fun. You know, it's more fun, Brendan, if we just say you refer me to eat maggots. Like that's more the fun.
I don't think that's the fun part. But
Brooke, what have you been up to?
Do what?
What have you been up to, Brooke?
Not a lot. Not as high as you are, you know, not working at the liquor store yet. I hadn't made it to that level. Yeah, no, I mean, no, really, I'm not really doing, I had a dog pass away last week, so that's been kind of hard. Right. Went to jail because of it, you know, so like all that.
Did you for real went back to jail or?
No, I did not go to jail. I was about to go to jail and my dog died, but no, everything's good. It's just, I was not in a great space during that happened. Literally just was letting bygones be bygones and dealing with one thing at a time. And I, you know, did also deal with my parents and the flood and all that. So we have a lot of that going on. You know, we still got a lot of people, you know, in Asheville, only 45 minutes for me. We got hit as heavy as Asheville. The only difference is, you know, Greenville and Asheville were hit the heaviest. The only difference is Asheville has a river system. So the river system going up into Flat Rock and Asheville, I mean, you know, like, is it Flat Rock and area, like, what is it? Brevard. All that area is just completely just demolished. It's like unbelievable. Like, and these are, you know, like people that we know or people like coworkers. It's not like I don't have anyone directly that I'm very close to that's lost anyone, but just hearing the stories of, you know, Lola had someone at work the other day, or, you know, the other week, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago almost now, and they had come in and said that their daughter was up during the, you know, up in Asheville, and during the flood at her house, and, you know, she was still, you know, they didn't even have running water, and the neighbor's daughter, I mean, her neighbors, her direct neighbors next door were killed, all three of them, the father and the mom, the dad and the mom, and this child. And just so many people, like, you know, they couldn't even get to the mom's body. It was underneath because it just came in so fast, this rain. And it just, you know, because of the river system, it came up so fast that people were basically standing there. You think you got a heavy storm coming in. You know, we've had storms our whole life, but we live up in upstate of the mountains. So it's not like a hurricane does not send signals in the upstate of South Carolina to be like, oh, well, it's a hurricane. The hurricane, that's the coastal part. Like, that's where the big heavy stuff hits. We'll get rain from it, but never anything, never. I mean, this is a once in a, you know, 10,000 year event, if, you know, or more, maybe ever.
You
like,
you would hope, but continue, please.
Yeah, well, we would hope it's not going forward, right? But before this, there's nothing in any records that we know of that say before this that's ever happened or could have happened. And so it was just so fast that people were literally, you know, you're in your living room, you know, you're in your bedroom and you hear the rain. And then it was like, for us, because we're not at a river system right here, other than being close, don't have heavy rivers. So we suddenly just went, I never thought we'd lose even power. I mean, I just thought, oh yeah, it's going to be some heavy rain tomorrow. That's it. And then suddenly, like, it's like 5 a.m. I'm like, shit, fucking power went out. I'm like, what the fuck? I heard the rain coming down. It was really heavy. And I'm like, why would rain knock out power? We have lightning storms that knock out power. This was not a thunderstorm. And, you know, and then we have ice storms that knock out power, ice and snow can, but never rain and wind like that. So that was kind of different. And then we, you know, had no idea what was coming or what was going to happen, because then we lose power. You don't have any access to your TV, and then use your internet, and then you've got your phone system or your phone, then the phones even, but what it even hit tower cell coverage. So like either Daniel would have a little bit of service and I would have none for a whole day, and all I had none, and every now and then he'd get it. So you could get a call out to a friend or like my mom or somebody who had no coverage. So nobody really knew anything until it slowly started coming back, and then we start realizing, oh my God! I mean, there was a whole town just like that we go to. What's that one that we go to that was washed away? Chimney Rock. I mean, Chimney Rock's gone. I mean, it's an entire town that's just gone. It was basically washed away. Like it was like a tourist kind of town. You go through the mountain as you're driving up, and it's just like when you see it, it's just like so sad to see how it just came in, and it, you know, how, and I guess to me, what I'm saying is, and then losing my dog recently, it just kind of put things into perspective that you don't always have tomorrow, and you don't know how fast things can happen. And you might think, oh, well, I'll make up with this person tomorrow, or like I'll tell Ian West or Douglas, like they're kind of great. And, you know, I'll tell, you know, Brendan that, you know, he's pretty smart, and I thank him for his help, and he's still a little bit of an elitist, but I love him. I can say that stuff because, you know, if you don't know, you wait. And just like with my dog, I was planning on taking him up that night, and that's why I said I almost went to jail, because you know, when I got in a fight, and I kind of went outside and I went and sat in my car, to be honest. And luckily he came out and found me, and he said something's wrong with my dog, and I went in, but unfortunately it was the last moments. Like he basically had a stroke, and so, you know, you don't ever have another opportunity to always, and sometimes it's the quietest people. And like this dog was the one, I tell you, of all my dogs, I don't think I ever took it, even had taken the vet. He was just he was a good dog. And it's sometimes the good ones, the ones that are quiet, the ones that aren't like me and loudmouthed and have issues and problems. You gotta, you know, it is the ones that are the quiet, and they're just there, and they're good. And those we get taken for granted sometimes, and they're there for a reason. And maybe that's because, you know, people like me need the cheerleader, or need to be able, you know, sometimes I've been guilty of wanting attention, or not even wanting it, but taking it. I know that sometimes I talk too much. So I am doing it right now, as a matter of fact. But
that's fine.
I just want to say that, like, you love, you know, you have to love everything as you have it, and don't take it for granted, because if one lesson, I can't make up time with him, but I can say, what lesson did you teach me to not take for granted anymore, to think I have another minute or a day with somebody, you know, like make sure you end your day. Animal person, you know, this sounds like this animal to most people, and is nothing, but for me it's huge. And so I would just say, for your people you love, whatever you love, cherish it. Doesn't mean it has to be a perfect day, doesn't mean it has to be great, doesn't mean you have to call that person. I'm not gonna call Douglas every night, like, Douglas, I love you, you know, no.
But I appreciate the times that you do say that. Yes, believe me.
But yeah, no, I love you, but what I'm saying is I want to be sure the people know that you love, know they love you, you love them. And, you know, don't be like, well, tomorrow I'll get around to that, letting him know that, or letting them know that. So yes, Douglas, I love you. I thank you for having me on the show. I thank you for the opportunity to know all of you guys. I love each and every one of you in your own ways. Like Aristides, I've gotten to know him the least, really. And he was there for me, though, in a way that to me will always, although maybe permanently there anyway on my record, he will always be there for me. I mean, like, just that was special for him to like do that and didn't know me. I always think when people do something like that, and he was there for me. And Nemo, you know, Nemo and I, just everyone here. I just love everyone. Even, you know, I don't think there's anyone I don't love other than maybe, you know, the Peter Moon. And I send him, you know, I still send him in love and light and peace. I reverse, and that's where I would then send it back to Brendan to go back into what we need to know.
Right. Now, what I'd like to do is to put some things into perspective with the latest hurricane via the Google Calendar. So give me a second here to share screen and make certain that you can see it. And I hope everyone can see it. I'm going to ask Brendan Zogid, as well as Ian West, as well as Brooke Gibson. Aristides, I will pretend is asleep, or assume is asleep. Star Fox, I believe, is already watching because she's looking intently at the camera. So can all of you see the cursor moving?
Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. Brooke, yes. Brendan? Okay.
Yes, I can see Star Fox.
Okay, good. That's really all that counts. Yes, I understand. Unfortunately, I'm going to take us away from that view to the calendar. So here we are with the calendar, and what happened was August.
You're missing some stuff, right?
I am? What?
Yeah, Diwali is on the 31st to the 1st.
Right. Yeah, Diwali-ween. Yeah, Diwali-ween. Yes, yes. Here we are, 31st. Yes, Samhain, Halloween, and Diwali. Yes, so I do need to add that. So I will. I promise I will. What else about it? It's the 31st towards November 1st or 2nd?
I mean, if we're going by our reckoning, it's going to be the 31st.
It's going to be the 31st that it starts. It starts this year on the 31st. Yeah. But when does it end?
On the 1st. 31st to the 1st.
Oh, the 31st to the 1st. There's a movie, just so people know, Diwali. Okay. Diwali-ween. Okay, and there is a actual movie by that title. Oh, it says I've spelled it wrong. Okay, so let's try that.
And it's also daylight savings time, so let's see.
Oh shit, yeah. And
the 2nd through the 5th, yeah.
Yes, Diwali-ween.
Diwali,
World War II thing, daylight savings time, World War II.
Well, George Knight isn't here.
Well, that's George's territory.
Yeah, that's George's territory. He would start. See, here's this film, Diwali-ween. And well, if we can just get the pasta queen out of the way, here we are with that. Let's play the trailer for Diwali-ween and see if I can turn the sound up. Yeah, there we are. Can you guys even hear the sound? Oh, I shouldn't play the sound.
Can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear the sound, but you can see the image, right? Yeah. But you could see the images, and Diwali-ween is
quite nice.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a movie about Asian Indians in America. And their kids want to celebrate Halloween, but they want to celebrate traditional Diwali. And they say, no, we're celebrating Diwali. And then they go through all of these. Let me see if I can see it. In other words, get the subtitles up, but I can't get subtitles up on it. But apparently, check the movie out. I'd like to hear your review of it, Brendan. So whatever.
Yes, I will.
Okay, good. I'd like to, And so apparently it was a TV movie from 2017. It's only 45 minutes long. Wow.
Yeah.
So the Festival of Light versus Fright Night in this family comedy. God damn my voice. Yeah, it's because I was teaching the Blood Boys all that time. Okay, so let's take that off.
Is that what they call it nowadays?
What a fucker. Okay. Yes. So here we are. August. Let's see if I'm hearing something in the background there. Give me a second here. Just looking around.
That's my aqua therapy machine. Sorry.
Oh, cool. Okay. You're at home? You're finally at home?
Yeah, I'm soaking in the aqua therapy salt bath.
Oh, all right. See, Brooke, you've got to pick up that habit. And presumably everybody can hear me. I'll go back to sharing screen. If I'm able to make it through with my voice. So... when I use it. What's that?
I said you're cracking there, Doug.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
What happened? Did I need to pick up again? What was that? Drinking the Blood Boy's penis.
If we can disregard that for a few moments, what I had promised.
No, really, I didn't mean that. I do mean that. The Blood Boys you did promise some pictures of you have not delivered on.
I can go to those pictures, but Aristides wanted to see them too, so we'd have to make sure he's awake. Okay, so Aristides.
I heard that you're just playing with your food. It seems like a little bit too much. You're getting to a child state, and I'm going to have to take you back into grown-up state.
What? Say that slowly and loudly.
I'm sorry. I know. Daniel does not talk too fast. I swear to God, I've talked this way my whole life. I don't understand. Okay. I think you should not play with your food, Douglas. That's all I'm saying.
I honestly, I swear I do not. So I do want people to be, it's I realize that might be a running joke, but honestly, I don't play with my food.
The joke about it, I think Brendan made the joke earlier, and you laughed a little like it was playful. So
yes.
I think I'm getting a little jealous here is what I'm saying. So,
the only exception to that rule has been essentially my son, because obviously I've had sex with my son back when he was a girl in the past, before the sex change, and then, of course, now has asked me at times to drink his blood because that he feels that affirms him as a male, if you know what I mean, since I only drink the blood of males, if you get the psychology there. Also, he has kind of a fantasy. What's that? What's that, Starfox?
I'm so jealous, I said.
Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're adorable, honey. Yes. Yeah. Why can't you be like Starfox, Brooke? Yeah. Yeah, there we are. You know,
I totally will give Daniel over for you to drink his blood if you want.
Oh, don't make me puke.
I'm offering a gift. I'm offering a gift of love.
Exactly, yeah, you know. I just think of money you'd save on the Coke, Doug. I would just think of money.
Yes. That's actually quite funny. Give me a second to get myself together after that assault on my senses, and we'll let's get back into what's important first. Did Aristides, was that Aristides' voice?
Did I miss Starfox on camera? Is that what I'm missing, like on this joke, or what is it?
It's Starfox is on camera. You can't see her.
Yeah, but no, it's my computer's locked up.
Me and Douglas are a lot alike. I would only probably want a boy's blood, too.
There we are. Well, Brooke wanted it, too. When Brooke was feeling really sick, she thought it might do something for her. I had to try and talk her out of it. Yeah. What's that, Ian?
You think you talked me out of it. It's rough.
Honestly, once the blood's there, you'll take it. But, just, with preference.
I'm sorry.
Doug, I think you're still on screen share.
What?
I think you're still on screen share, Doug.
Yeah, that's the point. I'm supposed to be on screen share. I'm supposed to show you something. Yes. So, can all of you see?
They're not worthy.
Yeah. Yes, they're not. Can all of you see this?
Suck a little harder, Brandon. Just suck it just a little harder.
Yes. Why can't you be like Brendan Brooke? Yes. Yes.
I'll go on mute.
I need the intelligence of Brendan, the obviously the beautiful, audacious camera. What do you call that? Willing. What do you have? Confidence of Starfox. I would say confidence to come on camera.
Yes.
I need. Yeah. Yes, the intelligence of Brendan along with his humility. And of course, the comedic skills and wit, as well as the waistline.
Ian West.
I love you, Brooke.
Using his Chinese inch measurement, he's got the Chinese inch.
Was that not the best skit or what? That was just so brilliant, man. That was so fucking brilliant. It really was.
We still don't understand.
Knows how to hang with the boys. I like that. I like it.
What's brilliant about it is the fact that it was so real. That you truly had your measurement off the, like, this was not planned. You just look and no, I'm showing y'all, look right here. And you're like I'm a 23-inch waist. And I'm like, I don't even think you're a 23-inch waist when you were in 4th grade, Ian. That's not possible. He's like, no. Chinese measurements, they're different.
Like, that's the hourglass figure or something. I died laughing when somebody said that. They're like, what is he, a fucking hourglass or something? That was so fucking classic.
That's how you had it. Yeah, you had it like you were.
Except it was the opposite. It was like the opposite of an hourglass. It's all wide at the waist.
That's not how he had it. He actually had it like hourglass. He had it like, I'm a 26. I'm a 32, 26, 30. I don't fucking know what he had. It didn't matter. None of them were right.
It's more like 24, 64, 24.
You remember that? Holy shit.
I think Brendan's right. I think he is right. I really do. I think he's right.
How did you remember that?
I can tell you right fucking now there was no 64 in there. Because that's where I made fun of it. Because I was like, there's no 64. You're in the 20s and 30s. And you're saying that's Chinese. And I order from there, and I'm telling you, their shit runs small, not big, dude. So, where are these like a new measurement China has, where every 3 inches?
I never said Chinese measurements. When did I say Chinese?
No, I did. I said it was the Chinese inch because he was ordering all his clothes from China, and everything they have is basically undersized. And
exactly.
Yeah.
And I think he brought that up. Yeah. Anyway, it was funny. We won't go back into it. You have to be there. I don't even remember Brendan being on that show.
I still can't get over the bowl episode. The bowl episode is classic. Like, I play that for black people, and they love it, man. They love that episode.
What are we talking about?
The bowl. The end bowl.
Oh, the end bowl. Oh, he's trying to say that everybody likes him using the N word, that all the black people find it so charming.
Yes,
so
tell that to Bellamy then.
Yeah, go tell that to Troy Bellamy.
He didn't believe us when we told him.
With Bellamy is bullshit, and also, you know why I think that Ian's not correct. Like, I don't know, when you're asking Ian West, he's got his measurements. We've got that fact. Now, maybe he's correct, but why don't you ask him about his taste buds? Because his favorite place to eat is, again, the woo-woo Wawa. It's the best place you can eat in Florida. If you've been to Florida, check out the Wawa. If you go to Florida, get it near a Wawa. Wawas are the elitist of the elite. Brendan Zoget can't even get in a Wawa. It's so great.
You were on that episode. Brendan, you were on that episode. I remember the Wawa episode. You were on that one, Brendan.
Yeah, I was.
That was classic.
He doesn't sound too excited about it. It's and
I'm surprised you're not a Buc-ee's cultist. Like, you're not far enough west.
Brendan, that's fucking funny you say that. They're opening up a Buc-ee's like on the interstate up north from here.
Brookies cultist. I'm like, can we make a Brookies?
Buc-ee's is the shit. From what I'm hearing, Buc-ee's is the fucking shit. Like, for real.
What is Buc-ee's? What is this Buc-ee? We have a local place called Buc-ee's Barbecue, but I don't think he's branched out. He's this country boy.
Let me. Apparently, Buc-ee's is a white trash paradise. Like,
literally.
Oh, it's my kind of place then. Where is this Buc-ee's? I need to go home.
They have a jerky bar that's overpriced.
Buc-ee's has a jerky bar. This is right, jerky bar.
Oh my God.
Alabama. It's not worth going to when you're this white. No. It's horrible. On Earth.
How many people go missing near Buc-ee's though? I mean, he said that the jerky bar's a little suspicious. I don't know. These Buc-ee's are.
Well, all gas stations are
sure Ian has a conspiracy theory.
Is it like kind of like a truck? Is it like a truck stop type place, or like?
It's a truck. From what I understand, it's a truck stop type place, and like they close down an exit here on the interstate, like north of me, and it's pissing the whole town off. Like there's this town called. Yeah, no, because they can't go home on their exit interstate because they're building a Buc-ee's there.
Oh, because they're building it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought the whole town was pissed off because they couldn't get to
the town is shut off.
Wow.
It's crazy. Hell yeah, the town's called Diamond Head.
It's like if Walmart and Cracker Barrel had a store baby and then added 100 gas pumps.
Yeah, okay, I back up.
Okay, it's a giant gas station with a bunch of barbecue and beef jerky, and then they also have merchandise. So it's become this cultural phenomenon where people go to it like it's Chuck E. Cheese or something. And it's just because it has a cute beaver as a symbol.
Face. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
Beaver is like edible.
Do you know how much they're starting their employees off an hour to work there? Try to guess. $35
$20
an hour. $35 an hour.
That's bullshit.
No, that's true. I applied. That's how I know. That's how much they're starting. That's how much they're paying the custodial artists there, Brendan.
Why wouldn't they hire you?
Yeah, that's how they got famous. That's right. Ian's right. They got famous because they have the cleanest bathrooms on Earth, essentially. That's their claim to fame.
Holy shit.
They have someone go into the bathrooms every 20 minutes to clean them.
Oh, wow.
I believe that. Brendan, I believe you on that.
That's
like I said. Yeah, like I said, they're starting everybody off at $35 an hour, but they're not done building the place yet where I'm at. They're still building it.
Obviously, they don't have a Buc-ee's on Long Island because I believe after Peter Moon and his trip to the polling place.
Yeah.
What is that sucking sound? What is that fucking sucking sound?
That's not me. I heard that.
It's not me. I'm not. I guarantee. I mean, Daniel would love to say it was me, but it's not. So I don't know what's fucking going on.
Oh my God. Starbucks holding your hands up. Brendan, it was something in your environment. Something in your environment. It sounded like. Oh, with Trappist Nicholson.
It's the aqua machine.
Okay, cool.
Aqua therapy machine.
Okay, but it's not colonics.
Definitely not colonics.
Colonic. I could totally see Peter Moon going like, "What's our dinner date? We're gonna go get our."
He did that. He definitively did that.
And on our way home, I'm gonna take you to a special place.
He did it to Paula and then took her out to dinner. Doug, please.
Yes, it's true. It's awful.
I swear to God.
It is awful. It is awful. And
I said after we recovered, we went to dinner to my favorite place.
He's so sick. He is so fucking sick. And he kept saying how glowing. She looked like she was glowing. And that's the heat from her hatred, Peter. That's the heat from her hatred wanting to kill you. Yes, honestly.
And then that was the only time he splurged and took her to a restaurant she liked.
Yes.
He got what he wanted.
Yeah.
What a dick.
Yeah.
Halloween. I mean, their Halloween. It was their No, it was his birthday. No, remember Douglas? It was and I don't want to talk about it, but like this was kind of fun to me. It was the online. They had the what am I trying to say? That love day. What's the love day? See, I don't care. Valentine's.
Right. Yes. How could you forget that? But go on. Yes.
Yes. I'm not in love. It's not like part of my life right now. I mean, like no one loves me. Yeah. Anyway. So.
Oh, honey.
I love you, Brooke.
Yes, I love you, Brooke. When Ian says that, you wish he didn't.
Oh, Brooke, I don't care what you say about her, Doug. I love her.
Oh my God.
Oh, Bucky, what is Douglas saying about me, motherfucker?
That's an old saying. That's an old joke. That's an old joke.
Oh my God.
I can't handle this. Like, Artie was already like sensitive, and like I came on here for support. I'm gonna have to go now.
Yeah,
anyway, I just meant like all I was talking about.
The salt.
Yes, the salt. We want to talk about the wards. Anyhow, don't listen to him, Brooke. He's fucking joking. Oh my fucking God.
I was just kidding.
Yes.
What I was gonna say was just on that clip. He had it on Facebook, or she did, because I always worked with her. I'd seen it, and it was her Facebook post for Valentine's, and it was the two of them supposed to be at dinner. But what she did was they was there across from each other. She mirrored herself, so it was her across from herself. I mean, she just took Peter. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Remember, Douglas? Like she mirrored it. So it was like the way it was. It's like, you know, you could take an image and you can mirror it, like flip it.
Yeah.
So it was like across from her.
Yes, Paula. You're talking about Paula. What she did? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. She cut off Peter Moon and she mirrored herself, as in self-love.
I took him out of the image, and that was her Valentine's post.
Yeah, that was her that's correct. All that is true. All that is true. Oh my fucking God.
I did date once. I was
like,
hey,
let's
take a picture of you, and I took a picture of myself.
Yes.
That's kind of a punk move, yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's nice and understandable with half these idiots. And what I've been doing is I've been going through my photographs that were taken of the Blood Boys, and they're trying to erase their names. So, I promised Aristides that you would come on and I would show him at the same time, because otherwise it might be awkward. So I want Brooke to come on earlier on Sunday and join us in the opening hours. Peter Moon's not alive anymore as far as I'm concerned, even though I will show you reasons why you should take him seriously. And but Aristides,
let's get back to that. You want me on the opening?
Yeah, so let me do the screen share and we can get back to that. So okay, I'm going to do the screen share. We'll get back to that. And
look at your calendar.
I come on earlier. What I was gonna say is I need to get back to Brendan eventually to get that warding stuff.
Yes. Oh, and Brendan, let's have you complete your instructions to Brooke about warding before I go into the calendar. I'll go off screen share while you do that. So please complete.
I was being facetious.
I guess the only reason that I thought of that, Douglas, is because when you said come on earlier, I was like, well, let me get back to normal life pre-Peter Moon.
There's no normal life until you do the wards. You can't do that until you listen to Brendan and put the wards up.
So that's why I thought let's go.
But when he teaches you about this now, I not only want you to timestamp this, take notes, go back over it. I want you to listen to me after he's done, where I'll tell you the context of what happened with Peter so that you understand the gravity of the situation. But in the meantime, I also want you to know that I promised Aristides I'd show the Blood Boys to him as the same time as I did to you, and this will give me some time to basically erase their names from these photographs and make them more generic in terms of their listing, so that when I show them to you, no names come up, and that way I could do this on Sunday, and that way I need you to come on earlier in the opening hours when he's awake. So come on in the opening hours when he's awake, and I'll show them to you, I promise, along with Aristides, as I promised him. So, is that a deal, honey?
Yeah, that's a deal, and you should probably definitely erase those names, because as we all know, that you actually live locally, are a millionaire, and I'm going to recognize all those people because they obviously live here in Greenville as well.
According to someone we know, yes. Okay, so Brendan, take it away.
You know what started the argument that day as soon as you and I hung up? He said, he does not sound like he's in California. He sounds close. And I was like, you can tell that from a phone call? It was just mad. He was just mad that I was why can't you be nice to me like you're nice to him? I'm like, I don't know. You cannot say stupid stuff, but I won't be nice. He's like, I'm being harsh. I'm being funny, and I'm just, being a little overboard. Underboard and stuff. There's not others. So anyway, Brendan, go ahead. Love you.
Yes. Take it away, Brendan.
Right. Yeah. To wrap up the salt. So, as I put into the text box here, we're gonna just go over that as historical context. That salt was utilized in Japanese cleansing rituals and rites known as shiori. They are used to ward off evil spirits, cleanse sacred locations like shrines and temples. In European folklore and tradition, salt was connected with protection and cleansing. In ancient Rome, it was employed in religious rites to sanctify sacred locations, protect against evil forces. In the Christian tradition, salt has a symbolic meaning. It is used in ceremonies of baptism, exorcism, and to fend off evil spirits and cleanse the soul. In Slavic culture, salt is thought to be protective against witches and harmful spirits. It is frequently sprinkled about doorways, windows, and placed in the corners of a room to provide a barrier against negative energy. Indigenous American tribes use salt for defense and cleansing. Native Americans, salt was used to purify the body and spirit through rites and sweat lodge rituals. In Latin American tradition and mysticism, salt is said to protect against bad spirits, negative energies, and is frequently utilized in rites and ceremonies for spiritual protection and purification. So that's the historical context, a little bit of it. And so the salt will neutralize and repel, and if you add it with the intention of protection and calling upon well-being, divine force, love and light, or prosperity, it also brings prosperity, and it's also associated with money. That's where we get the words salary from, is the amount of gold that they would give to legionnaires. The amount of salt they would give legionnaires instead of gold. They wouldn't get paid in money. So there we go. So salt was worth more than gold because it was a survival necessity. So you would be paid in salt as opposed to silver or gold. So that's why it's important. And so, as I said there, you put it around your house. You make a circle, your circle of protection, declare your space, cleanse the space, then protect the barrier, put up the barrier. And for what we're using it for, which is hex breaking, you have, and just in general, like repelling psychic parasites and absorbing negative energies that are thrust upon you. You take any salt, pretty much, put it in a bag, preferably cloth, but you can use Ziploc bag if you have nothing else. So put a salt in a bag, about 1 pound of salt. Then you add purifying herbs. So you can use rosemary, lavender. These are just easy ones to get. Mint. You could also put cinnamon sticks. But the best thing to use is either sage, which is even culinary sage, any sage, the Salvia genus, or Artemisia genus, which is wormwood, any type of Artemisia genus, so like even tarragon and stuff. So those will ward off negative magical attacks. And then you'll add a piece of pure silver. So if you have a silver coin or a silver necklace, silver ring, so you'd put silver, salt, and sage in a satchel. And then you put that on your back of your neck or your lower back, and it will absorb the negative energy that's been thrust into your energy system. And also, when you do that, you also take a bath, like a salt bath, like Douglas was saying. You use magnesium sulfate, which is Epsom salt, or you can use magnesium salts, you can use sea salt, and you can also mix them. So what that will do is draw toxins out of your system. So it'll prime, as the alchemist would say, that would prime the prima materia, which is the physical body. And then the salt bathing with intention will prime the spirit body to protect you and cleanse the astral as well. So silver, salt, and sage satchels are a protective measure and a cleansing measure that you literally put them in your bed while you're sleeping. You can, tape them to like jogger pants, like, put on an extra pair of pants with like a string and tie it to your, the back of your lower back, or put it on your neck when you're sleeping. So if you're surrounded in those things, that is like the first step in cleansing a negative hex or curse, and also provide you protection. So, and you can see, like, for a more popular culture kind of example, you can watch the series Supernatural, where they were using salt. Like every time a demon attacks or a ghost, like they just use salt. That's like their first, that was like the plot foil, is like they're always looking for salt or something, that was like their first line of defense. They were like putting salt inside of shotgun shells to like shoot, to kill ghosts and shit. So that's like a, a more pop culture way to look at it, but there's truth to that, and they actually got that from their occult knowledge, whoever wrote that show. So there you go. That's the first step. And there are lots of other things we can speak about, and I can do it privately and just tell you different things to get that you can get from the Indian shop, or if you have access to a feng shui store, they have definitely have some artilica there, artillery, occult artillery, which unfortunately I had to use to repel the attacks I was receiving from MEMºRIÄ.
Thank you.
So there you go.
Excellent.
That just, that helped with the downward spiral.
It's funny you mentioned the Supernatural show, because I would never expect Brendan to be like, but before I met you, like, Supernatural became like, I got hooked on it. I actually went out and bought, this just shows you how long ago it was. Like, I bought the DVDs of the show because I was watching it and you couldn't stream the rest of it, like whatever time frame this was, it was so early. So I got so hooked on the show that I ordered the rest of this like series so that I could have it to watch all of them. So it's just funny you mentioned that, because I got really hooked on that show. So yeah, watch it again. They actually they secrete a lot of things in there that you can use. So like the way they did the circles, the binding circles, and the repelling circles, such as like the mark of Cain, which is the pentagram, which they actually showed Douglas that properly, that the pentagram. Are you talking about the one they do on the floor when they would call like somebody in, and they would like Crowley in, or what was his name? They did it after Crowley, I assume. Aleister Crowley. They called him. Well, yeah, that was, but that's just. I'm not saying to do everything they said. No, but I'm just saying, is that one of the, like, that main circle I remember them always drawing? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, they use salt to draw the circle, yeah. But the pentagram, or you can look up just like the Supernatural mark of Cain. So, let's see, Supernatural.
Yeah, he'll find the image. What's that, honey?
The cast in circle Aleister Crowley does, that's pure Satanism. That's called a sigil, and that's totally different. That's dealing with
sigils are different.
Sigils are
formulas. Sigils are just mathematic formulas that they use to dial into entities.
People, yeah,
but I'm
that's
saying,
not where you start.
But by the way, let everyone know on record, Brooke, that you were personally witness to the fact that Jambo the Reese Monkey had the full name, all first, middle, and last name of yourself and both your children in blood-drawn sigils.
Whoa. I cannot remember the first, middle, and last of all of them, but I do know there were sigils there, and they did have their names. Like, I know, and again, this, I didn't really understand what sigils were. That was during a time when I ended up on a show, and anything I told Douglas was true during that. I mean, obviously, I just cannot remember now going back, because a lot of that I tried to block out. So I can't remember if there was first, middle, last, but there were definitely, the names were there.
Full names. It was full names, as you told me, first, middle, and last. You couldn't understand how he knew the full names, first, middle.
Yeah, there was definitely things that there was enough to throw me, because again, like, I didn't believe in a lot of this, and so again, not that I didn't believe in supernatural, but obviously love the show Supernatural. But what I mean is, I always try to err on the side of caution as far as skeptic. And just don't want to jump into anything. So, yeah, I mean, obviously there were some things that kind of led me, definitely that he had, I think this was before I had spoken with him or anything like that, from what I remember.
Before he reached out to convert you in his attempt, yes. Understand this, George Knight was on earlier, and if we were ever to get you on earlier, say Sunday night, early enough to talk to Aristides and then George Knight, George Knight will explain to you firsthand that he, being a bodybuilder, knew Jambo the Reese Monkey when Jambo the Reese Monkey was actually displaying or manifesting physically muscular definition, meaning he knew Jason Reese when he was ripped, cut, buff, and actually displayable as a bodybuilder, and he saw him disintegrate to the point where he developed moon face. He became a body of slag as his gut exploded with all of the cough syrup he was drinking endlessly. And so we know
the rhabdomyolysis.
Yeah, rhabdomyolysis.
His ligaments were dissolving.
Yeah, his ligaments were.
He did not. I will say this: he did not look like I've given truth on that too. Like, he didn't like. He did a lot of things, and I gave him hell. Like, I didn't. I think a lot of things he says, everything he said was dark, and everything he said was fucked up. And he told me I was worse than Douglas Dietrich. But I will say he didn't look bad. So it was definitely either a mirroring spell or like whatever glamour spell.
It had to be a glamour. That this individual disintegrated before our eyes. He looked like Gollum. He looked like Gollum from the Lord of the Rings to all three of us. We've got 3 witnesses here, Brooke, and I can tell you he cast a spell upon what you saw. It was the jinn manifesting this is what he was displaying to him, was also an erect phallus, which he told us all publicly on air he could not get it up. He could not get an erection because of all the cough syrup. Brendan, you can help me here.
Yes. No, he did. He said he was impotent.
Yeah.
And he had no shame in admitting that. And that's why Salman Sheikh felt bad for him and went to help him.
Yes, by fucking him up the ass.
This is slander. This is literally
this is literally what they said.
Impotent and stand up and try to show me his penis, because that was the wrong move to on his part. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, but he showed you an erect penis, correct? Is that what you said? That his penis was.
Stood up. Yeah, he stood up. I think he was like, we were on. Like, he was talking to me.
Yeah, so that wasn't something he could do. It's what he told us.
Yeah, as he told us quite specifically, and we know it for a fact because Salman Sheikh, after visiting him, went to visit Peter Moon because Peter Moon wanted some of that Salman Sheikh magic because Peter Moon was losing his libido. So there you have that.
He needed to glamour me and whatever, so I could come online and tell everybody, hey, he looked okay and he has a penis that can get hard. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Let everybody think that. I think you're got to be a loser regardless. And I feel sorry for him. I'll be honest, I feel sorry for him. He is, I don't feel like, I'm not.
You shouldn't feel sorry for him. Tell her about how he whipped his dick out in front of a schoolyard, and then when the parents chased him away, he threatened to come back and machine gun them all.
Yeah.
Literally. Are you serious, Doug?
Yes.
We're not joking. You can go back. It's on record.
Yeah.
He was walking in his like COVID suit of armor and
dressed like Master Chief from Halo.
Yeah. So he walked all the way down like 122nd Street is what he said. And then he had to take a piss. So of course he's totally nihilist, so he just does it wherever. And he was pissing on a chain link fence, and he said that people were taking umbrage, and he couldn't figure out why. And then one of the parents or the yard duty came up to him and said, "Dude, you cannot piss here. You're not allowed to piss in front of kids, and we'll call the cops on you because you're flashing these kids."
That's a nice way to put it.
And,
right.
Even the guy was like trying to acquiesce with him and say, "Even the homeless people go behind the dumpster, you perv."
Jesus.
Yeah, no, but first thing Jameson said was, "The homeless people piss here." Yeah. And the guy said, "Yeah, but they go behind the dumpster."
Yeah. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what he told us,
Yeah, and then he said, "No magic here." He said, "Fuck the magic spells. I'm going back with a full-auto machine gun, and I'm going to kill them all."
And we asked him, we said, "Dude, it's a school." And he's like, "I don't fucking care.
I'm going to kill them all." Parents and kids. Yeah. Parents and kids, all of them, yes. That's Jambo the Reese Monkey for you.
He's lost. Like, he's truly lost, though. Like, he says shit. Like, he's like a 3-year-old. I mean, like, that's like what I'm dealing with, to be honest, living.
Yeah, but
like, this is like these people that are like very.
It doesn't mean he won't do
emotionally, and they say stuff just like they don't mean. Like, I'm not saying he deserves all for saying that. I'm not saying any way a good person. But what I am saying is, like, he didn't say that, and like he's gonna go do that.
Yes, he did.
Said that. It's just he like.
No. What Brooke is saying, she's not denying what you're saying. She's not denying what we're saying.
Whatever it sounded like, he thought that would make like a 3-year-old. "Oh, I'm gonna kill them all," and then like the next minute, "Oh, I love kids. I would never kill kids." It's like, like, you don't even know what you want because you don't know who you are. That's why know thyself. You don't even know who the fuck you are, and you're lost. And I think that's. I mean, we all have to find ourselves and know ourselves. That's a very lost.
But Brooke, look at it this way: he's not lost. He found himself in the nihilist anti-gods, and that's what he identified with. So when he calls you and pretends he's lost, it's the same seduction he uses with everyone. He keeps telling everyone, "I really will do anything for kids," when all he wants is
and the chicks love that.
Yeah, and the chicks love that. And then he'll say,
Maria Gregorich.
Yeah.
Maria Gregorich was gonna go live with him.
Yeah, no, she was gonna let him live with her. Yeah.
Or vice versa, yeah.
Yeah. But go on, Brooke. I'm sorry, go on, Brooke. Honey? Brooke?
I just said if that was seduction on his part, if that was seduction on his part toward me, then
it failed.
I guess that it failed.
Well, we're not saying it was good.
So, yeah, we aren't saying it was good.
I mean, that was seduction.
Yeah.
Some of the most dangerous people that I've always dealt with, especially being when I was, very intently into my marriage, you end up with guys that they play the stupid card and they're pumping you for everything you know. Yeah. They're not fucking stupid. Yeah. They'll figure out your weaknesses, play on them.
Yeah, Brooke knows that. He's standing right behind her.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're not just talking about Ian West either.
Fuck you.
And nothing's more triggering to me at this rate after dealing with that so much. I mean, I could handle you treating me like I'm fucking stupid, but when they act stupid,
right,
it pisses me off a lot because, it puts me in a place where it's like, if I defend myself and call them out, I give them exactly what they want. Yeah. So you just can't tell them what you know. You gotta let them act stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's really annoying.
I know, and but yeah, I get it. Thank you for sharing that, honey. And that's how Joe Tai was. He was malevolently pretending to be stupid, but he was actually very manipulative. And it was pretty disgusting. And Brooke, let me know if you can see the cursor moving, and I'll go into the lecture. Either that, or after all I've been drinking, I'll go to the bathroom first and come back and show you the calendar in a more. Yeah, let me do that. I'll be right back. Let me go mute. All of you gentlemen and ladies, hold the stage. I'll be right back in a few minutes. I've been drinking beer after beer, so I'm actually, you don't really drink beer, you rent it. So let me go relieve myself of that burden. I'll be right back, and then I'll start talking. Okay. You guys hold the stage.
I'm just gonna let you know, Douglas. My computer's locking up.
Oh, you're kidding.
So it's taking me forever. When I mute something, it takes me forever to unmute it. I don't know what's going on.
So don't mute. Don't mute. Do not mute.
Yeah, I have that problem too.
Yeah. Okay. Do not mute. Any of you, do not mute. I'll be back. Hold the stage. I'll be right back, and I'll start talking. But for God's sakes, yeah. What's that?
Mine's freezing. My camera's glitching.
I noticed that.
Out, and I can turn it off.
Well, everybody just hold the fort. I'll be back, and then we'll go over this, and then we can decide how much longer we can continue. But obviously, all of our electronics are beginning to get frozen. They're beginning to get assaulted by the occult assault, because the occult affects electronics predominantly. Tell them, Brendan. They don't call it the Ethernet for nothing. So start on that while I'll be right back.
Yeah, so all of the modern internet technology is based off of something called Ethernet. So where did they get the word Ethernet? Ether is
from
the fifth element.
Oh.
What's up? Say that
I thought from the Earth.
No. Earth is its own element. So Earth.
Okay.
So you have, so let's go back to basics.
Ether is like the spirit realm. Ether is the spirit.
Yes.
It's always taken out.
Yeah, etheric, the etheric.
Okay.
So there's 5 elements. You have fire, earth, air, water, and the 5th element is space.
And okay.
So that's ether. It's called Akash in Sanskrit, Akash.
Okay.
So all the other 4 elements come from the ether element. And things like electricity, what we call like quantum, electrons, everything comes out of the ether. So the ether element is the element that is the most mysterious, the most powerful. That's where sound and vibration come out of nothing, which we would say as, some people would say void, but it's like, it's still a substance. Like ether is the original substance, which everything else comes out of. So that's why it's so important.
Like a medium?
It's a medium of some sort.
Yeah.
We don't know what it is, but it's something.
Okay, I'm following you.
It's the Force. It's the Force. It's called in Star Wars like the Force, you know? It's called Shakti. It's called Shakti in Sanskrit. So the Force is this power that puts forth all the other elements. Now, originally when science came about, they understood that ether was a prime element in creation. So they used it, and the original periodic table was actually based on the etheric. Like the first few elements were ether-based. Like hydrogen and helium, they came out of the ether. So later on, that was edited out. But the reason why we know it's still used in the occulted sciences or the higher level science that's not public domain or not taught in schools is the fact that our internet technology is working off of Ethernet. So why would they call it Ethernet? Because it's etheric technology. So that's the only way.
I've heard acknowledge that. I feel like an idiot trying to tell people that a very long time ago I'd heard that it was literally used as essentially like a ghost machine. I don't want to call it a Ouija board or a spirit box, but that is essentially what it is.
I get what you're picking up. I get it.
Yes, good point. So the original, so for example, this, like what Star Fox is saying is important. Like the original television, the CRT television tube, which is a tube technology, electron emission tube.
Yes.
That was originally developed to speak to the other side. So there would be like the green light projection, and then they would be able to converse with the entities on the other side via the green tube, the CRT, they're called CRT, electron ray tubes, cathode ray tubes.
Yes.
And the beings would draw on the green light from the other side, from the etheric realm, into our dimension. Yes. And that's before they ever used it for television, they ever used it for anything else. So that's how we got Enochian language, like fully, and everything like that. So they would just write these symbols and sigils, and that's how a lot of these conjurations happened. And that's one of the effects of the ether technology. So when we're using Ethernet, so just us doing the bandwidth or speaking on the Ethernet itself,
yes,
that means any being that's in any realm,
yes,
on any of the 9 worlds can tune in and see what's happening on Earth through the Ethernet.
Quite true.
So that's one of the reasons why they have it so implemented, where there's a camera on every corner.
Yes.
And like you go to places like London and there's like cameras in like alleyways that don't even make sense. There's like 15 cameras in one section. It's like, who's watching that? There's no human watching that. It's these other entities in the lower realms, in the lower 7 realms, the denser realms with higher technology than us, that gave us this technology, also known as the Svað, and the different dwarven beings that gave us this technology,
yes,
from other dimensions. They're not physical necessarily on our physicality, but those beings can tune into Ethernet and listen to this very conversation, or any conversation that's broadcast on the Ethernet.
Yes.
So that's why it's called Ethernet.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, you might remember the concept of, well, people started seeing, in China in particular, floating cities, these cities in the sky. And you can look that up on YouTube, cities in the sky in
Yes.
China. And what's happening is what Michael Aquino predicted. Michael Aquino said that with all of the technology that we're applying today, that eventually the time will come, due to the complete pervasiveness of our Wi-Fi, that the time would come when we would be speaking to the dead as casually as we would be speaking to the living. But the manifestation of those floating cities in the sky over China in particular is already the beginning symptoms of that. These are the cities of the other side, the cities of the dead, and they're beginning to manifest, yes, where people can see them. And Michael Aquino predicted a time when this would be worldwide, and we would be able to make calls to the people
and
on
the
those
Vedic
things.
has a name for that.
Please.
Place. It's called Pitrilok. Pitrilok means the realm of the ancestors, which is very important in Chinese culture, which is why there's a bit heavier connection there.
Thank you.
They actually appeal to ancestors, as we do not as much.
That's quite correct. Though,
so the tether is closer to them. Yeah.
Yes, yes, and that's why it becomes so much more visible over China,
yes,
more immediately. But it will eventually potentially be worldwide, and it's not necessarily that people will be, oh, I'm going to dial Uncle Ed on the other side, but it'll get to the point where there's going to be bleed over. You're going to be on phone calls, and then the other side will begin talking to you. And you'll say, yes, who's this? And, well, it's your dead Uncle Bill. Yeah. And he predicted the time where that would become pervasive. So we are heading towards that time. This is not good news. This is not a good thing. No. It's the bleed over of these worlds.
And that's the thing, is that the reason why the higher realms don't give us technology is because they have this concept of what was it in Star Trek called Prime Directive?
Yes.
They don't interfere. So the elven realms, like Buvar Lok, which is called Buvar, which is above us, and Swarg Lok, which is the heavenly realms, they have a very clear knowledge not to intervene on Middle Earth, Midgard. Yes. So the elves and the high elves and stuff do not interfere on our realm unless prompted or asked. Whereas the lower beings, like the Dwegar and the Svað and these high technology fallen realms in the nether worlds, they give us technology and they don't care whether it harms us. They don't care of the consequence. They have their own agenda. So that's why we have all this technology in the last 100 years that is literally impossible. Humans cannot make microchips out of sand without intervention. There's no way. It's impossible. Not at the technology level we have now. We were instructed by the Svad, the dark elves from lower dimensions, and they gave us this technology for their own ends. But now that we have it, they don't care of the consequences. They don't care that everyone's mind's all fucked up, because normal humans can't handle all this technology.
No.
Like look Like, look at what's happened with the phones and all the kids on the phones. And
yeah, information overload. It's called information overload.
Yeah, information overload. And also they have no concern of the pollution. Like, when you create a device like this, how many mines have to be created? How many deaths? How many people died to bring you these minerals? Like, none of that was ever taken into account, and they don't care about that.
Yeah, just understand that every cell phone you use is a blood phone. That all of the mineral that's in it is literally what used to be called unobtainium, and the unobtainium was kind of like an engineer's joke term for a kind of magical metal or material that would serve all purposes. Yeah, unobtainium. And the unobtainium is actually the kind of metal that comes out of Africa. So I'm forgetting the exact name of it, but the meteorite metal metal out of Congo.
Tritium. There's like tritium or something.
Tritium, something like that, out of tantalum. Tantalum. Okay, it's tantalum.
Thank you, Douglas.
So if you remember, Tantalus was the let's say Tantalus, Greek mythology. One of the Titans, yeah. Yeah, he was tortured throughout eternity. In Greek mythology, Tantalus was a king of Sipylus who was punished by Zeus for attempting to trick the gods and steal their food. The punishment, Zeus punished Tantalus.
The nectar of immortality. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. By condemning him to stand in a pool of water in hell beneath a fruit tree with low branches. The water would recede whenever Tantalus tried to drink it. The fruit would move out of reach whenever Tantalus tried to grasp it. This is why they say tantalized. You're tantalized. You want something, but you cannot reach it, so you're tantalized. So Tantalus, that's what the metal is named after. So tantalum is named after this punished individual who is suffering.
Which is telling in and of itself why they even use that name.
Oh, yes. Oh, he's punished for eternity in this horrific manner. I'm using the screen share now, so you can see this image of this individual. Tantalus is a figure who stole the nectar of the gods to take back to Earth. He was punished in the afterlife on a beautiful island with fruitful trees and clear water. He couldn't drink the water. He couldn't reach the fruit, so he's forever tantalized. So the mineral tantalum is taken out of the Congo. It comes from space. It's only available where the meteorite crashed, and over 1 million black Africans have died fighting over that metal tantalum to put in your cell phones. Everyone who has a cell phone has tantalum in that cell phone. You have several people who have died to enable you to make these phone calls. There is blood on your cell phones. This is the World War I of Africa. Millions of people have died, employed by corporations to bring that little tiny sheet of tantalum into your phone by which you make phone calls. So that is all your phone calls are blood calls. They're based on the blood of black Africans who have fought and died, paid by corporations as mercenaries to bring you that tiny little sliver of tantalum that makes your cell phone work. This is the world that we live in, and almost nobody is aware of that. Nobody is educated on this, that every call you make is based on some black person's life expended in Africa.
And that's just one of the minerals.
Thank you. Yeah.
So it's got body count. Each phone is body count.
Yes. And so again, returning to the gravity of the situation. With that, can you all see the cursor moving? Or Brooke in particular, I want you to respond, please. Okay. Well, I opened another can of Glutenberg. Yeah, gluten-free, mind you. Gluten-free beer.
We might have scared Brooke off. Is she still there? Brooke?
Yeah, she's there. Yeah.
I was trying to stay muted because I didn't want to get into that and disagree on some things that I don't completely agree on. But I will say my cell phone I like my cell phone, and I think they're all talking a little bit specifically. Yeah, and I just want you all to know, did you start using the cell phone? I believe, Douglas, you have 2 cell phones.
Yeah.
I believe
Well, we're not saying that we don't have phones or something. Like,
right.
I mean, we're on it. That's how I'm talking.
Yeah, my life depends on my fucking cell phone. I have 3 of them. The one that I'm transferring all the stupid numbers from into my new phone. I have to keep that. Yeah, battery operated.
Doug has a higher KD, kill-to-death ratio, than the phone.
Yeah.
Like he was killing people in Africa.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've killed more people than my phone has, so, like, what the fuck? Honey, Brooke, I'm not guilty over it.
You know, I choose to believe that we choose our next life before we come into it, and like how we're going to come in and what we want to learn. And sometimes we play support characters, for other souls that need to learn. And I mean, I'm okay if somebody chose to be a support character for me, so I could have a cell phone, so I could be on this podcast and learn. Like, I'm thankful 2 or 3 lives. Like, it is what it is. Like, you choose what it is.
This is part of the cycle of existence. That is true. And I only wish that everyone who paid their price was someone like Peter Moon or at the least, like Ian West. But yeah.
Fuck you, Doug. Fuck you.
I love you, Ian.
People are well. I mean, not Ian, but yeah.
Well, as they say, it's like only the good die young.
Yeah.
The innocent die soon, and then the cursed linger. They always live to like 90. Those guys that live to like 100.
Yeah, like Peter Moon. Yeah, Peter Moon said, "I'm going to live to be 180." Remember that shit? Yeah.
Yeah. And then he got cooked immediately.
Yeah.
And I even said that. I said, Doug, he just sealed his fate by saying that.
He did. But I'm not saying you need to feel guilty about using your phone. You need to be cognizant of the cost. It's like
we should all be cognizant, like Brendan is cognizant as well, about like we have to be cognizant of like the meat industry and like what we're doing as a planet to what we've been doing. I mean, we've been sacrificing lives for a long time for things, right now it's cell phones, but this has been an ongoing issue with the human race, right?
Yeah.
What we're willing to sacrifice,
Absolutely.
and lives we're willing to sacrifice just for power or, land grabs or whatever it is. So, I think that's more the question. The only thing I found interesting is when you were telling the story of this, again, what was the, yes. That in one aspect he took the gods. What did he take of the gods?
The nectar of immortality, right, Brendan? Nectar of the gods.
The ambrosia. The pure nectar of immortality. Food of the gods, as they call it.
Right. So it's kind of like the story. It's just another version, kind of like the to me, like Adam and Eve's story of like the giving something, taking something. Yes.
Prometheus, right? The Promethean gift of fire, similar to that. Go on, honey.
Right. Again, yeah, another one. So yes, both those, like to me it's that, and I've heard interesting stories on reversals of that. So what I find interesting is the fact that we can actually, if you're talking about getting out of this realm or getting out of this dimension, because if you were looking at everything coming from one, you would then go, well, if everything comes from one, the good and evil would eventually have already started from one. So at that point, if you get out of this dimension, sometimes what we see as good and bad, we have to have a good or bad because there has to be a right or wrong. And that is what we live in, and that's all we're meant to know. And to be honest, I'm not arguing against there's bad because there is.
I mean, that's Midgard. Midgard is the nature of this plane. It's all of hell and all of heaven in one place.
Right, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like
Midgard,
that's what we're meant to have here and experience. I think it's a very difficult dimension to be in. But what I'm saying is there are dimensions, just remember, like where there basically is no good or bad. Like they don't judge on good or bad. Like so that's a very hard thing, and I don't think we're meant to wrap our mind around it. And so I'm not trying to get people to. But just to like, for instance, when we're saying like you can reverse that whole thing, and you could say that the person that again I don't know his name, temptation guy.
Tantalus.
Okay, so he took that. He could be the one that says, I was taking this to give it to humanity because you were, so instead of gods, let's say you took it from the devil.
No, he took it selfishly. That's why.
Yes, for what the...
Prometheus actually...
Prometheus, right. Prometheus was not human. Prometheus was a titan who stole it for humanity, but Tantalus was a human who stole it for himself. Yes, but...
I mean, it's all stories, and I think they're all symbolic, is what I mean. So, yes. I think symbology there, I'm not overreaching with that, like going back and forth. I just think it's interesting to expand on the fact that bad is it's sometimes on what side it is. Everything's perspective, right? Mm-hmm. So at some point you can be, and I'm not saying there's not true evil or whatever, but we can be on two sides and completely both be right. Mm-hmm. If my perspective is, I
mean, there is absolute truth.
No, I mean, but the absolute truth is if you hurt my kid, I don't care what it is, I'm going to not, that is against me, so I'm going to stand up for my child. What am I, like let's say you, Brendan, are on your way to work, and you hurt is it right for me to kill you? Probably not. But it will be people that are parents that'll be like, I understand. Brendan was on his way to work and he didn't drive. And
the other day.
What was that?
I mean, I'm saying this is stuff beyond. This is stuff beyond.
I have no business relating to this because I only have a bunny that I would take anyone out for, you know.
I get it. Yes, Star Fox would kill for her bunny the way Brooke would kill for her dogs. Yes.
So, but I had this idea while I was ranting to myself on my live stream the other day that, like, you know, and I have no idea what I'm going to say when I start talking in general. I have incredible brain injuries from being beaten, but that's beside the point. I really can't. We're all surprised when the words come out of my mouth. So what I ended up saying was, you know, if you had to lose 2 of your kids to save 10,000, and there was no right.
Yeah, this is the old conundrum. This is the old conundrum.
That. It really just depends on the person, because guess what? My parents will gladly kill us without even saving anyone else. You know.
Yeah, there's no right answer to that. That's the old conundrum. Doug, can you remind me? It's Aristotelian. It's like, you know, it's an old philosophical foil.
No, I thought it was a Greek thing.
Yeah,
Aristotle
is Greek, yes.
Yeah. I remember that.
To protect their children, right? I mean, that's.
But it's the point is. Wait, the point of that actually. Well, actually, finish your thought and then I'll explain it. Like you were going on.
No, like I said, I don't even. It's kind of disturbing even on myself when sometimes I don't want to even listen to my own stuff. I'm like, it disturbs me, but I know where I'm coming from, and that's just something I remember. I was reviewing my stuff the other day, and I even let my roommate walk past me, knowing damn well the detrimentality that can cause to me, letting him hear what the fuck I told the whole world about him, and he knows it's for him. But what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and play dumb like everyone else? Like, no, I see what you're doing, and now everyone's gonna hear it. What am I gonna do?
Right, honey.
You do what you can. You do what you can.
Yes.
Pixie, you do what you can, girl. That's what you do. You do what you can.
Yes.
Oh, I could do more than that. I don't go fucking around with things I don't want to deal with.
I do notice that Star Fox has a power that she's willing to use, and I'm glad that she used it. It actually had some repercussions in mitigating the damage of Peter Moon and the coven he has been associating with. So I will bring that up in a few moments, but first we will get back to what Brendan and Brooke were saying about the conundrum. So if the both of you could finish that thought, that round of thought, please, by all means.
Brooke?
Yeah, don't everybody jump in at once.
Well, I just want to make sure.
Brooke, are you there?
It's your rule. It's your rule.
I understand. And Brooke, are you there, honey?
But basically, this conundrum.
Yeah.
So
conundrum.
The old conundrum is, would you, or like in modern context,
kitchen sink.
Well, don't worry. We'll wait for her, Ian. Don't worry. Hopefully, she'll show up. She's probably.
I got here. I'm here. Takes a while to unmute. And to be honest, after all that, I don't even know what the hell I was talking about. Like, I mean, where were we at?
We'll bring you back, Brooke. We'll bring you back. Go on with the conundrum, Brenda.
I mean, I think I would, though. Like, that's the bad part about what she asked. That whole question with the conundrum of what she's saying. That's a very, question I've asked myself many times. I don't know. I'm very scared. Like, even my squirrel, I'll be honest. All y'all could be in the road, and if my squirrel, I'm going to pick the squirrel. Like, y'all are gone. Like, I'm picking the squirrel. I love you all. Like, I'll be like, you humans go. Because I still get innocence. So it's like, I love this little bundle of innocence. And it's very easy for me to be like, adults, they can handle themselves. Your choice. I hope you did good in your life. There you go. Like, you protect innocence. But when you're talking about children, your 2 children versus 1,000 children or 1,000,000, that is a conundrum. And I don't know that there's an answer until you're in that moment. And it's kind of scary to not think of, like, I don't want to be in that. But yeah, anyway, go ahead.
That brings us back to Brendan. Go on with the conundrum, please.
Yeah, so it's an old. Can we use the term canard? It's an old canard of philosophy, ancient philosophy. Mm-hmm. Is that the right vocab term?
It's okay to me.
basically it's this conjecture that would you sacrifice one life for a million, or vice versa, or one loved one to save, a whole country or something like this. Now that conundrum is, there is no right answer to that, because if you sacrifice your family or whoever, some loved one, then you are forever in pain and you in guilt and you destroy your life. But if you sacrifice the whole country, then you're in trouble anyways. Like you watch all these people die, then you're going to be, so either way you're screwed. But the point is,
not if you're a narcissist with zero empathy at all. I mean,
no, it doesn't matter.
But you see, actually, to someone like Vinnie Barbaric, that problem would not be a problem, because all he's concerned with is himself.
The point is that even if you don't feel anything, the universe records what you do.
True.
And just as Krishna says, it's like, even to not make a decision, to not do an action is an action in and of itself.
Yes.
So there is no right answer to that, because whether you do or you don't do, or you sit still, like let's just say you sit still and everyone dies around you, it's like you still made that choice. So the point is it's this kind of exercise, mental exercise, to get you to accept and to lean into a more stoic mindset.
I think that
you go into divine mode, this divine mode where you have to be in flow.
You can't speak for 10,000 other people. There's an art of consent. And I think, yes, that would make your karmic debt worse if you go and take 10,000 other people's children.
Thank you. Yes.
I think that when you're talking about flow, though, in general, and I'm sorry to talk about a few in general.
Please do. Go on.
Flow is something that you have to be in as far as what, like you said, in the moment, right? So I don't know what I would do in the moment. I think for me personally, what I do is right for me. So God forbid I was in that situation, because what I've always thought about is, if I was in a situation where I'm in the lake and I see my two children, I have two children, love them equally, can't choose between them, and they both start drowning. I can only save one of them. I can only get to one, right? What is the decision?
What's the right answer? Yeah, there is no right answer.
And I've thought this through, just like they actually had a movie. What was that show? I don't remember. It was on HBO. Or maybe it was the movie. What was that movie where they were letting everybody kill everybody?
The Good Son.
No, it was that movie where they were letting everybody kill everybody. It's like Purge or whatever.
Oh, the Purge. Yeah. Oh.
And one of the purges, I believe, they told the parents they had to pick their son or their daughter could live. They're all tied up on the couch. I decided in both those instances, if I know I can only save one, or if they're going to kill one, I don't pick either. And that is a choice. I choose neither. I choose they'll go. I will all go. Because I will not allow me to be put to me made that decision, so we can all go. Right? That is not a decision that I will make. It is not something you can force me into. My decision is not nil, meaning that is a decision. Then we'll all go. They'll go. I'll go. But whatever. Or kill myself. What I'm saying is they will both go. I will never be forced into a decision that it's not me.
I would have killed the game show host. That's what I would.
Squid Games.
Squid Games. Yeah, that's what I thought of too. I thought of that too. Go on. So Brooke, this is when that idiot Vinnie Barbaric said Brooke Gibson threatened to kill you when he was raving against you, and that was, of course, because you thought your kids might be in danger, and then you threatened my life, which I thought was incredibly stupid because you simply fell into the enemy's hands. But that's what the enemy wanted you to do, was to, they're the ones threatening your children, not me. And then you threatened my life, and we're saying you were going to kill me.
You're just using that. I didn't threaten your life on air. I told you, called you personally, and was like, if anything happens to my kids, I told you, like I would tell anybody else I know.
Yeah, but that was, you were playing into their hands because you're threatening me when they were the ones threatening your kids. I'm not threatening your kids.
It wasn't a real threat.
No, I understand that. But Vinnie Barbaric brought it up on air. She threatened to kill you! And it's like, okay, I've had V and Judith Ager truly plot to murder me. And it's like, this is all part of his insanity, but it brings us back to what we've said with the sharing of the screen. So let me share screen again. So you see the cursor moving. Yes, honey? All right. Mm-hmm. Oh, excellent. Good. So what happens is when it comes to the YouTube, this is the episode. Now, I may have shown you this before. This is the episode on the 13th Japanese 3/11 Patriot Day. That is the Fukushima Daiichi Cluster Meltdown Day. Along with, Q means with, Taiwan Earth God Birthday. And that was Sunday, March 10th, 2024. So that was this year, 7 months ago, that basically I said, note, this is an extraordinarily controversial episode, and that was due to Brandon Young saying that you were having sex with Peter Moon on that episode. This is where our dear friend Aristides, as Vril618 saying, I told myself I'd never go back. Well, I did. If no one grabbed the link to it, here it is. Direct timestamp to the Brandon Young incident, 3/48/07. So if you go to that 3/11...
Share that link with me. Share that link with me.
Sure. Here's the share. Let me get the share link, and here we are. And so...
I just heard stories about it. I didn't hear the whole thing.
I haven't heard it. I haven't heard it, and I've not been hesitant to hear it because I'm not giving anybody, but it's been long enough. I need to hear it, and I did try to do it today with the clip, or not yesterday. And I ran out of time because I'm making room. So what is this date of again? You said it was March, though.
It's right? 3/11. That's Japan's 9/11. Japan's 9/11 is 3/11, in which the Jews, along with the Americans, attacked Japan and caused the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown. So what I'm giving is the link to the private messages of Ian West, Brooke Gibson, and on the call, I'm providing that link to all of you. And all of you take your time and hit that timestamp as provided by Vril, who is Aristides. And then you can hear Brandon Young say, I've got the tape, the video cassette evidence that Brooke Gibson and Peter Moon are fucking each other. But it is after that, so I'm going to go back to sharing screen again, within about 2 weeks to 3 weeks after that Brooke Gibson is threatened by Peter Moon. That's when he says Brooke Gibson has to die. So it's like within 2 to 3 weeks of that episode. Because
Can you tell me when that was? Like, did he say
I'm still looking for it. It's, whenever I turn on Peter Moon's voice, I get so physically ill. I'm begging other people to find it for me. Either Ian West, Brendan Zoget, Aristides, but somebody's got to find it other than me because I get physically ill listening to Peter Moon.
I can download the script and just type that in and go right to it. I can pull it up.
Right. So, but this episode I provided is already time-stamped, and that's the ambush where both Brandon Young, Trampus Nicholson, and Mark H. ambush myself, and then Jennifer Hawkins comes on to basically save my ass and the episode, and that's why she was targeted. After that, her life was made a living hell, and we don't even know if she's still alive. So this is the episode in which all that went down. That's a lot to go down. So it's after that episode, within 2 to 3 weeks. It took 2 weeks before Aristides developed the, shall we say, courage to basically present me with what Brandon Young even said. So it was then I presented, since Brandon Young had said that publicly, I presented it to Peter Moon publicly to dispel it. But Peter Moon instead said Brandon Young is a fine young man, and Brooke Gibson is of the anti-gods, and Brooke Gibson has to die. So that's somewhere in this range of episodes. So here's the episode I just pointed.
I'm wondering if that was before a certain date. Like that's, I want to see this.
Yeah. So this date was again 3/11. It was so this is the episode. So it wasn't these next two episodes because it took those two episodes and maybe the two episodes after before Aristides told me what had happened. So it was on basically
April 3rd, right? Like that would have been before April 3rd still, because you take two a week.
So it was Wednesday, March 27th, either the George Dietrich Death Day episode, not his birthday, but my legal father's death day. It was probably that episode or somewhere shortly after. I'm going to take us down to that. This is a picture of my late and sainted legal father. So it's either my legal father's death day or very shortly after that that Peter Moon said Brooke Gibson has to die, and it was after that he told me privately he was beginning his campaign of curses against you in earnest. In earnest.
Yeah, April 3rd was the first day that I started with all the hell that I've been through.
Yeah, and yes, and that's when you crashed multiple cars.
He said that on public record.
Oh
really?
Yeah, and then privately he followed up with me. He didn't say the curses on public record, but he privately followed up with me and said, "I'm launching a series of curses against her. She can't hold you under her spell, Douglas. You're mine."
Yeah, he really wanted you, Doug. He really wanted you.
I know, it's so sick. It is. Yeah, and so.
Makes me want you even more.
Yes, he's so disgusting. And so now I'll take you to the calendar so you can also get a greater feel of the gravity of the situation. So, Brooke, honey, can you see the cursor moving?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the calendar now. And with the Google Calendar, what happened was, okay, so my surgery was on the 28th of August. So on the August, so basically what happened was Peter departed for Romania on Friday, the 2nd of August. Peter returned from Romania on the 19th of August. And then what happened was on the 28th of August, I had surgery. Now, Peter Moon shared with Aaron Tice that I was going to die. Peter Moon pretty much told Aaron Tice I was going to die. He was convinced of that. He somehow, quote unquote, knew this and said, it's Douglas Dietrich's time. And after the surgery, I survived, and he was completely disappointed. Now, this is what I call the moonful Marina Saren appearance. Vinnie Barbaric commences intercourse of accusations unto Aaron Tice. What happened on September 1st, Sunday, September 1st, was this is when Peter Moon started really going off the deep end in public and really began to he was nonsensical. He was at this point stark raving mad. He was telling Marina Saren, what were you wearing? You're hypersexual, tricolonics. Doug got raped too. And then afterwards, after she left, he said, yeah, then there's this mentally retarded guy at the yacht club I was at and the golf club, and all the frat boys made him shove a cucumber up his ass. And I don't know what the lube was. It might have been peanut butter. I mean, this was like everything he said out of his mouth was madness.
By the time I came in and ripped them a new one for no reason for like 2 hours, and y'all let me. This is why?
Of course, honey. Of course. But beyond that...
I didn't know.
But beyond that...
I figured I must have been good on something, but I didn't know.
Yes, well, you did ascertain that he was up to no good, and you started conducting some counterspells, which was deeply appreciated.
I was just telling him off like a good old-fashioned tell-off would go.
Now, yes.
He at any moment could have said, well, now I'm going to go kill you too. How dare you support Douglas and buy my book?
No.
You want to fuck Ian West? Do you think you're going to fuck them all with your tight asshole and your fucking sexiness?
He would talk like that. That's true.
That's my girl.
So by September 11th is when Vinnie Barbaric said, I must go to the Library of Congress and I will copyright the book. He said it has to be on a day of mass sacrifice because he said he was advised by Salman Sheikh to do it on September 11th. Salman Sheikh's own call number on his own YouTube channel is Salman Sheikh 911 because there's hundreds of Salman Sheikhs, and the only way to disambiguate him is by Salman Sheikh 911. That's his YouTube channel. He had been in contact with Peter Moon. Peter Moon said he had identified all of us as his enemies, meaning Peter Moon felt that all of us were against him. After he had gone off on Marina Saren, he felt we had turned against him.
What the fuck did you say to Marina Saren? Oh my God.
Brendan, tell Ian, tell this man Ian what Vinnie Barbaric said to Marina Saren.
Oh yeah, that was some of the worst, but the notable one, it was a whole episode. He was just violating her. I mean, molesting her. And he said she was going into this heartfelt explanation of you know, of the trauma she suffered. She said, "Oh, I was abducted in high school, 15 years old, in a my lab," and she said she would remember waking up in a, you know, in like this cold operating room with people in lab coats, and she was just getting, you know, probed and different things. This is what she said.
No, but by the way, she had the same cervical issues that Paula Masson had. They both had the same exact same cervical or uterine injuries. But go on. Yes.
Exactly. And she said she was being farmed for her DNA and her various genetic material. And instead of Pete sympathizing or empathizing, he said, "What were you wearing? What did it look like? What did it look like when you were there?" Even though she implied she was naked and in high school, he kept asking, "Describe to me, Marina, what it looked like when you were there, and what were you wearing?" He literally said that. "What were you wearing?"
As if she were provoking this at the age of 15.
Yeah. So he's getting off on this. That's what it is. He's fucking getting off on this.
It wasn't just that. Later in the episode, he kept telling her, you are hypersexual," and then he kept making jokes about
orgasms and orgies.
He was trying to orgasm, but he kept saying orgy. He's like, "And then the orgy, I mean orgasm," and then bizarre. He did it like
and he would say it apologetically. "I'm sorry, I keep saying orgy. I mean to say orgasm," as if that were better.
Yeah.
He put the P in P Diddy. It's for Peter.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh,
but go on. And then after he says she's hypersexual with this judgment, he says, "But that's okay because Doug is too." Remember? And he said, "Wait into
that's when he leads into the you were molested or whatever."
Yes, about Doug was. Yeah, tell him, Brendan. He said how Doug became hypersexualized.
Instead of saying, "Look, Doug, you tell her," he said he was molested by his grandfather and had to, you know, he said the whole story in detail and straight to Marina as if like that's somehow you're, you know, as like this, "Oh, he's been through the same thing as you." And Doug was like, "Thanks for that, Peter," and then she had to laugh it off.
Yeah.
Awkward for like, you know.
Kinsey, okay? The entire American psyche is written off that kind of attitude.
Yes.
It has no stakes.
Thank you. There's no empathy. But beyond that, Brendan, tell them that after that he tells Marina, "You've got to try colonics." Like that's a solution.
Yeah, of course. And then he had to like throw that in there. "Oh, it'll help you heal it'll help your psychological issues if you get all this shit pumped out of you." Yeah, it was really weird.
Not only that, but have you read my books yet? Have you opened my books yet?
No, that's what he started with. He said, "Marina, I have to ask you, did you get the books?" And she's like, "Yeah, they arrived at my house, but I haven't opened it because I'm on vacation." And he's like, "What book did you read? What book did you read?"
Yeah.
Douglas, I've not begun to read Y'all Work Together about Roswell. I got that fire going right behind me. Should I just throw it in there or should I read it?
Oh, fuck. Just throw it in the trash. We'll send you a PDF. throw it in the fire.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Oh, my God. Yeah, you don't want that. He cursed it. Yeah. Go on.
It's cursed.
Yeah.
All the books are cursed. We had a third party approach us and say, "Ever since I got Pete's books, my life has been hell.
Yes.
You must have cursed the books." And we had to tell him, like, "Yeah, you have to purify the books if you want to keep them. And if he sent them to you personally, you need to burn them or bury them or salt them and throw them into water as soon as possible because they're all cursed."
Yes.
He was wholesale cursing them in his garage and then sending them to people, especially the people he wanted to bind.
Yes.
No, I got it on Amazon to read on the plane. I've not even marked it yet. No, it's brand spanking new.
From a warehouse. That's the impression I got. Just like how Aristides got his from a warehouse.
Yeah, that might be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be safe.
You can just salt it. Just put it in some salt until you feel
I know how to cleanse things. It's
cool.
more of a personal gesture to Douglas.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
waste my $20.
Oh no! Don't waste your $20 with that. Just put it in a circle of salt and put a mirror on top of it just to be sure. But after a few days, you can read it. We don't always watch.
Yeah. I think he was his little. Hey, you got the $20. What you worried about?
Yeah, that's his attitude.
I certainly didn't get. I had second thoughts with his name on it. Let's be honest.
Thank you.
Stay and listen to him talk.
Yeah, X out his name with a marker. Take a black marker and X his name out like he was redacting everything. Yeah,
that's sexy. I like that.
Yes, thank you. And so on September 11th, Vinnie Barbaric went to the Library of Congress and copyrighted the Vox Vocis Arcae, which is the Latin name for the Vox Arca. And he copyrighted it with not only that, but the full name and the transliteration. And
don't forget, the reason why he did that is because it had the physical description of the item.
Yes. Thank you.
You'll explain why. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he wanted to be able to claim that I had his property and that he owned the property and that, but possession is 9/10 of the law. That's why he wanted me dead. He thought I would have died. He could have copyrighted it and then it would have gone over to him. He still thought that I might die. He was so convinced I would die after the surgery and that it would happen soon because they kept telling him I was going to kill myself because I was so disfigured. But, of course, because of the nanoplasma, my vampiroid bloodline, and perhaps my possession by Lucifer as well, it all healed. And so, I was not permanently disfigured, and he didn't get his wish, and he started getting very, very disappointed, very depressed. He sent me the frontispiece as a taunt, the edition which people have seen, the Dao quotation, which is completely butchered and misinterpreted. And that was like, he sent me that as a taunt about, look what I'm putting in front of the book, and all this bullshit saying that, this book is published. And he said, you're going to receive the publication, of which there was supposed to be a limited edition of several thousand. But honestly, he was only going to publish one book to send to me, and the rest he was going to really publish with his own text. That was his intention. We know this because when you see the table of contents in the manuscript he sent to Aaron Tice that he said, do not let Douglas Dietrich see this, he had a full book. Aside from all my chapters, there was a full book of all his chapters that he was going to use to replace my chapters, which was just all his bullshit. That's why he didn't want me to see it. So then what happened was, basically, we had on the 18th, the Assurance Wireless account was closed. Right after they took the money from the state of California to maintain my Assurance Wireless account on the California Lifeline program, they closed it. Now, all of this was when Peter Moon had his heart and brain attack. All of this is extraordinarily important because I had been on holiday. The Calastio Trifecta was the lunar eclipsed harvest super mooncake day. It was the last day of the Harvest Moon Festival. So I came home to Peter Moon having the heart and brain attack on the Wednesday episode in which he said, don't let anybody know, to Aaron Tice, who then had to report that to me. Now, Aaron Tice had been dealing with Peter Moon for 2 weeks by now, 2.5 weeks. And Aaron Tice had been contacted by Peter Moon first on Sunday, September 1st, in which Peter Moon said, they're all attacking me behind my back. And that was because, of course, he had heard us talking after Marina Saren had left, after he had left, and we were all saying, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck did we just experience? And he said that was a direct attack on him, and he told Aaron Tice, they're all against me. And Aaron Tice had to try and calm him down, try to center him. And Aaron Tice was dealing with that for 2.5 weeks. In the meantime, against my wishes, without my permission, Vinnie Barbaric went to the Library of Congress and copyrighted the book. Oh God, Ian West fell asleep. That's almost cute. He's snoring.
He's snoring.
He's snoring. He is snoring. That's
sweet.
Yeah, it's sweet. Okay, so if you can see the cursor moving, honey, back to Brooke Gibson. So what happened with Vinnie Barbaric was after he did the September 11th Library of Congress copyright, he sent me the frontispiece as a taunt, And then after the holiday, when I came back, he had a heart and brain attack. And I asked Aristides to call the police because my account was shut down. And he didn't have the training or the experience I had to tell the police, Vinny Barbaric is going to turn you away. He's lying. He's not healthy. And he called the police, and they went to check on Vinny, and Vinny just said, oh, I'm healthy, and all this is bullshit, and all of you leave, and they just left. And then I got the private message from Vinny Barbaric on the 20th of September, and he basically, what he said...
Pendulum.
Yeah, the pendulum. The pendulum. This is what he started sending to Aaron Tice.
The pendulum that he was inside in his own brain.
Yeah. Yeah. From Skybooks, he said, please make sure you do not say anything about you reading the book or possibly writing it, etc. In other words, he told Aaron Tice, you finish the book. Then he said, just read it. And when you do, get back to me. I am not sure about all this. In fact, I have been warned against it by one of my top healing friends. Here he's referring to Richard K. Cole Jr. I have to continue the delay process. Delay process for what? I'm sorry?
He was worried that you were going to get it in his head like he does other people's.
Well, there's that. But what did you say? Thank you, honey. What did you say, Brooke? Brooke,
it was Richard K. Cole Jr. that did that?
No. This is Peter Moon writing this, but he's referring to one of my top healing friends. That's Richard K. Cole Jr. That's who he calls one of his top healing friends.
That's what I meant. Yeah. I didn't know that Richard K. Cole Jr. was one of his top healing friends, because I'm going to tell them they should both get some better healers. Is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Should probably find some better healers.
Well, obviously, that's like he's dead now.
Yeah. Anyhow, then
Even Richard K. Cole Jr. admitted he couldn't save his neighbor, and he lived and shot the dogs in the head.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't call him much of a healer, you know.
Quite a
Shout out to old Richard there.
Well
taken. Dogs die naturally. I can show you're a big animal lover, because I'm sure you're listening. My point is, like, it is sickening to me, because at the end of the day, when you ended up spiraling, when he spirals out, and I'm referring to people, but the other one, you know.
Yeah, Peter Moon. Vinny Barber.
He said, Peter Moon. Yes. So when Peter Moon says that he doesn't want to print it, like, there were two different, I watched in the emails, so there were several different things where at one point to someone, he says something like, it was like almost lies, like he didn't want to print this, he didn't believe in it, and he didn't believe it. Like there was that theory that what he says. And then there's another time where he then goes, no, I don't want to print this because it's too dangerous, and because I think Douglas Dietrich is taken over by this evil anti-God type thing. You know, like he's like spiraling on every side, you know? So I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, thank you. So what Aaron responded to him on the 20th was, I'm not sure what you're fighting, but I can almost 100% say that it is illusion and subterfuge. Now, every time he wrote back to Peter, he had to rewrite and delete half a dozen times before he finally sent a message. Then Peter responded to him, this issue will swing like a pendulum, back and forth, and will finally reach a certain equilibrium. There is no rush. Ichi gong. Now, this is like not even English anymore. Ichi gong. It is better to go slow. Then Aaron Tice said, whose pendulum? Whose equilibrium? I know what you mean, but I'm making a point that this insane pendulum swing is in your world, and you are acting rather unlike yourself. This is more Preston's domain, as in Preston Nichols. However, it is a domain you have chosen of your own free will, so be it. But if you have been pushed there, I urge you to fight back. I allow people their space. And then that's when Vinny Barbaric says, good cue, as in Quartz is how I take that, because of the attack on Quartz that happened next, tells me to apply a pendulum vis-issy. I mean, this is now, he's degenerating into the rats in the walls territory. I need a lot of time to rest. And then on the 21st, then the Vinny Barbaric, private message.
Tired and exhausted. Yeah.
Thank you. To myself, Peter Moon says, tired, exhausted, so we'll be brief. Saw doctor for third time. He's not seeing any goddamn doctor. Cardiovascular event, which amounts to a mini stroke. that requires extensive bed rest and monitoring of blood pressure and heart, which means no stress or phone calls or work that are stressful or connected to controversy, politics, or potential blowback. Yet he has all the time in the world to get my book censored. What's that?
Oh, if you were speaking to her.
Well, Brooke dropped?
Yeah.
That's some Destiny swap talk. After what you just explained that he knew you went through, he's trying to play like, well, now I'm going through what didn't happen to you because I'm blah, blah, blah. Definitely you, right? Yes. And from what I just heard about your healer friend, that dude somehow, if it wasn't through his own spirits, Peter threatened him. Yeah. That is some cryptic word game shit. And, you know, bravo to your healer friend because, you know, he didn't bow to that shit. And that's probably why, you know, he knew something about him, but he was worried he was going to tell you.
Well, thank you, Star Fox. Pixie Princess Star Fox, you're an angel. And, of course, Brendan and I will respond to that. We're going to presume that Brooke's phone died. Basically, her charge is always running out. She never charges it in time, then it winds up. So we'll probably continue this on Sunday. What's that?
She's doing well.
Who? What?
So we got Pixie. She's doing well.
Yes, Pixie's doing
well. I don't mean to jump in like I do or ever cut you guys off. The problem with my brain is like, I've literally been... My husband would beat me, especially in my right side, my temple, so much that I kind of got to jump in while I'm hearing it.
I get it.
That's the only reason I ever cut you guys off by hopefully seconds, and I really am embarrassed. That's not my style. Okay?
Has your husband ever faced justice? Has your husband ever faced justice?
No, last time I seen him, he was being arrested by the judge, so he faced that justice, but it's not on the court records. He weaseled out of it, and we're yet still married.
What?
Yeah, we've been separated like 7-8 years. He's got this, even though he worships the devil in my mind, I've seen the evidence. You know, he shoved Christianity down my throat while I was straight pagan. You know, I was studying Gnosticism before that, so it was a little more of a Gnostic approach. You know, I never really sat and read the Bible, but like, he really, like I've said many times, he's a pedophile, and I got my ass whooped, all in the name of the God he wants me to believe in, right?
Of course.
Because I was already submissive without any of that. It's not like I needed to be put in my place. It was just to, you know, there was just something about me that, you know, was a problem.
Well, you were basically a free spirit, and he hated that and wanted to destroy you.
Sounds familiar, though, right? Full circle right here.
Yes. That's so sad. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Does this person have any assets? Maybe you can wait till he dies and go claim it.
Yeah, can you claim assets when he dies? If you're married to him.
He's so stupid. Are you kidding me?
So he has no money.
No, I don't want nothing from him.
Yeah, but I'm saying you just wait till he dies and then you say, look, I'm married to him still on paper, and you just take everything.
I didn't know, because his parents are crazy. They hate me. They're all full-fledged Dr. Green-style Nazis. They made sure everything's in his name.
Yeah, but if you're married to him, that puts it in your name when he dies.
I wouldn't want it anyway.
Yeah.
I'm a yogi at heart and soul.
Well, can't you seek a divorce? Can't you seek a divorce and get half of what he owns?
Moving around all the time, it's been hard. The last time we talked, he's like, hey, I'm doing so good. And I was like, oh yeah, you're doing so good, file for the divorce. I actually have friends who have worked in the legal system in San Francisco as divorce attorney helpers. And they live in Kentucky right by him, and they won't help me. There's only so many times I'll ask someone. They totally ignored me. He doesn't want to help. I know it's not expensive. At first, my problem was we got married in New York. I'm in all these different states. He's in Ohio. I didn't even know where to file at. I guess at least I've learned I file in Ohio.
Just do it pro bono, and they'll do all the work. They'll just take
I've told about that before. I'm not like the best when it comes to dealing with.
It is difficult to find a pro bono attorney. That is true. I mean, it used to be a lot easier. It's become more and more difficult these days. Attorneys all want money up front. It's pretty bad. I mean, like me, I'll tell you privately about that, but it's challenging.
I don't want nothing from him. I don't want to be.
But honey, it's not. I understand that. But what Brendan and I are saying is, you can strike back for the sake of vengeance and get half of what he has. You should be able to do that as an abused spouse.
It's not worth the fight to me.
Okay.
Like I don't want to ever see him or talk to him again.
Okay.
That's really all I could. Like if I had an attorney that was gonna go do the knocks and I didn't have to be involved, because I didn't press charges on him. The state of Ohio did for first-degree assault. That's what ended our marriage.
You mean it resulted in your separation? You're still legally married, right?
They separated us. It was that bad.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So
they would just put you into witness protection. You let the attorney take care of it. Done.
Yeah. Yeah. Go under witness.
Just simmer on it. We're not pressuring you.
Yeah. We'll talk about it more.
It's crazy. I could act real fucking stupid and not feel bad if I was crazy. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
No, I'm not crazy. I'm not. Sadly, I committed myself, and they didn't say I was delusional at all. They said I'm sad, and I think that's a little bit annoying too, because I'm making the psychiatrists and nurses crack up, and meanwhile, I almost died in their care under an allergy to Zoloft.
Jesus.
So I'm actually dying in their care, locked in a hospital, having committed myself to get help. And, I'm sad. I'm sorry. That didn't help me. And then they released me back to one of the people I said was trying to kill me.
They do that. Why do they always do that?
Right.
It was right. I'd been on that medication for about 4 days, and by the time I made it out, I wasn't too many more hours. I couldn't talk or read for like 3 days.
Jesus.
Like, I was seriously having a severe allergic reaction to their only medication I was on.
Yeah, they're idiots.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, I already knew better. It's not like I'm gonna cry. It's like, I can't read the pamphlet. I asked them, hey, can I have the pamphlets? Because something's fucking wrong.
Oh.
I couldn't, think. And I still took better care of even all the other girls in there than they did.
Yeah.
Don't fucking tell me I'm sad.
Yeah. Well, right. No, sorry. I get it. No, it's awful. I'm so sorry for what you've been through. It's monstrous. It's monstrous.
Well, there's that, or, they created the monster that I am. It's kind of funny. I was just a little old sweetheart who did some magic, didn't bother nobody. Mm-hmm. Now I'm a fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'm their problem.
I like it. Yeah. So, yeah, past a certain point, you're not responsible for your actions. The state is. So that's cool. Yeah. So, honey.
They're the ones that worry about me. I don't sit around. I forgot I was married for years.
By the time
I even remembered, I was like, oh, God, that's weird. I forgot all about you.
Cool.
It's not really a thing. It's just a paperwork thing.
Right. Well, I think we did great tonight. I think we went a long way. We can always recommence along this thread of thought on Sunday. And hopefully Brooke joins us in the opening hours for once. She's still on the old schedule where she thinks Peter Moon is there for the opening hours. So she only joins us after Peter Moon is gone. This represents a kind of fear of Peter Moon that she's unwilling to admit to. But it's kind of like a dog that's been conditioned. Don't go in that room or don't appear here at this certain time. And she's still like that. Yeah. So she's got to get over that and overcome that. Hopefully I'll talk to her before Sunday to help her do that. But I'm so glad Brendan Zogit made the effort.
I have a problem with it.
Yeah. I'm so glad you made...
I had to argue with him to his face that couple times when he's like, "You're crinkling."
Yeah.
Crinkling.
Oh,
like,
God, that fucking idiot. Yeah. Crisp Crinkle, he called you. Crisp Crinkle, yes.
And then there was like this like little when he like was like giving me a little bit of more leeway, remember, towards that.
Yeah.
And then when I would like get off air, what would he say? He said something like, "He's the poor man's."
Yeah, he's the poor man's Douglas Dietrich. That's what he would say.
He said something else. He said something. What was it?
Just all kinds of shit. He's just a piece of shit. Yeah. It's like
he has some profound insights, but he was talking shit though.
Yeah. It's like every compliment is backhanded. Every compliment is backhanded. And anything he says, like when he was telling Amy Como, "I find more reasons to like you every time I talk to you, Amy." And like Aaron Tice said, it's so insincere, it's so transparent. It's like he'd be better off not talking. But of course he can't shut up. So
problem.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to be probably going to sleep. But I want all of you to know you did great. You were magnificent. I mean, we got 2 men asleep on either side of us. Aristides on one side, Ian West on the other. Yeah, somebody's saying good night. Who the fuck is that? But it's Ian. Ian says good night. Ian, you fucking slept already, dude. Yeah, you were snoring and shit. That was...
Star Fox already has the cigar out, but you have to go. Unfortunately.
Yes, understood.
Sleep for real?
Yeah, you were snoring, dude. You were snoring on air.
Yeah, I'm crashed out. Yeah, I gotta go to the store in like 4 hours. But
okay.
Good night.
I'll have internet. I'll have internet on Sunday, hopefully. So.
Okay, cool. Well, I want you to know that while you were sleeping, you were shouting out someone's name in your sleep, going, "Liam, no, Liam, I don't play that way."
Fuck up! God damn it! Fuck up. Anyway.
But we love you.
Yeah. I was okay. Yeah, if I tapped out, I tapped out. Sorry.
It's all right. I gotta see a doctor about this cough. It's not like I don't know how to describe it. It just comes up every once in a while, and it shouldn't. All right. So my love to everyone who supports.
Some pineapple juice. Eat some raw garlic.
Cool.
Good night, Princess Pixie Star Fox.
Yeah. We'll review what you say. Love you, honey.
Sorry, y'all had.
Love you, girl.
I just said. Bows.
Okay. Love to all. We'll be back Sunday night, everybody. Join us then. Okay, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. Bye for all.
Good night.
Oh. End stream. That would help.